There's a minute and 40.
Yeah,
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, there's not a lot of time left to make something happen here.
I don't want to see World 2's point of view.
Where have you seen FaZe run a flag? I feel like we've seen SSG run 2 and
I don't think FaZe even pulled one. I don't think so.
I think we have a biased caster.
There's a little bit of a biased caster.
There we go. Okay, back to Legend, I guess. Wait, no, Roy 2 wants to die, right? No, Roy 2 has time still.
Yeah, we got the audio and the timing fix, so we won't get spoiled by the crowd anymore, ladies and gentlemen. So we're good to go now.
Yeah, I want to see FaZe just because they have to make a move here. I want to see how they play it.
That's a big kill.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So I skipped forward, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sweet.
Well, still looking like all SSG. They're probably
they're
really,
just locking it down, dude.
Yeah. This is a 2-1, I think.
Do we know what map 4 is?
Live fire strongholds.
Oh, it's a strongy.
I think that's a FaZe map.
Yeah. Actually, I mean,
Strongholds, I guess, anyway, right?
I mean, it's SSG map for sure, but I think FaZe is really good at live fire strongholds. Could be
dude,
wrong.
this guy's literally absolute. Oh my god, Fred Bard.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so far back. I mean, the pressure right there.
I mean,
This is tough.
PJ can't die though. Like if he dies, I feel like their whole push is.
Oh my god!
Do it.
Any,
It is.
No, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
12
Probably gonna do it.
seconds.
I mean,
Close.
yeah, there's
Frosty.
frags.
Oh, they caught him out.
Yeah, 10 seconds. There's no way.
It's over.
Bound lived in that vent for a very long time. Even the whole time the snake was on the snipe, Bound lived in that vent. Just milked to stop that push.
I do want to say the crowd's been insane this event.
Yeah, dude.
We only got to play main stage once, unfortunately. I thought we were going to play it last night, but the crowd's been crazy.
The main stage
I've been
buff is
hearing
crazy,
it.
huh? The main stage buff is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hearing that crowd is awesome.
Yeah, I didn't get to experience it. We played SR first map. No one was here.
Yeah.
It was a great main stage experience.
Yeah, that
Look over the crowd. I think I saw 10 people.
Yeah, that buff is not there when that happens.
I heard some claps after the series. So I was like, all right, cool. You know,
I heard some claps when the game crashed. That's when I heard claps. Everyone was like, yeah, SR won. No, it's not over yet.
Yeah, even the casters didn't know what was going on.
Yeah. There it is.
2-1.
Live fire
Recharge
strongholds.
Slayer,
Close
game 5.
series, though. I mean,
I
so
won
far.
a game 5 now just because it's
What's
recharge.
your guys' favorite Slayer, Game 5 Slayer? What would you say? Like map-wise, what was your favorite? Starting with you.
Live fire.
Say live fire?
I think live fire is the most fair Slayer map.
Oh?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, bro.
It's only
What is
all
the-
good. It's
this-
all- What'd you say?
It's the only one where like
Yeah.
you can't like recharge is a little like recharge could be up there too, but I
Nah,
think
recharge is ruined because it's got a shock rifle on it.
yeah. But like live fire, you have snipe, you have quantum to break out of like a green setup too. Like have the quantum guy make a push. Like there's more stuff on live fire to like help a team that's getting dominated.
I'd say live fire too, though.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I'm like thinking about all the other maps. I'm like,
Aqua Streets Plaza now.
no, Streets is like so like bland and just boring.
I'm just happy that's not a Solitude Game 5. That's what I'm
Yeah,
gonna say.
yeah.
Solitude Game 5 is rough.
I mean, just another shock rifle map.
Yeah.
You know, not much
I
else
mean,
to say there.
there was a normal sniper on that.
It was.
Then, according to some feedback, I don't know. You know, I think all of the pros put in the feedback that they really wanted the shock rifle on Solitude instead of the S7 sniper rifle. You got to make sure you say S7. By the way, S7
S7,
sniper
my
rifle.
bad. I have the Halo 3 model on.
Yeah.
Mine, so,
L3 model is sick.
yeah, it was fun being up here. I think I'm going to take off, get ready.
Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate you guys stopping
just in
in,
case
yeah.
this map, you know, is over and we're up. So
Yeah, it's a free air. Anytime you guys want to hop out, it's all good. We appreciate it.
Might as well
Alright,
see you for the series.
yeah, you guys finished the series. though.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well, appreciate
guys
you
play
having me,
next,
best man.
huh?
You guys play next, yeah?
Yeah. We got Argyle map 1, Street Slayer, Live Fire Strongholds, Recharge Hill maybe.
Garrett believes in you guys.
Oh,
He puts
Mr.
a-
Coach.
yeah.
What about
coach
not
that's
knowing about the
prepared.
game
I
times?
have my phone and my notebook.
It's a lot to remember.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah,
so-
to be fair, I was doing my interview thing, and he's like, "Do you remember the game types you played on?" I'm like, "I have no clue, bro."
That's me
blacked
too.
out.
I'm a commentator and I don't remember. It's hard, man. It's a lot going on at the same time. But thank you to Best Man for
Yeah,
stopping
cool.
in.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate
Hey,
you,
man.
dude. We'll
luck,
see you.
good
We'll
luck.
see you again. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
good
I'm
luck,
sure
good
at
luck.
some point. Wow, this has been a crazy series so far, and you guys.
Yeah, I
I
missed
think
map
one of
one,
you
too.
guys said that Live Fire Strongholds is a phase.
That was B-Man.
Okay, yeah. So you say it's like they're one of the stronger game types.
I mean, Strongholds is pretty like it's a. I don't know. It's a coin
Fast-paced.
toss against these sorts of teams. You know,
Yeah.
it's FaZe and SSG. I feel like Either one of them can take this map.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think FaZe is going to have to dig deep, you know, obviously to try to take a game 5. So they're definitely going to be, you know, locking the hell in.
Yes, sir.
Headset, guys.
Yes, sir. I think we go to a game 5 here, but here we go.
I sure hope so.
I hope so as well. You'll love to see it. Game number 4 here. FaZe down in the series, of course. And we're hopping on with Stellar. Stellar, I'm going to be honest, with this snipe in his hands, at least from what I've seen in this series, he's not missing very often. So a little bit scary.
That being said, though, Renegade got a double.
Tools, welcome back. I see you sat down.
Yeah, welcome back.
It's been a great series so
I
far.
felt left out, you know? It's like, you need that common man, that platinum level player to really bring together all the commentary.
Especially for Interference and Empyrean.
Yeah. I'll stand by my Empyrean. I think I played well that way.
Yeah, because you were using a Bulldog. Anyway.
Wow.
Bulldog, sniper,
Not
camo,
respecting the
this is
GAs,
whatever I
man.
need, bro. Whatever I
Jeez,
need.
dude. Hey, me and Barco played like 2 weeks ago, and he was like, man, comms are working out. You know, it was a good game.
It just makes me happy when people listen to me.
Yeah.
Wait, whoa, a triple cap though. Hang on, we don't want to get too derailed here. Wow.
This is
3
not
dead
good.
for FaZe.
This is
Stellar
not
with
good
a
at
strong
all,
start
man.
as well. Stellar with the sniper straight, we're going 5-0.
What's the key to break something like this? When you get in this trip cap on live fire, what's the first step?
Pushing past the hill and trying to get as much map as possible and trying to keep the enemy team guessing, right? If you're coming off spawn and they have 0 dead and you're just getting basically like trapped in a corner, it's like, and you're spawning like a pit, you want to try and make your way to big door and not tap the hill, you know what I mean? And try like just get some presence on the map before and let your spawners cap the hill. Or just basically just playing for a kill, you know?
Well, FaZe just overwhelmed them over at B. They're finally able to get themselves a scoring position. I'd say early trip cap, stemming it to just 60 points, I think FaZe finds themselves in a pretty decent position.
I feel like they played it very well. They didn't, like Marcus was explaining, they didn't really just like rush it and think get all panicking. And they tried to get the single cap out, slowly press it out, find the weakness, and then push the map off of it.
Really interesting there. He repulsed up and didn't see it from P-Door, and he still rushed A plat. That was
But now look, it's 3 dead for Space Station.
Yeah, it worked.
Wow, and look, the FaZe. Wait, he just spawned pit. Oh my god.
No way, man. It's the like, it's just, yeah.
I feel like this game has very hard lines, and it's like if you don't pass that line, you don't block the spawn.
Yeah, your sphere of influence in this game is a lot smaller. You know, the quantum's actually grown on me a lot.
So
yeah, when I first heard about it, I was like, this is going to be absolutely awful. And then I was sitting there thinking, actually, this is kind of like playing split game.
Yeah,
I like that mental game.
The thing about it, though, in my opinion, is it's extremely fun when you have it, but so annoying when you're versing it.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know how I feel about that.
I feel like you could say the same for like camo though, right? It's extremely fun when you got it, but when you're trying to hunt a camo guy down, it's kind of annoying.
Well, that's
whole point of being a power up, right?
That's the question for game design a lot. Is it more important to design something for the player that uses it, or the player that has to play against it?
Well, I know. Actually, I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah, you'll get into it for hours.
Yeah.
Me, I'm all about using it. So that quantum translocator, honestly, I think a little bit of a buff is in need. Let it so you can just spam that thing left and right. And get
I think we really understand the importance of it because it's on the back of green. Like, I think the back of green was like the best spot to put that QT. I think on every other map, I really haven't seen it be utilized as much as it's utilized on live fire, in my opinion. It's like really, it's a power item on this map.
Because it's so small.
Yeah.
And just the routes you can
Is
take.
this not a ton of pressure to be put on screen side, like with no camouflage coming up? And
Not really. I'd say like they probably just knew that they had nothing. Oh my gosh.
Disgusting.
Yeah, this is not. Stellar is like, I don't know what that walk did to him.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Who said he went for a walk today?
Yeah, I did.
Why didn't you trip him or something?
We were in the car. I was having to tell my fiance just in a swerve.
Jeez, man. Don't let this guy exercise, dude. We've seen pictures, dude. He's literally stretching his skin. He's so big now. Like, this guy's just nuts, man. Yeah, those are some nasty shots. Okay. Yeah, he's 12 and 4.
Still 3 bullets in that snipe too. Eco just walking past the plasma pistol.
Have you not seen that every single time though? He's in that chat. He's always like, "There's Gia the plasma pistol, Gia the plasma pistol." He's like the only person that no one ever responds to him.
That's so funny.
Everyone's just like, "Shut up, Kevin."
That's so funny.
What's his other thing? He said, "We got a GA FOVs."
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm on board with that.
I'm on board with it.
I'm on board
What's
with
the
same
number?
FOVs.
95?
I'd say like anywhere from like 100 to 105 max or something.
Wow,
Like,
Wootip's going to be really upset with that call. My man's on 120. I don't know how the heck he does it. But
It makes me laugh. I mean, every now and then he goes to 110. He's like, I need to get some dopamine back in me. So he goes to 110, get used to it. Goes back to 120, starts absolutely running people down.
That is so good.
This is a tight game so far right now.
Yeah, this is close.
Frosty gets that kill somehow.
How is he getting kills? I always Camo still going over to space station, but FaZe, they're generating a little bit of space. If they can find the kill on camouflage early, like they can really still find themselves in a decent scoring position.
Good live by roll 2 there, but he's going to leave Snakebite to dry, unfortunately.
Oh my god, good nades. Still alive.
This might be the most frustrating life for Bound. He just like wants to do so much, he has not been able to do so.
But that's like the thing is like, you will get in those moments and it's just kind of like however long it takes for you to make the plays, however long it takes, you know?
It's kind of interesting for SSG to carry on playing. They had AC cap there, and it looked like FaZe were just sat top tower, and SSG was still choosing to defend the 2 cap instead of pressuring B for the trip. And like they were using all their resources to keep the 2 instead of just like giving C and playing for B.
Renegade was trying to get the 3-shot beat down there, but didn't work out.
Classic Snakebite.
Yeah, this is...
He's like, if I can't use it, you can.
I feel like you've done this on every Halo game.
You
could do it on
cannot.
H2A and just wasting ammo. It's like you want us to have boredom watching. Come on, PJ. Like,
I like the idea of at least getting it down to 1 clip. That way you don't have to worry about a reload. You know when it's out.
It's smart. It's just like annoying. Definitely when you like the snipe and then you've seen him waste ammo. It's like,
But we can all be gentlemen about it here.
Yeah,
okay?
definitely.
Let's talk about this. No shooting walls.
Enemy team.
This is dangerous. This could be a potential trip, and they're already pushing pressure on C. Royal 2 makes the jump.
Smart by Snakebite to wait here, dude. Waiting for Roll 2 to get top tower. Oh, this is so good. This
Watch
is
them
really
get all
nice.
these kills and not even jumping C.
This is so nice,
I
dude.
feel like a lot of teams would have tried to contest that to stop the cap. Instead, they're like, okay, we can give it and replay.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, he chelled that.
I mean, it's Royal 2.
He really hates dying, doesn't he? Like more than I think more than anyone I've ever met. He hates dying like so
Dude,
much.
I have some weird awakening sometimes. I'm like, dude, dying sucks. Like, you're just like sitting there and like your death cam and you're like, damn, I need to
this is
just
awful.
live, bro. I just need to be able to play the game. So I feel his pain.
Jaiko, what in the hell? A little,
Some movement, some ghost jumping. Do you guys like that, by the way? Like the little ghost
I
jumps?
do. I like the little. I like all the little.
I think it's too easy.
Nuances.
Yeah, way too easy. When I
back
have
spring
Billy
jumping.
Bob in matchmaking doing it
What
to
is
me.
happening in below 1500s? That's when you're like, oh, okay, let's relax.
Yeah, let's get some skillful inputs. Yeah.
Well, I think it'd be so neat if it was like a skill timing, because if it was hard to do, then we would see teams like take
SG take the lead.
Yep. That's the chant. Comes out.
What does Renegade do in this game? Look at his like
He
participation.
hasn't.
right
Yeah,
there.
he hasn't been. Like last game was the same too. I don't know what's going on with him.
Here comes the commit. They're going to send players down through the tunnels. It's Royal 2, Snakebite out low, Frosty staying top mid, and it's like Renegade maybe at screens right now. They're going to commit to A, and Stellar, he says, hey, you're going to leave C open. Well, feel free. I'm going to take space.
Is he actually
He's
gonna?
not even tapping at the. He's just playing for the kills.
Wondering where
This is
space
okay.
is.
This is so crazy.
He's just helping his teammates.
This is so good, man.
Such a good play. Such a good
They've had
play.
a solid game plan there, right? With most teams probably just go cap C and you just let them all die, right? But he's
Yeah.
like maintaining what they've got.
Yep.
They're still scoring from out.
No,
They're
They
looking
can't
for
find
him.
him.
Yeah,
He's
they're
running
looking
around
for him and
doing
he's just
whatever. Yeah.
running around laughing.
Yeah, this might be game. I'm not gonna lie. This
Game is
yeah,
serious.
Royal 2.
Feels like FaZe is going out with a whimper right now. They have just lost all their fight this last couple of minutes.
And A cap.
Do or die.
Renegade gets the first.
How is he getting so I don't think someone shot him for like the last
That
5
is
kills.
absolutely disgusting stuff. I was playing the map perfectly to a T.
Oh, that's
Exactly where you are.
Yeah, that's gonna be a game. They only got 5 seconds to get into
No,
something.
it's not happening. GG.
Nice, wow. There you go.
State.
I'm actually extremely shocked by that one. I thought that at least go game 5.
Yeah, I was hoping it would.
I feel like Stellar just took over the game.
Yeah, I think that, that at least final, 3 or 4 minutes was all Stellar.
So what do you think happened in the comms there that let Stellar go, like, unleash himself? Because he was chained over at Nest, and he just decided, hey, I'm going.
The only thing in the comms there is live bound. That's all it is, live bound. It's just Eco going live bound, live bound. And Stellar's just like, I'll do what I want. That's all we've known from SSG, live bound.
It's so smart because obviously I'm a commentator for a reason, but I would have 100% just jumped into C there.
I think I would have as well.
He takes the round top center, like that was so good. It cleans it up all on screen. Screen's such a hard, like a good area to stay alive in. He just knows. He cleans it up.
So the important part was his teammates that actually lived there, right? Because he could have done that, and all his teammates would have dead, and it would look even worse, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
The fact that his teammates milked for him to be able to do that was actually like perfect.
Beautiful.
Which is obviously why
Damn, dude. I want to see game 5, man.
Yeah, me too. I really did too.
Space Station, they're not the team of the people, you know? They just don't give them what they want. It's also crazy that Stellar makes that play because it feels like it's natural to play for the trip cap there. And then it's like making the unnatural play, but it felt like it snowballed from there, right? He knocked over that first dominoes. I think he got 5-6 kills in a row.
They didn't know where he was.
He's just like getting behind people's backs. And
like Jimbo said, they were looking for him. Like they were literally in
top center.
Like,
where's he going?
Yeah, and that's the thing about like just death cams is like if you get the kill and then you're just immediately out, it's like really hard to keep track. At this top level, that small stuff honestly matters. Like that's the stuff that like wins you those sorts of games, man. Yeah. And I guarantee you, he was aware of the, like every time he would get that kill, he's like, all right, I'm on death cam. I need to just get somewhere else. I need to just get out of here.
Yeah. Beautiful series though. FaZe unfortunately gonna bow out.
For improvement.
A little bit of improvement, top 4 this time. Yeah.
I don't think they would agree.
No, I don't know.
I think, you know, obviously we have Worlds
Tim.
coming up, and
yes, $20.
I do owe you 20 bucks. Yep.
What? What was the bet?
I thought FaZe were going to outplay Shopify.
I said Shopify will win or they'll outplay FaZe.
Yeah.
I mean, like, that's kind of...
we made this bet
two different things.
We made the bet after pools.
Yeah.
I mean, that was kind of like a one-way bet. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. One-way bet? You think that on paper Shopify's supposed to outplay FaZe?
No. But, like, I'm saying you had 2 variables in which you can win.
It's 2 bets. So it's $20 that one, Shopify or FaZe would win. So if FaZe won, I would give him $20. If Shopify wins, he gives me $20. The other bet was FaZe would outplay Shopify.
Okay. I thought it was all the same bet.
So it's $40, 20.
Accumulator right there. He's trying to get bigger odds.
Yeah, so, you know, it's like...
Shopify, I got to see a lot out of Shopify today.
I'm ready. I am a full believer in this roster. I think if they can keep their momentum early, if they don't get stifled right away, they just need to get that first game underneath them. I think it'll
that
unleash
map 1 tells everything, right?
I feel like,
100%. Do you feel like if they lose that map 1, it's in their head?
Yeah.
Like, obviously not taking a map on Sunday, right? And if they go into the first game on Sunday and not take that map, do you reckon that's going to play a big part in their heads? Like,
yeah, he said they changed a lot.
It's happening again.
Yeah, he said they changed a lot. They changed some things. So I don't know what those things are. You need to go into detail, which is understandable. But we'll see if those are impacted in that game 1. Space Station Gaming, though, again on a Sunday, looking good, as usual. Usually, you know, start slow, but they've been good all weekend.
What do you guys think of Cycle? To me, I think he's like the next man, like Pistola. Like it's like he plays a game where he doesn't take a lot of damage, like ever. It feels like he's always in the right spot, stays alive for really long periods of time. I'm just like, the more I watch him, the more I'm like, wow, he's playing like true Halo. He's a fan of the game.
I think describing him like a Pistola is pretty accurate because he's not really like a flashy kind of style player, right? He's not doing all these crazy, insane stuff like Stellar or Renegade or Frosty, these kind of players are doing. He's just doing what he needs to do and surviving. And even then, going into today, he's the highest KD of the tournament, right? If I've seen that correct, he's on top of the KD lead was going into Sunday.
He has 1.29.
So he's clearly doing something right. And like I say, it's not flashy plays, it's not popping off and stuff like that. So he's definitely, showing us what he can do, right? And I think Ola is the perfect explanation to describe him right there.
We miss Ola. What do you think? Cycle.
I haven't really been able to like watch much of him. I've versed him a few times.
Is he annoying to play against?
Who's the most
one of those really annoying players?
Let's just blast him. Who's the most annoying player in the HCS?
In the HCS.
Legend,
yeah.
I'm tired of playing.
You have too much experience with Legend.
I know what he's doing, but it doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter if I know what he's doing. He's going to kill me.
He's still going to kill you.
That's a good question. I mean, like, I don't know, man. Like, trying to think who really grinds my gears.
The play style, you know, just not being able to kill them online or on LAN, you know.
Dude, there's a lot of annoying players.
There is. It's just I think it's just the way the game is.
Yes,
like, you know
it definitely is with this game.
Yeah.
The strafe speed, the jiggle peeking, and you know, it's a, I don't know. It's really easy to be annoying in this game, in my opinion.
Compared to the second you start seeing them go left outside the pillar, then back to the right, and it's like, okay, like you're that guy, huh?
Yeah.
But like, honestly, damn, like I don't know. Who would you say, Jim?
So I said Legend. When you sit there and look at, I don't know, it's like players like Bound are also annoying with it.
Bound,
Like it's the kind of jiggle you can kind of play. Or I remember I'd always try and kill Road too, but I just never find him. You know, every time I play FaZe, like I remember.
It's because he's across the map in the back of his team.
Right, but I remember during like Halo 5 era, right? It was like, okay, you kill Roller 2, you'll beat this team. You have to go through a wave of, you know, Frosty, Lethal, Snake to find Roller 2. So it's just like,
there's a lot of layers there.
They were just constantly playing VIP game mode.
Yeah, right. It just honestly felt like, especially in like Coliseum and stuff like that. I mean, I got bad flashbacks playing against those guys in Coliseum, right? But
no, yeah, I'd say like anyone on like SSG, kind of like Stella. I mean, but Stella, he's a very confident player. I wouldn't say he's annoying to play against because he's just like, you get into a gunfight and he like walks you down, and I love that shit. I'm taking that fight too.
Right. Yeah, you like those gunfights. How about this? Like, instead of thinking about it as like who's the most annoying player, what's the team that you like find yourself playing against the most on LAN, and that you kind of like been frustrated with the results that you kind of want to like change in the future?
Quadrant for you, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
went past today or yesterday, right?
Quadrant was definitely like, they were playing annoying in a way that like they were annoyingly good at just two-manning stuff and like using their numbers. And I mean,
something about the Europeans love the two-man.
Well, I mean, the Euros are good at their fundamental AO. I mean, you guys teamwork pretty well. I know that was like one of the things, even playing with Foe in the off season.
Yeah.
Like we got the top 6. I was gonna bawl my eyes out playing on 200
ping. Do you guys even
ping.
remember that? During the LVT Opens, we played with Alex while he was still in ANZ.
I thought you were going to go to Europe because you're
was just, oh my god.
There was like small potential. It was like obviously based on Navi stuff back then. There was small potentials that Alex could cover, but you were still, from my understanding, still wanting to obviously come out to NA because that would be the place to be, right?
Yeah.
We played in one of the LVT Opens with Alex, and he was in ANZ still.
Yeah,
man, that guy's got some patience, man.
Unbelievably frustrating for every other team in the bracket, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Because they were global tournaments, so anyone could sign up, and it was just like, okay, like, who's going to play against Foe with Barcode? Who's going to have the Jink?
Well, the thing is we tried to pull West
Wait, hang on. Are you saying it would have been a bad experience for the Americans?
Right.
Wait, no, hang on. Is he saying that?
I'm just saying, I have perma Australians on my matchmaking right now. And
we're not getting into this argument, please.
I am ready to ban a region. You know what I'm saying?
We're already banned. I can't play back home.
You're supposed to go touch grass. You're supposed to visit family.
Tools, are you talking about lag compensation here? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, like, I can tell that they're not shooting me, but I certainly can't shoot them. And it's the same process of like,
he's ready.
He's going. I feel bad for the Australians, especially after it's like the network update really just ruined.
Oh no, no one plays matchmaking anymore.
Yeah,
but
it's hard to practice though.
Yeah, I mean,
unfortunately,
not much you can really do. 200 ping is gonna play to like 200 ping. It's gonna suck no matter what.
Yeah,
it's whatever. But
I can't even play on 40 ping. So
Jimbo, have you guys ever thought about like? I mean, you guys are like a top European team, but is there ever like a process of maybe we should like try to go to NA and compete in NA because the practice is better. You might see a little bit more result.
It brings me back to, I don't know if you guys remember the TCM era for Call of Duty. They had like Shane and Swanee and they came out here for 6 months, and it was such a heavy commitment for the organization that the org disappeared. I mean, like it was such, they made a good banner because of how expensive it is to come out here. You're effectively playing, you know, close to 5 digits for visas for 5 different people, then living space, then all this different stuff. It's such a huge investment. Yeah, it's just not possible to have a team. And it's like so rare to visa. Like obviously Alex in the situation he's in has been absolutely amazing, right? Getting the opportunity to come out here and Desert or Legend as well, right? It hasn't been easy, right? But it's I think that's the best way for someone who's international to come out here is showcase their skill and create that appeal to the NA teams, like say like Legend and Alex has done, right? And I mean, that's a dream for me. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was salty as hell when he got the visa and stuff like that. And I think I let him know it because that's something I've always wanted to do, right? Because out here is where you want to play.
Of course, yeah.
Right? And obviously seeing players like Legend do it, I'm like, screw that guy, but also he deserves it.
Yeah,
He is absolutely disgusting.
Right.
As much as it annoyed me, he's taking over all my accomplishments. I love just watching him do his thing, right? And it's like I'm proud to be European in a way,
That's genuine,
right?
man. I love that. That's
Two
genuine.
different perspectives.
Yeah, it's true. The salties are, and then
But
it's
you
like,
were like stuck in Singapore for like 4 months or
Thailand.
something? Thailand.
No,
yeah.
so that was G2 era, obviously. So I came over for the Super, and I honestly probably could have stayed in the States for the whole, like the rest of that season because it would have been like fine. But I ended up going all the way back home to Australia, chilled for a bit, didn't scrim for like ages, you know, leading into Orlando, and then I had to go to Thailand to get my visa done because COVID time, and there was a lot of backlog in Australia, and so getting my appointment done in Thailand was like the fastest option, and so I ended up going there, and was literally what was supposed to be like a week trip ended up into an entire month. I missed out on the only ANZ LAN, and
Yeah,
I got into the States 3 days before Orlando.
I remember
And
that,
then I didn't play the game. I didn't play the game for like an entire month.
Wow.
And we scripted like 3 times before the event, and we still somehow, I don't know how we got it, but we got top 6, I think. So it was like, we'll take that. We'll take that.
That G2 roster was like the biggest what if roster because it was like you guys never really got the practice to like compete the way that like you probably could have competed.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like, yeah, that whole process, like, I remember it was just like all the way from March or May, I believe, or somewhere between there. I'd say April, May. That's when it was like, you know, going on. I ended up only getting into the States 2 weeks before the Super.
Jeez, man.
So I wasn't competing. I left Chiefs. I stepped down. Obviously, I didn't want to. I told them about it, and I didn't want to obviously like, you know, be playing with the team. I'm just gonna leave because
I respect that, just saying.
ANZ regional was happening.
I still think you should have played the ANZ regional because that was like
I wouldn't have been allowed to.
Oh,
Can't
really?
double dip.
yeah, you can't play in both the regions.
Man, that's a big question back because the regional had like pretty decent prize pool.
Yeah,
support.
it was the same as the Super. I played in the Super though. That was just,
okay.
yeah.
So, but you would have like basically guaranteed won the regional in Australia at the time with the team that you were on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that team was disgusting.
Because I remember getting the visa and I was like, man, he just played in the regional and he'd probably make as much money in that one tournament than he'll make in NA.
Yeah.
But for you, you're a competitor.
If you're looking at strictly
Prize
pool
yeah.
placement,
I'm not talking about
maybe.
salary
Yeah, I was
or
gonna say
anything, that's
salary. That's a whole different thing, right? So.
I mean, yeah.
Journeys, baby. It's all about the journeys.
When did you get your first paycheck for playing Halo?
Well, like salary-wise,
Yeah, salary-wise.
Epsilon.
Epsilon. Wow.
What was that, like 2016? Or
Yeah.
even further back?
It was. What did we get? 200 euros, something like that.
Was it like,
A month.
did it feel like,
Sounds
was there like
about
a feeling of like accomplishment with that? Like, hey, like finally got it done, or you're
I
just
think when we knew what other orgs were getting in NA, and we obviously view ourselves at that point, it was like, what the heck? You know, we were getting more money from prize pool back then, kind of thing. Obviously, during the first year of Halo 5 with the prize money and the crowdfunding, right?
Yeah.
I think I lived off of Halo 5 from that crowdfunding, so yeah, no, back then it was pretty low. And I mean, salary wasn't really a thing. I think even back in the power era for Halo 3, the Bucks weren't even on a salary, from my understanding, right? They just got free equipment
no way,
and stuff.
bro. No way.
The Buck
you know what I mean?
twins.
Even back in MOG days, it wasn't really like you got salary, right? It was like sponsorship money.
Yeah,
basically.
basically
sponsorship and prize
sponsors,
money.
yeah.
Yeah.
Halo's always had bad timing
Yeah.
on its, because it's like it had great esports, right, in Halo 3 and all that. But it was before like esports were like a thing. So it was like all these players are going out and they're just playing for prize pool. There's not really any salary.
It was like they were playing for prize pool and free events.
Yeah.
Right. That's kind of the way it was. But then to me, coming to the Halo scene was like, you know, I paid out of pocket for my first event, and pretty much earnings from that pay me to go to the next event. And then it got to the point where you get you get funding to go to tournaments, and that's the kind of was the reward back then. Then salaries came into it and actually became professional,
Yeah.
like on paper. So that's it's kind of grown in that way. But obviously, you look up for esports, it's I mean, you don't want to. We're in the. As much as I love Halo, we're in the wrong esport if you're looking at it for money. You know what I mean? Like,
100%, yeah.
Like, we're let's be honest, we're all here for passion at this point.
Yeah,
we love the Halo.
And hopefully that will change one day. You know what I mean? I'm hoping it will.
Dude, the beginning of this game was incredible,
the next game, maybe.
dude.
Some of the salaries I was hearing about out here was wild.
The game was huge right when it came out, man. We had this game. I think it's still a beautiful game. I think it has a lot of potential, but I think
I still laugh at a lot of the NA teams. I'm not going too much. A lot of the NA teams were getting paid during the delay. Oh, so you want to switch? Do you want to switch?
You want to switch up?
Yeah, of course. He's been waiting. You know how long I've looked over, and Harry's like,
I can let the ITB duo.
he's dressed up. I need to go. I need to jump off.
Where do you go?
Huh?
Fiance is
Over there. I need to go to the bathroom anyway.
Okay.
He dressed up in the mirror today for this guy.
real fast.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm gonna step out. Thank you guys for having me on here.
Hey.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
Fun and enjoy Wonder Boy.
We didn't hear a single word you just said there.
He's running to the wrong way. But same for you, Barcode. Anytime you gotta go, just let us know.
Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I mean, if you just want me to go, you can say that.
We like you.
I was curious about at what point in your career, because when Halo Infinite came out, you're still pretty young. At what point were you like, I'm gonna go pro in this game?
That's a good question.
I mean, I was pro in Halo 5 at the end, very end. Well, technically, as Australian, it doesn't really matter.
Right, I feel like the difference.
Pretty sure I got a picture of us at one of the events. Maybe New Orleans. Let me see.
No, I wasn't at NOLA. I was at Atlanta 2018.
The last
Okay,
tournament.
maybe not.
the last
I
tournament.
might do. Let me see.
What a great tournament, by the way.
It was
Atlanta
actually, yeah, it was
2018.
nice.
Ooh. They had the Halo 3 2v2 on the side. The 4v4 was the best it's ever been.
I didn't even dwell on any of that sort of stuff. I just played like the tournament and was like in shock that that was my first ever NA event.
Who was your team for that event?
Me, Berserk, Slays, and Madzy.
Wow.
Yeah, throwback, yeah. And then obviously, that was like a whole other can of worms. Like I got dropped technically, sorta, after that, because no one knew what was happening with the next game. And then next game came around and I already had like another team and whatnot. But at the beginning of this game, so it was definitely an interesting time because I already knew like going forward, especially with how we like our results were in ANZ. I was like, dude, I mean, I've got a good feeling. You know what I mean? Like,
that's awesome.
Hopefully you got the GOAT gassing you up like the entire time. Too.
Oh yes, exactly. And he was a big part of G2. Obviously, he got the manager position. And
we're talking about Ogre 1, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know.
And so one of the biggest things he was like, it was actually so funny. I think it was after Raleigh. He's like, don't sign with anybody. That's awesome. He's like, don't sign with anybody. And that's the thing. I actually did have multiple offers, so it was gonna bound to happen. Like, you know what I mean? I was definitely gonna move, whether it was G2 or another team at the time.
What was the other options? Are you feel fine enough to talk about it, or?
I mean, I don't think anyone really cares, right? At this point, it was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, 3 years ago.
One of them was Complexity.
This was back when I was like Rob the Turtle. Though.
Was that Neuronical and those guys?
I think so, maybe. I have no idea specifically what that roster was. I just remember the orgs there was Complexity, there was a potential SSG.
Okay.
Obviously I was talking a lot to Kyle and whatnot. There's one other one that I'm missing that I forgot about, and then obviously
it was like
G2.
OpTic Gaming.
Oh yeah, something like that. I had to turn him down.
Fnatic maybe. Fnatic was around back then. I don't know what they were doing.
He was going to join us. You talked about this already?
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit.
That was this off-season.
Yeah, it was recent, but we just didn't have an org.
I feel like that would have been one of the coolest. It would have been cool, but I think it's better for you to be in NA, for sure.
Well, that's what they understood. I made that clear to them. I was just like,
he seems really hurt about it.
I'm not, to be fair. We had like clear, consistent lines of communication.
Hey, I'm mature when it comes to this shit. I'm not a shady Halo kid.
Yeah, like
I was updating people.
You didn't tell your team a week before that you're not showing up.
Oh man, there was some insane shit in the
I like
offseason.
that.
That's all I'm gonna say.
To be fair to Alex, every single not every single day, but like at least twice a week he was messaging like, hey, do you guys have an org yet? Like you were down and we were down to have you, but we just didn't have the org, so we couldn't make it happen.
It took a long time for you guys to get. I don't know how it took that long. We were even talking about it on LBT, like what is going on
every single day? Every single day, I was like, Louis, we could find money.
We had orgs. We had orgs approach us, but
it
had to be the right org.
Good
like,
for you.
I was desperately begging Louis to sign their deal.
Yeah, LBT was an option.
It just didn't make sense.
It
you
didn't.
just lose money on esports.
Yeah, this is it. You have to make the gamble, and also part of that is us understanding that, but also weighing it up in terms of like, right, well, sure, there's a gamble from a potential org side, but on the other side, we know our worth. Like we know what we're bringing to an org that signed us. So
you got a good org. IGB seems like a fantastic.
Shout out IGB, bro. They're the best. We love them.
Such a cool name. Into the Breach.
Baby.
It's cool.
Native Gaming also very cool org.
Yeah, cool org as well, man.
Love those guys.
We have some cool orgs. It all worked out in the end. Happy ending for both.
I'm glad that we did well this event, man. It's the least they deserved, especially after the past year and a bit. Like,
yeah, you guys have been through a lot.
I had a feeling when we watched you guys scrimming on media day that you guys just looked completely different. I know Quadrant then, they weren't playing against you with headsets, but like I could tell, even when you played us, like your intensity and the way you guys were playing together, like I knew they were going to be in for like a big event this event. And
that's awesome.
I know big for you is not top 6, but like in terms of progress, hitting your stride at the right time in the season, like top 6 this event is big.
If there's any time to start like peaking, it's now, obviously.
Yeah,
but you know, we've had more time now to kind of hone in on like what the hell is actually going wrong. You know, once again, like that FaZe series, I'm still disappointed in how we lost that one. Every game was literally winnable, even that interference, and it was just like, damn, like just like 1 or 2 players go differently, and it's like we make it to Champ Sunday.
Don't you just feel though when you play against FaZe, they always have that like intangible something that those plays that just like those 1 or 2 plays that you think, oh, I wish they had gone better, they just get right like every time. You have to force like the mistakes out of them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to like put it. I feel like for us, when we versed them last night, it was kind of we were giving them too much rain. I feel like they were honestly being able to just make plays like that they really shouldn't. But I mean, that is FaZe's specialty. They do pull stuff out of their asses. And you know, if it works, it works. But if it doesn't, then it's really bad for them.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, it sucks. But you know, we know now for the big
Worlds
one.
is the big one.
Do you know your pools for your team?
Tried figuring it out. I think we get 2nd place from this event. Because we're ahead of Quadrant on major points. So although it shows them 7th here, it depends how the seeding works. If it's major and regional combined, or if it's just major points, because we're like 5th in major points or something, like going into this event. So because we were above them going in, and we matched their placement with top 8, I don't know why that shows 7th, 8th.
Yeah, Jimbo's saying the same thing for...
I would like to see... So I don't know how that's happening, but anyway, we'll wait and see. I'm done doing bracket logic. I've done it for every event.
I've never done it. I just like
be surprised.
I ask my teammates, I'm like, who are we playing? Yeah. Because they always spearhead it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how can you? People love it, dude. People love the bracket logic.
No, it's my
stuff.
job, but like after this event, I know that we just have to go into every single series knowing we have a chance to win it. Like Shopify was winnable. Who else did we play? Like we played C9. We kind of beat them fairly handedly. Open team. And we play FaZe. Almost reverse sweep them. We go game 5 with Sen, beat them. And then SSG, we just ran out of gas, to be fair. But like, it's those fast-paced teams we need to get the answer
Yeah, what was
for.
that Sen series all about? I think I was playing at the time. I didn't get to watch it.
It was just back and forth. It was back and forth. We won game 1, 4-1 live fire, and then we got something like 45-39 up in Solitude Slayer game 2, and then we fucking pissed it away. Then the big mental reset comes in.
Guys go out back,
we do the big huddle, and then we come back and lose game 3.
Okay.
And then we started like tilting a little bit on the Streets oddball in round 1. We lost round 1 and we're like, okay, well, we're one fucking round from like leaving this tournament now, like not even top 8. So like I had to bash their heads together.
Lock the fuck in.
And they locked in. We won by like 1 second in round 3 to force game 5.
The round 3 oddball.
Yeah, that I was shitting myself. Not literally, but figuratively.
No, I mean, people
maybe a
don't,
little bit literally.
people don't respect the coaches enough. I feel like you have that job. That's you. That's kind of you to get there and get everyone just like, guys, we still got this. You have to be that extra voice because, yeah, tilts will happen in a tournament too.
Yeah, I hope they listen.
Yeah.
And then game 5, yeah, was live fire, and we just won a cycle of weapons and spawns, and then won the game.
All right, boys, we're gonna get Eli Mikowski on.
I was about to head out.
Cool. Let's. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, Eli Mikowski, you can stay on if you want. But
I'll stay on. Yeah, hey,
You just got on, man. You can't.
I love this game. Come on, Tyson. Hey,
boys get on. We'll be right back.
Tricast, let's go.
The couch is Wonder Boy, and I got Eli the Ninja and Eli the Ninja. Just kidding, that's Eli X. What's going on,
I'm
gamers?
seeing double. There's 4 Elis.
There's too many Elis, man. This is the first time we've ever been spotted in the same room at the same time, so we're dispelling the rumors that we're the same person. But this should be a lot of fun, man. I've been looking forward to this specific matchup for quite a while. OpTic started off this tournament kind of rough, let's be honest. I mean, they lost to Complexity. They looked a little bit shaky on Friday, but they absolutely righted the ship, and they looked phenomenal yesterday. Find themselves in a familiar spot, winners finals, against Shopify, who traditionally has not won a single game on Sunday, let's just be honest, in the last like 3 tournaments straight. So there's a question on my mind, will they finally get over that hump?
Didn't they go game 5? Atlanta? Did they go game 5? Or London?
Not on Sunday.
Have they not won a single game on a Sunday?
They have not
that
won
can't
a
be
single,
true.
That is true.
Yes,
The last 2 tournaments. Yeah.
Dude, it's been heartbreak for Rebellion. They've been close, they've been in contention, but they have not been able to ice up in a single Sunday match, much less a series. So you got to walk
Sunday,
before
like,
you can run.
Every single event this year, and they've not won a single game.
It's crazy.
Yep.
They're such a talented team too. It's shocking that they have not been able to, get into that top 2 yet.
I can't believe that.
On the
That's
KD
crazy.
leaderboard, cycle #1. And best support player, by the way. He won the best support award while having the top KD, which is insane.
And KAD of a 2.08. I mean, that is like matchmaking numbers against the best in the world. Is formal, showing why he's one of the best snipers in the world, already ripping a couple faces. But before we get into this, we're just a couple minutes into our winter final. Let's talk about the energy this weekend, Wonder Boy. You've been to a lot of HCS tournaments. This is one of the most electric I've ever heard the crowd, and it's not just for OpTic this time.
Yeah, it's insane here. It really is. Even the feature stations, obviously out of commission today because we're wrapping down as the tournament narrows down, but we were there a lot throughout pool play, throughout the bracket. The viewer experience here is really good, enables people to, especially on feature 1 and 3, well maybe not so much on 3, which is the far side, but feature 1 especially, you have basically it's like a 45-degree angle, so you have seats on the sides of the players and behind the players, so you feel like you're in kind of a mini arena when you're up on that stage. And then obviously main stage is huge and looks so good, and SSG fans, they're obviously, this is their state, this is their city, so they turn up, they get loud, and it's not just for them, it's for every team. They just appreciate good Halo, which is sick. It's sick for us. We love that.
Have you felt the same way walking around? I know you've been here since Friday, right?
Yeah, I got into town Thursday. Been here for every day of the event, and you know, I've been to a lot of events. This is one of the coolest venues. The main stage is so sick. Just the energy in the room is amazing, and you know, not to mention all the cool side stuff that they got going on with the arcade games.
Oh my God, yeah.
All that, you know, it's definitely a blast.
Yeah, shout out to SSG putting on an awesome tournament. Shout out to OpTic. They got this flag in the base, but can't run it right in. Correctly sensing the pressure. These guys have such a fine, acute sense of timing and understanding if they're going to cross that path, if they're going to be melted. So they actually just backtrack, get a couple of kills, and then comfortably place it in. That's by the book from OpTic.
For me, H4F. 7 kills, no deaths, and ran that first flag in.
Wow, he hasn't died yet?
Came to play.
I didn't even realize
It's almost at the halfway mark.
That's insane.
Insane. Caster Curse, what do you know? Way to go, Wonder Boy. Welcome back to casting. Welcome back to sniping Lucid as he quick scopes to another dome. Now going to pick up that QT and dominate more mid-map control, suppressed with the body. And this is all damage that'll be able to allow OpTic to continue to push up off the map. So no counter cap potential even in sight. Not even 1% chance there for Shopify Rebellion. And I think Wonder Boy, for a team that hasn't won a single game on Sunday, you want to gain the lead early, start to feel like you can do this, but not when Lucid's ripping your face off.
If Lucid's doing Lucid things, you're in trouble.
You have to start early and as strongly as you can on the Sunday. And I gotta say, Argyle Flag's probably one of the worst game types to start a series like this.
He scores. I've never seen that before. Have you ever seen a player score the flag and then automatically get back to top mid control? Lucid with the QT, the final nanosecond of it, immediately gets back to the mid map. And again, a counter cap, not only in contention for Shopify, OpTic looking to put together a trip cap with that QT from Lucid. He's already pulling another one. Yeah. Domination here on Sunday for OpTic Gaming.
I have to say, I don't think many NA teams played this map very well. This is one of the flag maps that I just don't think NA teams know how to play. OpTic is the exception to that. They know the roots. They know exactly how the map needs to be played. It comes from patience. It comes from map control. Lucid doing his fundamentals. As you said, caps the flag, knows where its TP goes back to. You have to control your vent for defense, and then you can immediately springboard forward. No response from Shopify. This is 3-0.
Wow. Oh my God.
Unreal. Oh my God.
OpTic making a statement in game 1, but I mean, according to Wonder Boy's analysis, they're the only North American team that knows how to play it, so maybe that's why it's so dominant. Maybe Shopify looked better in the Slayer, which we know they're very good at, right? It doesn't really matter the map. Shopify, some of the straightest shooters in the league, but I tell you what, man, when this OpTic roster is firing on all cylinders, they are the best in the world, it feels like.
Yeah, they're just playing out of their minds, and Formal has been on point all weekend. They had a little bit of a shaky performance on Friday during some of the pool play matches, but ever since they got into bracket play, they have just been absolutely dominating.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about OpTic is, like, somehow they always like underperform a little bit in scrims before the tournament, and people are like, I don't know, are they gonna be good? And then like people release their predictions and they put OpTic go top 4, maybe top 6 this event. Like they're just looking chick. Do you guys forget that Formal shows up every single tournament on LAN? Doesn't matter if it's Halo, Call of Duty, Stardew Valley. I don't care what the man's playing. He's gonna find a way to fry.
OpTic's almost disrespectfully not caring about Friday, not caring about pool play, even Saturday morning. They just do not, they look like they do not care. They look like they're not even trying. So I think it's all bait on Friday. When we saw Complexity take them down 3-0, that was not a cause for concern. That was just OpTic saving the energy for when it matters most. And that is so important. Again, we talked about this on Friday, actually, the event experience, tournament experience, knowing how to take Friday and amp it up every single day. OpTic may be one of the best teams in the world at doing that.
Yeah, don't forget Zane was on his deathbed on Friday.
True. Yeah,
I've not seen him since, but I'm going to assume he's feeling a little bit better because OpTic, like, they turned on the Jets and they're looking really good.
He was looking a lot better yesterday from what I could see, and I'm sure today he's probably, I'm assuming after Friday, he probably just went back to the hotel straight to sleep all night, get as much rest as possible.
We left the arena after Friday, after we played C9, and they had just beaten Quadrant, I think. And I walked outside to go to the hotel, and I literally saw him, like, keeled over, almost on all fours, just like, I thought he was going to die, like, there and then. I was like, do I need to call an ambulance? Like,
yeah,
he was sick.
He looked zombified.
Yeah.
So he did not look good.
He must have recovered really well between Friday and Saturday, because yesterday he was playing lights out.
Yeah.
So
I was really worried for him, like, genuinely.
Yeah.
I told him to power through. I'm going to say it's my words of wisdom that allowed him to... there was a cameraman there, so I'm wondering if that will come up in... is it Vision? OpTic Vision? The documentary?
The Process.
The Process, there you go.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Vision's from like years ago. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
you
a
can't
boomer,
let Wonder
guys.
Boy down. If Wonder Boy says you're going to pull through, you're going to pull through.
That's a fact. Well, let's set our sights on game 2 here. Streets Slayer. Now, obviously, the GAs have been talked about quite a bit. I feel like the GAs have impacted this map the most. The meta really used to revolve around that shotgun control. The AR was also highly consequential. Now it's just really the Repulse and the Stalker. That's all that anyone's really playing for. Disruptor doesn't get picked up either. So I think that this map does now favor Cobra side, because Cobra kind of spawns right next to it, at least off the rip, but you've got to play smart throughout and really keep track of that Stalker spawn.
Well, this is where Shopify Rebellion got to remind the HCS community that they're one of the best Slayer teams in the world, led by Halo's main Slayer, Suppressed. Looking to see him put together his best Slayer performance of the weekend. Shopify got to have it after OpTic Gaming absolutely dominate game number 1.
That's actually a big death from Suppressed, because yeah, you're talking about Stalker and you're talking about Repulse, Commandos, battle rifles, the extra utility and kind of the rifle triangle we have at this moment in time that hasn't been GA'd. Like Commandos, battle rifles, anytime you can get them into your arsenal, it gives you an extra bit of dimension. And on a map like Streets, where it's a 3-lane map, but it's also kind of a 5-lane map, and there's like long lines of sights, and the damage really is the catalyst for your pushes. So if you can keep control of, look, we have a Mando on Lucid, we had Trippy just then with a Stalker as well. Like, you have the range to then enable the pushes.
APG on the couch yesterday even said there's something about the Commando that really fits into Lucid's playstyle. He seems to overemphasize going for it. Here he is with it. Got the camo too. It takes down Mental, Lucid, and OpTic Gaming. Picking up where they left off. They're already up 6 in the early goings of game 2.
Commando definitely feeling like it got a silent buff just by the fact that the Bandit got so much slower. Commando feels like one of the best guns in the sandbox after the GAs as well. So not surprising at all that the sandbox master himself, Lucid, taking Affinity to the Commando. And look at him just, has he missed a bullet with this thing yet? He's so precise. Catches Suppressed off guard as well. And it's not what we're used to seeing from Suppressed. He's usually right place, right time. OpTic are up 12-3, and this does not feel good for a Shopify roster that has yet to win a game on a Sunday.
If I'm Lucid right here, I think about getting to Arcade and preventing Shopify getting stickies, because Shopify need trades to get back into this. Look at Soulsnipe, 0-0-4, like he's 3 deaths away from being James Bond. So Press has stickies here. He's literally, all he's going to try and do is get a trade to get his team some map control, but that's Lucid's first death of the game, 2 minutes in.
This is just lights out. I mean, OpTic came to play this weekend. I mean, 17-4 is the most dominant stat line, and this is between 2 of the top 4 teams.
This is winter finals, and it feels like lower round 1 of the open bracket.
Another thing here, Trippy hasn't died yet, but he did have Stalker. So OpTic are going to know the timing. If Shopify haven't already grabbed it, there's going to be a red room push here real soon from OpTic.
Looks like Trippy's getting behind enemy lines already. Finds 3 backs. But looks like Shopify do kill the other 2 on the other side, nullify the pinch, so getting a little bit of slays on the board, but you gotta wonder, like, this start might just be too strong for them to come back.
And we always say, Eli, you can't win a game of Slayer early, but you can't lose it. And this just feels like a game that Shopify has not afforded themselves enough of a comeback potential. There is no path. It's muddy, it's twisty and turny, and at every corner, you've got a final boss waiting for you in OpTic Gaming.
They're just relentless with the pressure, man. They are not letting their foot off the gas, and they're just completely controlling this game right now.
Tripled up on the lead are OpTic Gaming. Where does Shopify find their way back into this? Now 3 dead, and this is
27-8.
You can just continually predict spawns and collapse back and forth. That's really what OpTic have done. They have not allowed Shopify to get any complementary angles to get out of these spawn traps.
Soulsnipe just got his first kill.
I was, no, he got his kill a while ago, but he wasn't James Bond, he was Master Chief, 117. Now he has an assist. But big game plan from OpTic, I think, has been preventing Shopify getting those trade weapons. Like stickies, spikes, there's only 4 of them on the map, two of each. Controlling C stairs on your pushes and collapses into C, and then again collapsing into B before the stickies even come up. Like, I know it sounds like super niche, but that's the level that these 2 teams are playing at right now. And the counter to Shopify is stopping those trades.
Lucid 10-3, by the way. This man looks like he is tired of finishing 2nd place. He feels like he is ready to finish 1st place. He's obviously going to have to finish the job here against Shopify and then see whoever comes back out of that lower bracket. But this is the best I think we've seen Lucid play in a while. But at the same time, last tournament was where he hit that insane overkill. This guy just never like plays bad.
Shopify Rebellion look apprehensive, and I'm not talking about their positioning and their aggressiveness pushing, apprehensive in the shots they're taking. I know the Bandit had a TTK rate of fire nerf, but they're even shooting slower than that, looking questionable with the shots they're taking. You gotta just go subconscious mode if you're in like a winter final on a Sunday. My God, Shopify are absolutely getting dominated, the likes of which I don't think any of us expected. We talked about how Shopify haven't won a game yet on Sunday, but we didn't expect this. 33-16, OpTic Gaming are destroying them.
Yeah, I gotta say, there is a bit of life in Shopify in this series because you have a break after this game, whatever happens, if you bring it back, if you, no doubt, I mean, probably gonna lose. You get that game 2 break, and then you go into live fire strongholds, which Shopify traditionally pretty good at. Obviously OpTic good as well, but Shopify, if there's a bounce back in this series, I know you used the term yesterday, that trampoline. Yep. It's gonna be that live fire strongholds game 3, and then after that it's a recharge oddball. So it's definitely in the long-term vision of this series, not over for Shopify, but that's got to be weighing on their minds, the fact that they haven't won a game on a Champ Sunday yet. I still can't believe that stat, by the way. That's got to be fake.
It's pretty nuts. They made it to winners finals the last 2 tournaments in a row. Got 3-0'd and then 3-0'd.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Insane.
All right, guys. Looks like they're going to be bringing Hoaxer on, so thank you guys so much for
Eli,
having me.
before you go, man, any last words, bro? I want to make sure that you get a chance to shout out your Twitch. I know you're always streaming, creating content for the Halo community. Where can we find you, and where can we show some support?
You can find me on Twitch, Eli_X, and outside of that, I just want to say thanks to LVT, Halo, the whole crew. You guys are amazing, man. You guys have done such an awesome job this weekend, and Halo community is definitely just grateful for everyone involved. And just thanks for letting me hop on the couch with you guys for a little bit.
We'll have you on the podcast soon.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Yeah, we'll see you soon, brother. I love how chat was enjoying 2 Elis on the couch together at the same time. So glad we got to experience that moment together as we make way for the coach for Native Gaming, Hoaxer.
Hell yeah.
Helping break that top 12 curse we've seen from Native Gaming throughout the season, and they cut that in half, man. Top 6 this weekend as Hoaxer puts on the headset. Welcome to the stream, brother.
Coach's corner, baby. Coach's corner. Let's go.
All right, I'm back.
We back.
We are back.
Yes, you been watching this, man?
You know, I just wrapped up with a Native interview, so I've been like at the back.
Okay.
You know, so I'm trying to catch up with the latest here.
OpTic is absolutely decimating Shopify, which we've talked about. Shopify is still trying to find their W on a Champ Sunday, but I don't know if it's them not playing their best or if OpTic is just playing on that high of a level, but it might be a combination of the two because this is kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just different, like, right? Like, no matter how well you were playing or how bad you were playing the day before, it's just a completely new day, and I mean, it's just a different version of these teams.
At what point do Shopify start to feel almost snake bit on a Sunday? And I'm not talking about PJ. This is unbelievable. It's got to be mentally in your head as a competitor, maybe even as a coach, to think, can we do this? We haven't yet.
Well, I mean, I can kind of relate it to us with Quadrant, because Quadrant's always been that hump in the road for us that, like, you know, after every tournament or in every tournament they've just dominated us, and it's not been close. And, you know,
some teams just have a hard counter, right?
It's just a hard, yeah, they were like a hard counter for us. And then, like, going into this, you know, our series with them yesterday for top 6, I mean, it was the other way around. So at some point, I don't know, you just evolve, like, or you have to, right? Like,
yeah, I mean, these guys have had a lot of time to study what's gone wrong against OpTic in the last couple tournaments, right? Like, I think they've lost to them in every tournament so far. That's why OpTic has gotten second place at every tournament. Shopify, but you got to think, like, they've been trying to prep for this series, but it just hasn't shown yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd. I think it's weird because, like, OpTic, they have, like, many faces about them. Because sometimes, like, they don't really show up as far as, like, online. And then when it comes to the tournaments, they just flip the switch.
Yeah.
You know, and that's really all that matters, really. At the end of the day, it's like how you show up at tournaments. And
I think that's gotten the best of a lot of teams because they might do well against OpTic in an online tournament.
Or on Friday.
Yeah, or on Friday, and feel like, oh yeah, we can beat them.
Yeah.
But then they're just not even the same team at all come Sunday and have no chance. It's just insane the level that these guys hit when it matters most. What do you see in this from the side of Shopify? I know you, as a coach at ITB, you've had many interactions with some of these top rosters. From your perspective, like, what is the key to victory if you're going to take a game off these guys?
Against OpTic, I don't think we've ever taken a game off of OpTic since I've been a coach. They're a hard counter for us as well. It's tough. Like I said, this game 2 break is huge. Like, it's a mental reset. You have to believe you can reverse sweep because you have a live fire strongholds that I think Shopify are very good at. All you have to do is, you know, prevent the 2 Mandos going into the hands of OpTic, and then obviously work around the weapons. And then you have an oddball, which is a longer one. And you have a chance from there. Get yourself to that oddball, and then you have another break to go to game 5. And it's a Slayer, which is your wheelhouse if you're Shopify. You know how to play Slayer. So I think Street Slayer, forgive me if I'm wrong, is probably OpTic's best. They beat FaZe yesterday, game 5 on
they just
Streets.
lost the 50-26er.
Yeah, that's a steak.
It's kind of like...
That's a double up steak dinner. That's like steak and eggs on a Sunday brunch, bringing out the mimosas, and you're drinking Tito's and orange juice, screwdrivers. I mean,
OpTic's vibing right now.
It is all OpTic game. 3-0 in the Argyle, and that was back-to-back flag caps on a map that doesn't play to it. You are not supposed to do so in an Argyle. They made it look like Aquarius.
Yeah, Americans aren't supposed to do that.
He says Americans suck at Argyle. What do you feel about that?
Oh, really?
OpTic are good. I'd say the second best is actually you guys.
Yeah, we're
you
not
guys
bad.
Know. You guys
are
absolutely
solid,
We like us some CTF.
Yeah, I was talking to Mike, social media guy for Native. Shout out to Mike, great guy. He's like, if all 5 games in the series were CTF, we'd win the tournament. But it's just not how it works.
Yeah, they need to add in Catalyst, CTF, Combi CTF. Like, let's get those in there.
Bring back Sank.
Yeah, wait. Bring them all. Yeah, I mean, we'd be down.
It's fun watching you guys on Pit. I feel like Gilkey and APG got to be 2 of the best Pit players in the world, like, easily.
I mean, it's an OG player's favorite. And it reminds me back, it takes me back to our series against FaZe for a top 4. The game 1 was Empyrean CTF, and we were controlling a lot of the momentum. We had a good flag pool that was it was projected to be our second cap, and we probably would have took the game. But we had some miscommunication. But overall, I mean, like, we're super confident on that game type. I mean, it's no question about it.
Yeah, but OpTic also super good at CTF, obviously destroying them in the Argyle. I have to agree the series layout does play well to the potential reverse sweep from like that perspective, but like, doesn't it feel like the momentum might just be a little bit too strong on the side of OpTic?
Here's what I say, and I said this actually yesterday to my teammates when we were 2-0 down against FaZe. The shit game types are out of the way in this series. The next 2 are really good for us, then we get a break, and then we go game 5. That's the goal. We don't think about anything else. Loss is not on the agenda because we can't do that now. So live fire, we focus game 3, then we go game 4, which is a long one, and then you get another break. That's all you have to do. Just,
I mean,
it's all game types in these types of series.
To be honest, like, not even like being like delusional. Live fire strongholds for Shopify, if you're going to flip the switch and reverse, it's going to start with the live fire strongholds.
It's a momentum builder too.
For sure.
You can play super fast and aggressive. If you get control early and control the spawns, it's like definitely a momentum builder.
Think back to the offseason when Shopify Rebellion, going into Season 3, made massive leaps and strides based off of their pace, their aggressiveness, and I can't think, like you said, Hoaxer, but better map game mode combination than Stronghold's live fire to just full gas on the pedal. You got that winner's bracket token in your back pocket too if you're Shopify Rebellion. I'd like to see them play like they got nothing to lose, man. Throw it all out there.
I just remembered the clip from is it Lucid last event? It was on Shopify on this map.
Oh man,
was it this game mode? No, I think it was oddball. It was
I think it was oddball.
You're bringing back ghosts.
But yeah, I was going to say,
it's got to be in the back of their head a little bit, right?
Mental holds down tower really well, and then I thought, wait a second, mental tower. Wait, what happened there? Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, I think we all
tried to throw the snipe off, and then didn't he get blamed for the OV as well?
Yes, he slides back for it. I'm going to take that back from you, Tommy. No, you're not. As he hits the no-scope for probably the best overkill, probably the best clip of the year.
Karma after that.
In tournament play, absolutely.
All right, let's see it again. You can do it once. Can you do it twice?
So starting off with Dead Zone, man that was not feeling great on Friday.
Wow. Okay, here we go.
A little shaky there.
No trade.
Not used to seeing that out of dead zone, but this guy, I think, should be able to right the ship and lock in. But that boat is just a nice little win to start off for Shopify.
Yeah, for the first time this series, Shopify gets to feel what it's like to have a lead. And despite a couple of slays going down, 3 actually going down for Shopify Rebellion, they're going to retain control of B and C. So a nice job, objectively efficient. Despite going down in slays, they're still going up in points.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. I thought that OpTic had the favorable, like, mathematical outcome there, but somehow they're on the other end of the 2-cap.
Dead Zone did get the camo, but got cut down pretty quickly thereafter. Formal has the sniper. So far, getting the sandbox, but not really able to convert it into any progress just yet.
All right, my OCD's kicking in. We need to reset B, guys. Let's reset B.
Yeah, I'm wondering, we didn't get an observer look over to that side of the map. They must have cleared it.
Thank you, Donnie.
He said, I got you, Hoax.
Yeah, that's a big pet peeve of mine. Let's get that reset when we're like right next to it.
Right, yeah. I don't like people going out of their way for the reset when it doesn't, like, you can control the space around it better. But yeah, if you're right there, just reset it.
Yeah, it's like 50% capped. Just reset that.
This is exactly the start that Shopify Rebellion needed.
It is, isn't it though? Like,
absolutely.
For real.
Donnie's awake, 5 and 2. Lucid's asleep, 0 and 3. I mean, like, your superstar is having a good start. Their superstar is not. Kind of the keys to success here, I think.
Oh, look at this damage coming in right here.
Honestly, way better from OpTic on that push. I was sick of them trying to headbutt B over and over. It was looking like a year 1 live fire strongholds. They finally played for Shopify's home, and then Shopify read it. That's insane. If I'm Shopify here, I don't give a shit about this camo in 20 seconds. You're in a trip. Spawn them on it, let them have it. We don't care about that. Stay in the trip, protect the homes, protect B. Let them have the camo. We'll get like 50 points off of this.
Ironically, you might just end up with the camo.
Exactly, yeah, they might bring it to you, you might slay them and then go.
I'm actually surprised OpTic in a situation where they're down 2+ minutes are prioritizing camo. Usually you see teams forget about the camo and start to play for other cap points, but Shopify Rebellion are going to continue to roll off of this. You can see the camo's up, Soul Snipe's the closest to it.
They're going to get it. No, he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it.
Yeah, OpTic's got to be fast.
He can play aggressive.
Great read from OpTic. They're going to be fast, I think. Oh, they might
burn the camo.
That's insane.
Shopify just controlling all corners of the map so well, just rotating flawlessly. And because this was such a delayed camo grab, he should be able to use it to get the snipe as well. Get that super deadly combination
Make a play here. Make a play here on C.
Nice.
That's exactly what OpTic needed here.
You got Zane trying to make plays here. It's the right guy for the job.
Have you spoken to Dead Zone today? He was really sick on Friday.
Was he really?
He was like, honestly, he looked really bad.
Ah, man, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, they wouldn't even show his player cam. Everybody else's player cam was up, but I think he requested to not because he was just like feeling that bad.
It's like SpongeBob meme where the eyeball's falling out.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
That's a niche reference, but I got it.
Well, Shopify Rebellion here bouncing back in Game 3, making Stronghold's live fire almost look like an interference map where the first team that wins the opening break scores 1 to 2 minutes uncontested. OpTic do get back on the board, but Shopify are making them earn every second of it, up 176 to 26.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, I mean, they were in a dominant triple cap, and somehow OpTic managed to like stop the bleeding, and now they're, they've got the momentum, so to speak here.
Holding it pretty well so far, I would say. I don't think they care about having C whatsoever. Trippy going down is a big deal, though. Shopify should be able to collapse off of this opening. Dead Zone neutralizes it, though, with the nade on Soul Snipe. 3v3 situation. Shopify are going to take A, but I think OpTic might now flip to C instead.
I mean, hindsight is 2020, but I feel like it was a double or a triple bluff on that camouflage that came up, what, 2.5 minutes ago now. Soul Snipe thought, oh, okay, they're leaving camo, let me TP back to B, and then they re-wrapped. Dead Zone got it late, grabbed Snipe, then they got A behind them, and then took C after, and now OpTic look in more of a rhythm. Camo 10 will see who plays for what. If I'm OpTic, again, I'm probably, if I'm in the ascendancy here, I ignore this power up. It's not an overshield.
They're looking good right now. They should be able to get B back here if they clean up Cycle.
Cycle has nowhere to go.
So the downside to that is you surrender camo to Shopify, but again, you don't care. You have scoring.
Yeah.
And even if Shopify go down in this series, this is a massive map for them. to say we can win on Sunday.
Oh my god. And they reset
That was with
C.
Camo too.
They reset C. That's heartbreaking for Shopify. Again, a perfect read and a reason why you ignore power up if you're scoring on this map.
Yeah.
There's no need to play for it.
Yeah, so, I mean, shout out to OpTic for making incremental gains. But if you're on Shopify end, you know, tell yourselves, like, look at the score, guys. That's all you need to see, and that's what you need to know going into your your respawns, and just have some mature decision making.
It's actually huge. Clutch shots out of suppress.
Losing for Cycle for the B cap. Oh, and Cycle wins the piv and B.
Wow.
The young man making his presence felt. I've been saying for a while, this guy could be like the next best player in the game. He's, what, 17 years old? How old is this kid?
He's very mature for his age.
It's insane the level that he plays at. He's one of the best at like target switching and staying alive. At, like just maximum damage output while staying alive. It's so impressive to watch.
Yeah, think about that situation as well. I mean, you're in a 1v1. All of your team is watching. All of the arena is watching. All the OpTic fans are watching. Against Lucid, the year 1 MVP, and you win it. It's insane. It's a real momentum swing for your team.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. I mean, the guy, like Cycle, he's very rarely doing, you know, too much. He's not really doing the crack movement that's unnecessary, you know, the crisscrossing, you know, it's
everything
very
he does feels very calculated.
Yeah.
The precise.
Yeah. I vibe with that.
Yes, I know you do. You're very much the calculated guy.
Yeah.
Shopify into the 200s, doubling up on OpTic Gaming. As OpTic at the 99 mark haven't quite gotten into triple digits just yet, as Rebellion looking to claim their first win on Championship Sunday. It's been almost 10 attempts.
There's no reason why this should not be a thing.
Oh, guys.
Oh, God.
I can think of a reason.
Oh, God.
If he hits that second one, and then I can start to see it, but... Okay,
Time
he's still alive.
Shopify, go take OpTic's home. Forget B. You can't win this back. Go take A.
I agree with you. So is it your philosophy, like,
That's crazy.
take the path of least resistance, like don't just headbutt one side, like just rotate around?
I mean, unless you see the opening, I mean, Shopify were contesting B there, and they ended up resetting it, so I don't, you know.
It's honestly situational, but if you can beat them to B, sure, but that's the neutral. You want to go take that home if you can, and then sweep the rug from underneath them. But if you can beat them to B and you're getting home cap spawns, you can maybe try and counter the exact play that I'm talking about. But yes, you have to have really good timing on B, and unless we see like a Sentinels SSG type situation that we saw in the pool play on this, I don't know. I feel like Shopify are going to that oddball game for.
237.
Get control one more time, really.
137, so 100 seconds down for OpTic
Nice.
still.
Good damage.
That's an unfortunate death by Formal there. I don't think he needed to die there. That might give them life.
Wow.
No. Wow.
I think Lucid got a spawn on screens and just rotated straight through the back of A.
OpTic doing exactly what I said. Go take Shopify's home. This is perfect. Now they're kind of trapped B, but they've left C. OpTic from this position could say we can play C and defend our home, well, one of our homes, or we can pivot to pillars, go take Shopify's one cap on B. It looks like they're going C and Shopify ready for it.
Dead Zone trying to find a timing window, but Shopify's so ready for him to round that corner.
Yeah, 1v2 is pretty unwinnable for Lucid. Just got to stay alive. You've got 5 seconds though to get your teammates
They
on.
have to go B. They don't have time.
On Victor here.
Yeah.
It's doable.
Thought he's going to rotate to pillars? No, he rotates back to A. I like this.
Mental on the solo cap here.
Yeah, where can OpTic go though? C or they're playing A? They're playing A.
He reset
and C.
He stepped out.
Big win.
Got it. Wow.
Okay, but they get C.
Yep.
Formal pulls their attention away from the rest of the map for just long enough to make that possible.
Have to go B OpTic. They have to
go
fight
straight
this.
to B.
Yeah,
There's no time.
That's
probably it.
That's it.
Big snipe from Suppress, looking to shut the door on OpTic, and he will.
Right.
Shopify Rebellion, after 3 tournaments, 3 championship Sundays, 3 winter finals, finally win their first game.
I think they're hearing us.
Yeah.
I think they heard us.
Monkey off the back, man. That's got to be like a weight off your shoulders. Like, okay, we're not going to double goose on another Sunday. We finally got it. That's a little bit of momentum. Obviously, they want a lot more than that, but it kind of takes some of that pressure off their shoulders, I think.
Yeah, pressure is a big thing, especially in big series. I think that was a really good game for Soul Snipe. His stats aren't going to say much. I think he dropped around a 1 3.0 KD maybe. But going into map 3, he was dropping a 0.43.
That's bad.
I always tell my
That's not
players,
great.
in these big series, give me 70, 80%. Don't give me 100% and then actually give me 20. Like, 70 to 80 is all you need. That's consistency we need to see from Soul Snipe. They now go into an oddball map 4, and I bet Best Man said exactly what I said on the couch. The shit game types are out the way. We've got good ones coming up for us now.
Yeah, and Soul Snipe known for applying pressure. It's not a stat you can see on the stat sheet, but you simply can't apply pressure when you're putting up a .43. I don't care how good your flanks are, your positioning, or the intangibles that you're contributing to the team. .43 is just not getting it done on Championship Sunday. So good to see Soul Snipe improve on his performance from games 1 and 2, and now Shopify are back in the mix.
Got to know Soul Snipe pretty well just from like doing some of these interviews on the couch with him the last couple tournaments, and he feels like the type of player that like he needs to be comfortable to actually play his best, like physically, like. But when he was in Orlando, it was like hot, and he's like sweaty, and he's just like not playing his best because he's not comfortable. In London, he's not getting enough rest. But like, if he can just like mitigate those outside of the game factors and just show up comfortable, like I think he can be an absolute force that we know he's capable of. We just don't always see it.
Right.
So maybe finding a little bit more comfort now and getting that win is going to make him feel even more comfortable.
For sure, for sure. I'm going to ignore that London rest comment.
I mean,
it's harder going back to the UK.
I'm sure it
jet
is.
lag wise.
And these guys all acknowledge that.
Yeah, it is, and I acknowledge it.
And it's like, but you have to also acknowledge that like some players are better at adapting to like their environment, like going from home in the comfort zone to like a LAN setup. You got the crowd. It's just like generally, I think that's a different skill gap, is like the ability to just show up anywhere, anytime, and like still be your best. And some people just don't have that, frankly.
Yeah, for sure. I think Soul Snipe is one of those players that needs to be in kind of a more comfortable environment, but I feel like that's also a muscle that you can train. Like the more you come to these events and get in these big series, the reps.
Experiential.
Well, that's where I think like you guys in Quadrant have like sort of an advantage because you guys are more hardened to having to deal with the traveling internationally.
Jet lag. Jet lag. Maybe you guys don't even experience it on a level that we do now. But, you know, I think that the NA players are less, you know, they have less reps of dealing with that.
It's the thing, it's way easier. It's easier coming here to the US to adjust your body clock to a clock going backwards than it is forwards to the UK. So
for sure.
When I come here, I'm fine. When I go home, it's like 2 or 3 days until I'm back before, you know, 12 p.m. awake time, like in the morning.
When will you guys show up in NA for the Halo World Championship to get that clock, that body clock, on Seattle time?
TBD. We're going to go assess our options and then figure out from there.
Yeah, I know that's no easy task.
It's not. Boot camps are expensive, man. Boot camps are expensive.
All right, here we go. Game number 4 starting off, and 2 to 3 off the start. So both teams vying for just inches of ball time and scoring. Usually see both teams vie for positioning and enough slays to feel like they can score 15 to 30 seconds of time. But here, OpTic and Shopify both content for 2 and 3 seconds with Shopify up by 1.
Yeah, it looks like we hopping in a little bit late here because you usually don't see both teams with some ball time off the rip. This is one of those game modes that you really need strong map presence before you even feel cozy to grab the odd ball. It's just so exposed.
Yeah, it's fascinating that the score is 3-2. It's like, what happened
I don't know.
First like 10 seconds?
It's kind of where my brain went. Like, don't see that. But both teams want to get the shock rifle. Probably want to get some presence in A and gold. Try to get some of the setup, or maybe long haul so they can set up for a rotation to C. But
it's like OpTic's got it.
Yeah. Cycle though wins a big fight in A, which immediately gives Trippy the heads up. He needs to start rotating at the opposite direction, anticipating the next push. 2v2 on the map. Trippy said, all right, I got
ball play there.
Said I got my 10 seconds.
Instant-nade. Ooh!
That was actually clean.
Oh,
Trippy's one of the best in the world at that.
Love that.
He's always so crafty with the kills he gets.
Somewhere while she is salivating right now. Is he on the desk? Is he commentating?
I think he should be up there. If he didn't get sucked into the Halo 2 land, which is very possible as well. I know that's where I'm going after this.
Soul Snipe now with the shock in his hands. Oddball still precariously set out, and that's been a while, long enough to reset at the initial starting point, not far off where from Trippy initially reset that. As Soul Snipe does not get any value out of that shock rifle, and it trades back in the favor of OpTic Gaming, but Cycle does have camo.
Camo shock. One of the things that annoys me about the broadcast. Oh no, he dies. That's a bit of a mistake.
Camo shot goes for ball.
They don't show us the round starting, so we can't start our coaches' stopwatches.
Yeah.
We don't know when the next camo's coming up. We don't know, unless we see shot be used, the last ammo out of it, we don't know when the next one's coming up. So we can't get in the players' brains and kind of understand their decision-making from a broadcast perspective.
Yeah, unless you like get the audio cue and, you know, unless you're cracked and not ammo count. I don't know,
Yeah, we count shots. Definitely don't do that.
Oh, wow. Look like Trippy maybe holding the trigger a little bit too hard with that commando. You want to feather it a little bit. Bloom got the best of him there. Lucid with a huge slide. Does get stuck though. That's a massive trade for Soul Snipe.
Yeah, Suppress needs a play ball here. If he can get to blue. There is a grapple down though, so we could see a big play. But
There goes the play ball.
Oh.
And there goes the feed.
And there goes the feed.
Louis, wake up.
Don't worry, Louis will right the ship. There we go.
Hey.
All right, we've transitioned to the main broad now. So.
And there we go. And to answer y'all's question, Dead Zone looks much improved and much better than he did on Friday. So
Okay,
good to see Zane feeling better, playing better. Not that he's been playing poorly throughout the weekend, but it's a big consideration is your health.
Yeah, listen, we're all competitors, we're all rivals, some friendly, some not so friendly, but like health becomes above absolutely everything. So great to see him back on his 2 feet, literally, because he was killed over when I left the venue Friday.
Oh my God. Crazy that he was even like playing at all. But yeah, he definitely was not himself on Friday. Showed up in a big way yesterday. Suppress showing up right now though.
It is 12-12 with 90 seconds left in regulation. The scoreboard is an anomaly right now.
That's so crazy.
Shopify are going to have an edge after 3 go down for OpTic Gaming. Cycle has that camo once again, and let's see if he learns from his previous mistake.
Yeah, if you're Shopify here, you play to get as big a lead as you feel comfortable, and then you play neutral clock. Like, you're the team with the slaying ability here. You have the benefit of playing Slayer, so you can throw ball out, you have camo, you have everything you need, apart from map control. That's kind of the next goal. You need to get more than 75% of the map back, which OpTic have right now.
This is looking good for Shopify. I mean, they just got two kills without dying. They know exactly where OpTic's spawning. Mental is on the back end. It's looking good. Look at this. Let's see how Mental plays this right here.
Just shutting off the opposite perimeter so they cannot have access to long haul. It's so smart.
Yep, Mental won. He won that. I think he traded out with Lucid there.
Okay, this Donnie last player alive.
Big milk from Suppress. That's really good.
Enemy has the ball.
This has been one of the rare recharge matches where the shock rifle almost seems like a disadvantage for whoever holds it. We have not seen anybody make a play with it, and if anything, it's been a disadvantage. It's opened up the door to get caught off guard. Players are putting so much tremendous pressure on that sniper, and that's when it gets the most difficult to hit those shots.
Yeah.
Both teams, you still have that neutral clock kind of in the back of your head. OpTic have to play catch up. Looks like they're about to flip over to a lead, but you can flex. As soon as you have the lead, you can flex. You can play Slayer. You can drop it in a favorable position and play around it. As long as you make the next play correctly, you can do what you want.
Yeah, somehow OpTic they're just playing very tight, and they're just winning the numbers game.
People probably are confused by that little interaction right there. So Lucid wasn't sure if people were going to come from A next, so he dropped the ball for Formal, but then he saw his teammate spawn in A, so he knew it was safe on that side.
Yep. Ooh. Peak shot. All right, Camo's coming up. Let's see how OpTic react to this.
Formal last alive.
It's not bad. I mean, he's got all of Shopify in front of him here. He's just kind of this buffer zone.
Big pressure from Shopify. Just kind of strong arm their way into gold.
Yeah, this is just going back and forth.
Do you ignore camo here if you're OpTic? Do you try go around? I think maybe that's what Lucy's
Or bait it?
Oh, he's trying to go to
I mean, there's no reason for Shopify to get out of their position and go for it, I don't think. Soul Snipe's going to now in a contestant or in a spot to contest it. Honestly, Shopify is really happy about this camo coming up. It's going to draw a lot of attention over here while they rack up all
first round screen. Soul Snipe hits all of his shots, and that's massive. Shopify up by 10 seconds, just 46 left on that regulation clock, but 2 go down for Shopify, so they're likely to drop the ball here and play for Slays, milk out the clock to 0-0.
That's a great call, Eli. You're so happy if you're Shopify. You can maybe send 1 or 2 numbers, make it hard for OpTic, make it show like you're playing fully for it. And now you have neutral clock in mind. Like camo neutralized, big play from Soul Snipe. Looks like it should be round 3 unless OpTic can clutch.
I do think they should have left the ball in a bit easier to protect spot though. They just kind of left it next to batteries, and now Formal just comfortably grabs it. I mean, they're about to take the lead.
Yeah, Shopify has one more push.
It's not looking great.
You could have dropped that down to maybe Mauler Pit or even Camo.
If they just dropped it straight to bottom center,
dangerous.
OpTic would not have had positioning to just comfortably grab it and walk into pipes.
I never would have anticipated at the start or even midpoint of this round we could get to 100.
Right, yeah.
Look at this spot by Zane. He's just like chilling here, chilling.
Has to jump to get the full line of sight.
They break.
Good damage, but yeah, good break by
Zane's on the back.
Rebellion.
OpTic up 20, less than 20 seconds left. This is where that neutral game really comes into play. In dead zone with the commando. Brrrr, takes down one, looking for the double kill.
Oh my
God,
God,
on Soul Snipe, and that might just seal round number 1 for OpTic.
That is insane.
Yeah, Shopify no position to even grab it. Just padding the stats
Suppress
a little
got
bit.
it.
Oh my God!
He does.
He's lost a lot.
No way.
No chance. No hope. GG's.
Yeah, I gotta
OpTic take round 1.
I gotta give Dead Zone a shout out on that one, just mitigating, damage controlling that whole situation by being in the trippy corner there, and just, you know, Shopify just funneling under the glass, and he's just mitigating all of that damage and just taking it everywhere.
He knew what Shopify had to go for, and they picked the best spot on the map to counter their next round, which is so smart.
You start your stopwatch, Hoax?
What'd you say?
You start your stopwatch?
Do you do this every time you watch? This is actually so sick.
Every time I can. Every time I can. But like I said, the broadcast starts like 10 seconds into the round, and it's like, well.
That last one was like 30
it's tough. It's tough to really sync up.
Impressive to note, too, OpTic win round 1 with Lucid almost double negative. So surely Lucid's going to pick up from where his performance left off in round number 1, and that spells more trouble for Shopify. 2-1 lead here for OpTic Gaming. Rebellion, gotta have it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that last round was like back and forth. It was very much a chess match. And I mean, Lucid has 21 seconds, and in the context of this game, that's very significant.
So you saw the way Cycle played that. He didn't take that much damage, but he thought there might be another target that could approach from C Plat. Knew it wasn't worth the risk to fly out and kill that one-shot player battery. So Cycle just so acutely aware of all the angles that he could be approached from.
Yeah.
And he's just able to position himself in a way that he's just not going to die.
Yeah, this might be the most important map to minimize your damage taken on, especially on breaks.
Because a lot of times these teams just push off of a damage advantage. So it's like if you never take that damage, they might just turtle up.
I like the adjustment here from Shopify, not playing for the 3 seconds off the start we saw in round number 1. They wait till they get the slays and the map control to feel content and comfortable to score 30 seconds plus. Now they're up in a considerable amount, and they can start to play from ahead, make OpTic Gaming chase a little bit here. Nice round 2 regain from Rebellion.
Yeah, Camo 15, by the way. So OpTic coming off the respawn, either blue or A, will be able to play for it, but I'd expect Shopify to counter from whichever side they don't spawn. So you see them at A. Dead Zone's trying to get ahead of that, but I think he'll probably get traded.
It's a good trade. I mean, it's a good trade on Dead Zone's end because he's staggering the numbers of Shopify that are expanded out.
Also, Shopify is essentially in a 2v3 as far as guns in the fight with the oddball holder, right? So any trade usually favors the team aggressing.
Yeah, I mean, this camo is valuable, but not as valuable because the shock was only recently ran out of ammo. So
yeah, it's about to be like 20 seconds.
You got about 20 seconds.
And we still haven't seen a shock rifle, even in the feed, much less on our first-person POV. So
Cycle was doing damage as a deterrent, but you're right. It's not really taken over the game as if Stellar had it in his hands.
Stellar was going crazy with that 7 earlier.
We felt that yesterday.
Formal.
So these kills are great, right? But like the score.
Yeah. Who's getting the oddball?
You know, it's tough.
I mean, that just means Shopify played that well. They put the ball in a spot where even if they lost the fight, OpTic weren't able to comfortably get some ball time.
New shock is in play. I expect, yeah, Lucid to grab this.
And if anybody can make the first shock rifle impact on the match, it would be Lucid, who's got a full rack of it, gets a body shot on a suppress, takes him down to low HP on the stacks. Good defensive pressure, sends Lucid back a little bit. And for suppress, despite being one shot, sends Lucid all the way back, 1 HP himself. Great plays there from Donnie.
Man, Shopify's in their bag. They're running the score up this round. And I mean, regardless of them, they might be getting outslayed this round, but
who cares?
Yes, I mean, you're in your bag, then you're in your bag.
One thing that I've noticed as the meta has evolved in Halo Infinite is people are getting so good at playing when the other team has sniper, like just not even exposing themselves to angles at all, not giving any free deaths, just being super mindful of that, hitting out one lane to apply the pressure to the sniper, make sure that even if you do die, you cut them out of the equation. These teams are so good at that.
Interesting to note the juxtaposition between Lucid's round 1 and round 2. In round 1, like Hoke said, playing more for OBJ, he had 21 seconds. and only 7 slays. Now he doubles up on the slays, but stays at 21 seconds. So maybe OpTic in this moment, Zane, the typical oddball objective player for them, but maybe with Lucid's role change, it speaks to why OpTic Gaming have not been able to score much in round 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is just very efficient by Shopify. I mean, they're just doing whatever it takes for them to align with the OBJ.
That was so. What a strange fight that was. Formal is like barely moving, and somehow wins that fight.
He was trying to shoot the stickies, I think, on the floor.
He must have had help from a teammate because, yeah, it didn't look like he was hitting the first couple shots.
I think the aim assist or the magnetism maybe pulling it away from the weapon
That's
pad.
so frustrating when you're trying to shoot the
one of them.
grenade and the aim assist pulls it off.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, Shopify can do what they want. Warm up the sticks going into round 3, and then you go into an actual Slayer if you win round 3, game 5. So
Man, where the ball is right now, I feel like it's the hardest place to pick it up when it's down in Mangler Pit. So it's a great spot if you have such a big lead, but now the ball does reset. Problem is Shopify's got the cross set up,
they have
so
the advantage.
what are they going to do?
This will frustrate OpTic because next camo is in around a minute's time, so it's not even like you have some kind of catalyst to really push you forward. Shopify are doing really good focusing on their trades. As you said, folks, it's Slayer mode at this point.
Yeah. I mean, the camo is just going to be another variable of distraction.
Yeah. And it's not Shopify that have to make that decision.
Right.
It's OpTic.
Yeah.
Except they don't really have the choice.
They might already be playing for 0-0 on the clock. They don't have to, despite only needing 13 more seconds. I think you're right, warm up the sticks for a round 3 and that eventual Game 5 Slayer where Shopify Rebellion previously in this series got doubled up 26-50.
It's mature, it's comfortable from Shopify.
Yeah, OpTic may already be saying, all right, go next, guys.
I mean, who were we talking about on Shopify that was like, okay, that's a good game last game? Mr. Soulsnipe. This guy's got 28 right now, towering over the lobby. It's been absolutely monumental in this game. Still have another round to play, so this man's on pace for 45 bombs.
This guy has 29 kills, 7 assists. So like it's like it's all him.
40 seconds of ball time as well. Like he's doing it all.
Yeah. Shout out to dropping the ball and getting some picks.
Now just 30 seconds on the regulation clock. OpTic gonna have to not only hold the ball but also fend off the firepower that is incoming from Shopify. They got Mental coming in through top gold at the same time. Soulsnipe rotating through long haul. This just looks impossible for OpTic right now.
Yeah, Shopify happy with trades here. I'm so happy with trades. Like, if you trade 4 for 4, then you win the round.
And like so far, no one's gotten any easy looks with the shock rifle, like at all.
On either side.
I swear you never see that on Recharge.
Yeah.
It might be the first time I've kind of ever seen consistent pressure on the shock holder every single time.
Yeah.
These teams are getting so good at it, man. Except for like Stellar. Somehow Stellar just like finds openings. At least so far today.
He's always been the outlier, you know.
It's crazy, man.
You know, out there on the island. Like that guy.
So good at like routing to show up in a spot that's not expected and then just hitting the shot during that tiny window of opportunity.
Yeah.
Big opening break win here for OpTic Gaming. They take down all 4 for Shopify, and within the same second that they take down all 4, Lucid rotates and grabs that oddball, and now Trippy's got the kit. What can he do with it? Will we finally see the shock rifle make an impact in this match?
Rut-row Raggy, not good for Shopify.
Yeah, Shopify played so comfortably throughout the entire last round. Now suddenly in an uncomfortable position.
His camera's running out in about 5 seconds, so better get somewhere neutral than pretty safe for him.
Yeah, he's fine. It's interesting that he like completely disengaged from that lane. Created a lot of space in between him and those guys that were pushing glass there.
And then out of nowhere cuts that space. I don't know if I like
More
that
shock
one.
rifle disappointment. Trippy goes down. But OpTic do score the first 30 seconds like we saw from Shopify. They were able to play their pace, not chase.
Oh, I hate these fights. I hate these
fights. Are so frustrating. Oh, wow, that was actually a sick headshot right there.
4 looking for OpTic.
Okay, Shopify back in their comfort zone finally, but that's a strong lead from OpTic. This damage output from Cycle is going to be so consequential.
And moving away from A, he has a teammate there, but if I'm Shopify, I give A, I go protect Glass. Glass is where you're going to see most of the pressure come from. If they funnel through to tower, it's choke points. They have to go bottom mid out in the open or into tower.
And what's been the difference in round 3 for OpTic? Lucid got back on the OBJ train. He's got 60 seconds, almost 30% more than anybody else for OpTic Gaming. So very interesting to note. Round 1, played the OBJ, had the most time. Round 2, had no time and doubled up on Slays. And now he's got the oddball once again in his hand. We're witnessing OpTic evolve before our very eyes.
Hammer here in 5 as well, guys. So Mental needs to get in the fight here soon.
People don't talk about Lucid as an OBJ player, but this man literally does it all. He's a fantastic OBJ player. Makes great rotations.
2-piece by Dead Zone, and he escapes with Cam.
Wow.
That's some James Bond.
I see so many people disrespect Dead Zone, but it's those types of plays that he finesses every single time, and it goes from Shopify having camo to OpTic getting away with it. Sure, they don't have control, but now Shopify, look, they're scared. They don't know where Dead Zone is.
Nah, I could never disrespect the Dead Zone gameplay.
Nice play there from Cycle. Does drop the oddball into a favorable reset, but after 3 go down for Shopify, makes it an easy grab for Trippy. He's going to take it right back to C.
Put some respect on Dead Zone's name, man.
Yeah, man, been saying it since 2015.
Did you know that he's never gotten worse than top 3 in Halo Infinite?
Oh, I know.
I know you know that, but it seems like that's something nobody talks about. So if we're putting respect on Zane's name, let's bring that up because he's the only player in Halo Infinite to have that stat.
Yep, and he knows that too.
Very confident, man.
Yep.
As he should be.
I feel like it's, when you play for OpTic, it's almost similar to playing for like a New York-based franchise in like traditional sports. Like if you're not putting plus 40 every single map, you're gonna get scrutinized if the team loses.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, this is gonna open up some time here for Shopify. And despite the eye test, seemingly passing with flying colors for OpTic Gaming, Shopify are likely to regain the lead right here in a crucial round 3.
And look, this is what I was talking about. If you have to brute force through tower, you can't get away from that team fight cleanly on the break. And now Shopify get 2 picks. They've just taken the lead, and they're going to zoom into at least a 15-point lead here.
Unbelievable. OpTic Gaming were in full control of this round 3, this match, and this series. Hoax, what the hell happened?
Honestly, I can't even really tell you because something weird happened when the ball was in long haul, and I don't know what.
Cycle played it.
Why are OpTic still trying to brute force tower?
Yeah, Soul Snipe has done a phenomenal job to just cut down this entire side of the map, and then Trippy just kind of greeting for that shock rifle.
Got 10 seconds. They have to
That's
go.
a crazy
Camo
kill.
takedown.
That's a crazy kill.
Big kill, big kill.
Double kill there for Lucid. Now he's got more ball time. 56 and rolling
Lead,
to
buddy.
91 for Shopify. OpTic got to get a good hold here. Oh, and here we go. Trippy finally makes an impact with the shock rifle. Double grenade potential.
Uh-oh. They don't know.
This is such a good spot.
Grenade for him. There we go.
Why is Ball fighting? Let Trippy die. Leave with Ball, please.
Lucid with it again. He's got 85 seconds, and he's bringing OpTic back.
We need every second from Lucid right here.
Still down 20. I mean, it's just one good break from Shopify. They should be able to get the 9 seconds.
What a nade. Jeez. Oh, no. These nades are premium. Premium nades being thrown by Shopify.
Surely not. No way. No way Shopify choked this.
They actually get those kills without the trade. Lucid has been insane in these moments.
Big.
He's getting the OBJ.
He could grapple here too. Oh, but he drops the ball and the grapple.
He wanted to throw that mid.
Shopify forced it?
But he just turned and died at the worst time.
No.
5 seconds.
Oh, they're going to do it. Shopify might just send us to a game 1, 2 seconds away. And we're heading there.
Let's go, baby!
Shopify have woken up. Force the game 5. Bring us the Slayer. What's the game type? What's the map?
I got you.
Solitude?
I think it's Streets.
Solid? I think it was
Solitude Slayer game 5. Boys, what did we say after Street Slayer? You take the break. You take the mental reset.
I doubt
you
it.
say the shit game types are in the past. We reverse sweep this. Shout out Best Man. That's exactly word for word what he's told his boys. Let's go.
This play right there, there was somebody from OpTic that was like overwatching Lucid as Lucid was getting the ball and grapple. I don't know what happened there.
Lucid was doing everything at the end of that round. He literally was doing as much as he possibly could. Somehow his teammates, I think it was, like you said, the grenades. I think
had to have been.
The other, because they were in such strong positions, but then you hit one good grenade and that completely flips the situation, right?
I would love to go back and see. I feel like the hesitancy from Lucid was waiting to see, because the respawns with the trades were kind of 50-50. I think he was waiting to see if OpTic were going to get a blue spawn, so he could throw ball bottom mid and then they play the neutral. But they just had no info. The spawns didn't come in or the call didn't come quick enough.
The weird thing was, after Lucid got the double kill and that guy was, you know,
In
under
pipes.
pipe ledge, or pipes.
Yeah.
He went for the ball, and then somebody from OpTic was like overwatching that. It was weird. But Lucid could have actually kept going for the triple kill maybe, and that would have been the difference maker.
I go back to Cycle, man. Cycle in the very end of that game, OpTic were collapsing on the long haul, and Cycle is the last player alive, sneakily through the sneak side, dropped the oddball down to Stacks, and they made it impossible for OpTic to get enough time off of it.
We can't really see from this camera, but I only see Best Man on the stage on Shopify's side. All of
OpTic are still there.
Are still locked in. Shopify taking the mental reset, I think, although I'm surprised Best Man hasn't left.
Dude, Wonderboy, you bring up a great point. When we talked to Suppressed, this is what he told Eli and I was, if we ever get to a Game 5 scenario, we're going to take that break. Because in all the other moments where we got to this point in a tournament on a Sunday, we stayed seated. Yep. We almost let our nerves get the best of us here. So it's really cool to see and hear that from Suppressed himself months ago, and now putting that strategy to work as... Ironically enough, though, yeah, the coach Best Man is he's hanging out. He's still there, but maybe the 4 players, it's a players-only meeting.
I don't know. It looks like he's maybe going now.
They definitely all got up.
100%. You have to. You can't expect to ride the momentum against a team like OpTic. Sitting there going 3 maps back to back to back, it's tough to do, near impossible to do. So although you've just won 2 maps, they were grueling maps. That live fire took a long time. That recharge went round 3, almost to the wire every single round. You take that breath, you steady yourself. SoulSnipe did that after map 2. He needs to continue that consistency because this is a big game. It's essentially worth 2 series. If you win this next game, you get that series buffer in the grand finals, which is big. It's huge.
And we know in Halo Infinite, the series is getting reset. It seems like every single event,
this
that's
year
what
at
happens.
least, yeah.
This year at
Especially
least.
if you're dealing with SSG. Yeah, I mean, they're the most experienced with going the distance, resetting the bracket, et cetera, et cetera.
You know what's insane? In Europe, definitely, before Infinite, we didn't see any bracket resets. We've seen about 15 since Gear 1 of
crazy,
Halo Infinite. I don't know what it is about this game, but it's almost all psychological and mental. Who can steady themselves and who has the ice?
No matter of it being online or LAN, it's a thing.
Yeah.
And it looks like it is a players-only meeting for Shopify Rebellion. You can see Nick Bestman, the coach, on the right side of the main stage. He's got his headset on. He's locked in and ready to coach these boys up. So interesting to note, in the back area, behind the scenes, it's a players-only meeting, and now Shopify Rebellion take their seats with an opportunity to head to the grand final from the winner's side of the bracket.
I want to talk about Solitude Slayer because in my eyes, this is the most snowball-y Slayer that we play right now. It's like the most cut and dry. It's so easy to just kind of like collapse on a spawn area, spread into an L, force a spawn on the opposite diagonal.
It is.
Watch all the, like, just rinse, repeat, right?
It's this or Aqua for sure.
Yeah, that's why we see so many blowouts on this map, but to me, that means that this opening is going to be extremely important, because if you can get that early momentum and you play the early game correctly, sometimes that can lead to a very easy victory. Both teams going to really think about this opening strat.
You also have 3 grenade weapon pads on this map. You have the 2 nades. Is there any more? There's the 2 frags on Cine. Posters? Yeah, on posters. You have the 2 stickies in blue and then the 2 stickies over at Tram. Shopify love to get stickies and get trades. That's their bread and butter. They love that. So,
Sticky repulse combination, right?
Yeah, we saw it a few times.
You know what I'd love to see is the Combat Evolve. There's actually Combat Evolves to launch the shock to you from both spawn points that I've labbed out myself. The problem is the lineups take a while, and these guys want space and time towards camo. So it's like, I don't know. It would be really cool to see somebody bust something out like that, like on the biggest stage.
Yeah, I mean, so far in this series, all we've been seeing from the shock rifle is warning shots for the most part.
Right.
Very few headshots, and I mean that's not a diss to any team. It's just a testament to both teams, just being in the face.
Yeah, the pressure. The pressure. Sure.
Yes, yeah, and they're just knowing that they're not giving easy looks for the shock rifle.
All right, here we go, loading into a crucial game number 5 in your winner final of Salt Lake City Major. This is huge.
Did OpTic choose Eagle?
That's what I was wondering. I don't know who's who.
Watch out for the aimbot on Thrust. They did this to us. When were they in our group? I can't remember, but they absolutely obliterated into Yard through blue.
Yikes.
They try and aimbot the Thrust guy. You can't get that for free against OpTic, so watch out for that.
Very interesting. These two teams have played against each other enough that you've got to think there's going to be some chess match involved at the beginning here. As far as
we go.
Look out for Soul Snipe in the kill feed. He's
Look at
going
that
Thrust.
grenade. Bounces it off the top center.
OpTic instantly go for the camo. You can see
Soul
Trippy
Snipe's going
positioned
blue.
on it, and he makes it away with it. So Trippy has possession of the camo. Can he earn the first lay with it?
Fascinating.
Just went straight for it. You'd expect him to have faced more pressure.
Huge. 3 go down for Shopify. It's a great start here for OpTic Gaming. They're going to have full map control and control of the sandbox.
You know what's insane? That's 3 1v1s all happening nearly at the same time in separate areas of the map. This is going to be a slugfest.
Some good shutdown by Suppressed, but still 5-2 on the scoreline.
Maybe both teams recognizing how piss poor their performance with the shock rifle's been. Nobody's even gone for it just yet. It's still on the rack.
Yeah, it's a detriment to go for in Slayer when there's quick spawns and, you know, it leaves you open.
Oh, there we go. There's a headshot from Zane.
Here we
as
go.
he takes the face of one, looking to line up on 2. Formal baiting in the chase here, and he can take advantage of it here. Hits the body shot, can't clean up on it. But in the lead, our OpTic up doubly off the start.
I don't hate this. I don't hate this by Zane.
I like the wrap back.
Oh, they know Cycles dip.
Got him.
So we talked about, though, if they can get early momentum. Right now, though, Shopify have been able to play out of their spawn. They've got a lot of space to work with in this fight. Dead Zone facing heavy pressure. Just kind of trying to find an opening. I don't know if Shopify's going to give it to them.
Hold your breath, boys. This is
Yeah,
this is
I literally am.
Mental
coming up soon, too.
That's a big pick by Mental. Now I expect them to move a bit more off of that.
OpTic need to move because they're on the wrong side of the map for this camo. Blue and Snipe, you don't want this side. You want where Shopify are, so here comes the push.
Bait and switch potential here. Zane earn the killing spree or another assist. He started off flawlessly. 4-0, and now 3 more go down for Shopify.
Perfect.
And there's the killing spree for Dead Zone, the main slayer for OpTic in this game 5.
That might be game.
You gotta love
It might be.
being in Dead Zone's POV and you're just seeing the kill feed. Like, you're not getting any kills, but your teammates are just getting kills around you.
GG, go next.
There's so many spawn points that you are just completely screwed off spawn. Especially if OpTic know that you're there.
Suppressed does get the opening strike,
somehow
though.
staying alive, yeah.
You got at least 10 seconds more of this camo, so decide what you want to do with it. Info is king, but get ready to push maybe if you want to, if you're OpTic. They have 75% though, so they don't really need to move.
Yeah, as long as Joey is aware that the hotel guy can possibly get the drop on him, he just keeps everything in front of him.
That's what he's playing for, but Suppressed gets the beat. But there's that trade sticky that Shopify like to play for. It goes to OpTic instead.
You know that one well.
Yeah, you always have to know that that's a possibility. If you're the one that's trying to assault an entry into blue, the enemy can always have those stickies there.
Last Thrust here, so when it's used, it'll be up in another minute. Could sync up with this next camo, so it'll be fun.
Formal pushing the lane and Snipe here.
Oh, bait and switch though, Suppressed.
Tunnel vision a little hard there.
Yeah, he had the horse blinders on cycle. Suppressed takes advantage of it and takes Formal down. And despite the great start from OpTic Gaming, Shopify are within reach, but it's getting a little out of hand. 17-11. You got to keep it close if you're Shopify.
It's a bit too scrappy at the moment from Shopify. They had a good handle on the map, at least 50%. I know they want to try and take Tram to get stickies for trades, but like, man, you know the timing on the thrust, I assume. You know they used the last one, and at what time. You only need to push to that side when camo's coming up, and that thrust. I think it's up at like 8:03, so like another 20 seconds, and then camo 3 seconds after that. So you just hold, and then you go yard when you want to.
Suppress just going to deny this entire rotation on this side. You have to manage Shopify watching the other side. The problem is they're the ones losing, so they kind of are forced to make the move.
5 seconds till new thrust.
OpTic know where that shock is, so they're doing a good job of not getting free angles.
Formal got thrust pretty much for free.
Dead Zone is 7-1-1, the inverse Master Chief performance, and he's looking like John 117.
I like that.
I like you.
Aww. This camo is going to play so slow.
Let's see who's going to bite first, right? OpTic doesn't need the
It's
camo
bait for
initiation
OpTic.
here.
Yep. OpTic's going to use this as bait. They don't feel as pressed and stressed to pick up that camo to give them an advantage to come back in this fight. This is on Shopify. Earn the slays to push for that next camo, but Mental goes down, trades out with Formal.
Suppress trying to find an angle. Well, no, I don't think that's. Can he get out of this?
Oh my god, no way.
How
There's
does he
so
get
much
out of
damage.
that?
Shopify have to go. Oh, the crossfire.
He's gonna re-hit. So
Suppress.
he's going for it. He's going for it.
Shut down as well.
Oh,
Wow.
masterful positioning.
Yeah, just be patient, get your shields back, keep doing what you're doing. Somebody got it. Somebody got the camo. I don't.
Had to be OpTic.
Trippy.
It's Trippy with it.
Already.
He gets it quite a lot.
That is insane gameplay from OpTic. It was almost like we were watching a recharge game where they were playing crosses. Like they were just waiting for the damage, and Lucid knew exactly the timing on when to push.
So
man,
patient.
It's patient and it's brave.
Yes.
Like it's bravery from Lucid. Huge.
Oh, we got the combo here. The circle's guaranteed right here.
Doesn't want to charge it because it does reveal his positioning.
Yeah.
The visual indicator is not invisible.
Yeah.
So we need to see now from Shopify step out of their comfort zone. They can't trade. Trades are no good for them unless maybe you can claw back 4 for 2 every now and then. But like, we need to claw away at this lead. 6-minute mark though.
This is shades of game 2 though, man.
25 seconds till camo and shop. So yeah, it looks like almost doubling the score. But if you can execute on both of those,
What the
maybe
hell?
we see
I heard the
Shopify
stick.
come back.
It was an observer glitch, so the observer sometimes thinks it sticks, but it doesn't. That's why it made the sound effect. But I want to point out how precise that push was from OpTic. That was beautiful. Actually,
Shopify just can't execute on anything right now.
6-minute mark, camo and shock just came up. Nobody's currently going for camo. Looks like somebody on Shopify has the shock though.
Like suppressed. And he's got camo and shot.
He wants to go for both, but it's kind of greedy.
You gotta keep it.
That was
he
greedy.
goes down.
Deadzone gets a nade on him. You
I
gotta
don't think camo
be
was
patient.
burned.
It was. Suppress
Did he
went down
pop
with
it?
it.
Are you
Yes,
sure?
Save took him down with it. Yes. A huge play there from Deadzone once
It's either
again.
bottom mid on the U-turn or it's gone.
Yeah. Wow.
Now
That was the route back into the game for us.
I mean, OpTic, all they have to do is just play out what the game's telling them to play.
Donnie
It's
kind of
just over.
got impatient there. I feel like you could wait for a better opening to try to get the camo. You need to stay alive with it. Also with the shock, you know you're gonna be dangerous, but
Difficult to say without the comms. I think he probably heard damage and thought, I don't want to be left out of this team fight because we need to win team fights pretty convincingly at this point.
37-22, now 38 as OpTic are in the driver's seat. And that's it. It's all but over. 40-24. OpTic Gaming could hand the sticks to Lunchbox and they'd still probably get a sticktacular.
I mean, Lunchbox still incredible at this video game, I'm not even gonna lie.
Absolutely.
The problem for OpTic at this moment in time, they don't have any info at S1. So, like, almost kind of worried about Snipe Lift. And while he's worried, he's so far from this yard push from SR. It's too little too late, but in terms of little tweaks for OpTic, that they need to get someone at S4 to block that and really make sure they know exactly where the game is spawning the enemies.
What happened to Rebellion and the Slayers? They had Halo's main Slayer suppressed. They were at a 90% win rate in this game mode, and this should have been their bread and butter in Game 5, but in Games 2 and 5, it's been the dagger in their art.
Dude, Solitude, it's a different kind of style of Slayer. It takes a bit more meticulous, intentional gameplay.
Spawn
manipulation.
manipulation.
Spawn manipulation, yes.
It's all about spawn manipulation, and OpTic, one of the best teams in the world at it.
Yeah,
Very clear and concise comms.
This is no live fire TS. Like, you don't approach that with the same mentality on Solitude.
And I will also say, OpTic knew that Slayer was their worst game type. They went to the drawing board and worked on it, and this is the result.
Back-to-back Stinktaculars in this series as Shopify came close to forcing a reverse sweep, but OpTic have earned themselves another trip to the grand finals with that winner token in their back pocket. Will they break the curse of top 2 in Salt Lake City?
Do not underestimate how impressive that Game 3 is from OpTic. Against a Slayer masterclass team like Shopify, brother, that is icy.
Yeah, I mean,
this could be the tournament for OpTic.
I mean, also shout out to Shopify for, breaking the dry spell of, being winless on Sunday.
This is some momentum they can take with them into the
And they're
lower
not out.
bracket.
They're about to go play
Losers
Shopify,
finals.
so...
Or SSG.
Or excuse me, SSG, of course. Shopify can't play themselves, but maybe it is a battle against themselves, mentally at least.
Kind of is.
As it relates to finally getting off of that goose egg, as it relates to maps on Championship Sunday, as Shopify earned their first 2 of the season, and now we'll get ready to play SSG, who's probably been watching this entire series, picking up a thing or two.
Short-term memory here for SR. They cannot dwell in that series. I said this against my guys when we played Sen. Yeah, we could have beaten FaZe in Game 5, but like the worst thing that can happen to us is having our bodies in this series, but our minds in the previous series, because that one's gone. Like, we can't get that OpTic series back now. We have to get right against SSG in the losers finals. Like, it has to happen. The pinpoint moment when, for me, Shopify lost that Slayer is when they just didn't have the timing on the thrust. You remember when Formal, when that shock was coming up, used the final thrust? I don't think Shopify kept track of that thrust. They didn't know it was the last one. OpTic got that one for free, then lost the camo fight. And there's Trippy. Whew.
I think we might do a listen-in on this interview if we can.
Good. I mean, it's been a while since we've been in the grand finals from the winners' side.
See what Trippy has to say.
Things are great. Can't be more happy.
Can't be more happy at all, right? Did they play awesome Salt Lake City? Now, going up against this Shopify team, you know, they hadn't won a map on Sunday before, but they started peaking against you guys on that third map and that fourth map. And then you go into Game 5 in which they're undefeated. What was the comms like? What were you guys talking about and the pressure going into that Game 5, knowing that you guys had to close that out?
Yeah, pretty much just take our time. I mean, they got some momentum in that live fire strongholds. They're a really, really good strongholds team, so they took that momentum into Game 4. And just pretty much just take our time, take every lead slowly, and just play our leads, and that's pretty much what we did.
You did it flawlessly, okay? Lastly, what do you want to say to these fans here that's been cheering since the doors opened up and that's blowing it up in the chat right now because they know what time it is?
Thank you, guys. We can hear you guys even through all the, like Tommy said yesterday, all the noise cancellation. We can hear everything, so thank you guys for real. Thank you.
They can hear it. They can feel it. Keep bringing that energy, Greenwall. That's going to do it for me and Trip on the stage.
All right, there you have it. Big game Trippy with a big series win there in the winter final to secure OpTic's spot in the grand finals. Well, we're there now. Wait to see who takes on the next step and wins that series between SSG and Shopify Rebellion. Hoax, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. I mean, of that series. I mean, OpTic looking strong. They're looking poised to close this whole tournament out, perhaps. You know, shout out to Shopify for, you know, reaching a new threshold in their experience in Championship Sunday, getting some W's. And, you know, by no means was that a lackluster series, you know, by them. And I think, you know, if you're Shopify, you took a loss. Now you need to look at these next game types. What are these game types we're about to play? And just harp on the good things and just know that you're going against a different beast. And, you know, just focus.
Very
focus
different
up.
beast. Yeah, I think the pace change is going to be a big deal right now, right? Like you're used to playing that slower, methodical chess game. I think Space Station's like, okay, now we got to be ready for these guys to run at us at a very high frequency.
Yes.
Wonder Boy, final thoughts on that last series there?
It's a sick series. The re-game from Shopify was insane, and then it just comes down to kind of a coin flippy Slayer. Disappointed from Shopify to lose 2 Slayers in the series. It might be the first time since their roster's existence that's happened.
Yeah,
right?
that's fair. That's
so credit to OpTic getting it done. I feel like it's their tournament to lose now for sure. For Shopify, you've got to regain. Your body's in this series. Make sure your mind is in this one as well.
Well, Shopify will have to make adjustments quickly as they'll take on Space Station next on the main stage. We're going to head to a quick break. I want to thank Hoaxer and Wonderboy for joining us on the couch. We'll be right back with more electric action from Championship Sunday here from our watch party.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 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 Ball dropped.
All right, everybody, we're jumping into the elimination finals, but here on the couch joining me is Lunchbox after their win on main stage. Alongside me also Tools and Eli, and we're just here hanging out watching the elimination finals spot from Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station Gaming, but also talking a little bit about OpTic as well. Welcome, excited to have you here on the couch.
Yeah, excited to be here, first time.
First time, welcome to our little couch hangout here.
Yeah, it's a vibe.
Yeah, it is a vibe. We're gonna make it a vibe for sure. So, OpTic, already in grand finals once again. A lot of people have been talking about this second place curse for OpTic, and for me, I just want to know if you guys have made any changes or have shifted to try to not, allow that to continue to happen for you guys.
Yeah, I would say 4 second places in a row is definitely a little bit frustrating when the expectation and the standard of our team is to win. But it could be a heck of a lot worse. Making the grand finals 4 events straight. We're right there. We've beaten both teams left in the tournament already this event, so we put ourselves in a good spot this event. And, yeah, hopefully have one more series to close it out.
So you feel like having beaten them already in this event before makes you feel like you might have this grand finals?
Well, there should be no lack of confidence.
Yeah.
We've proven that we can do it this weekend. So yeah, we still got to get the job done though. There's whoever we face in the grand finals is certainly not going to be easy. So both very quality teams left, 2 of the best. So. Looking forward to the challenge.
Yeah, so it feels like you're ready to face whoever comes out on top on elimination finals. Who do you think might take this one? What are your predictions here?
I would give SSG the edge. I think the crowd's going to be behind them, and yeah, I mean they won the last event. They're definitely coming into this event with momentum. So Shopify certainly has a good chance. Its first game's already back and forth. So. Yeah, I would give SSG the small edge on taking the series.
I'm sure everybody here will be happy to see a Shopify, the Space Station Gaming versus OpTic rematch.
That's
in
probably
Grand
what the fans are hoping
I'm pretty sure that's what everybody's looking forward to for sure. So speaking of the people, a lot of people have noticed that you guys have shifted a little bit in scrims towards playing more Slayers, and you guys won both of those Slayers against Shopify Rebellion. Do you think that helped there at all? Like, did it pay off?
Yeah, we've definitely been trying to put a little more attention to detail on some of the game sides that we've been weaker at maybe in the past, or just been a little more inconsistent at. So the guys have put in more time than ever here these last 3 or 4 weeks, and spent more time in theater and just trying to go over things and kind of get on the same page and all the situations that you're going to run into at the highest level. So yeah, the guys have definitely been putting in the work, and hopefully it shows this next series as well.
Do you think your approach to Slayer has changed?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a change. It's more just, getting the reps in. It's tough to replicate how Slayers play at tournaments and online practice. Everybody's playing much tighter at tournaments and not scamming nearly as much as they do online. So, but certainly playing them online in practice helps. Just valuing your life. It's Team Slayer, so the objective is to outkill the other team. So, yeah, we've definitely been putting in the extra hours, playing multiple Slayers every single night during practice.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have felt the way Halo has been. A lot of people are improving lately in Halo. And speaking of, how people have been playing, how is Dead Zone? We know that he was not feeling too well on Friday, but he seemed like a completely different player on Saturday. Is he feeling better, or how did you guys overcome a player being sick this weekend?
Yeah, no, I mean, Zane's as tough as I get. Probably wasn't feeling his best this weekend, but has battled through, and we've done everything we can to make him feel better. And yeah, he's been performing great this whole weekend. So yeah, props to him for sure. He's battled through a tough situation, and we're in the grand final, so hard to complain.
I'm happy to hear that he's feeling better.
Yeah.
Shifting gears a little bit, how was that Halo 2 tournament on Thursday? Did you enjoy it? How did it feel to just jump back in and play some Halo with other people that you might have played years ago with?
Yeah, so every time I come to these events, I get the itch again to play. So it was a lot of fun to have that opportunity to play.
Oh my!
And this game's going down the wire. As expected, to be honest. These are two high quality teams. So SSG is going to take round 1 here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun playing in the Halo 2 tournament. Yeah, like I said, I get the itch every tournament I come to. It's been a while since I've competed, but hopefully we'll be able to go to Vegas for the Halo 2 tournament and yeah, see what I still got.
You leaking the team at all? Like,
no leaking the team yet, but we have formed a squadron of old heads. So
okay.
A squadron. That sounds like
soon enough.
Not
soon
a squad, a squadron.
Squadron.
Squadron. Oh, how's the event treating you?
Very good. Yeah, SSG's put on a hell of an event. The crowd's been awesome. Rooting for pretty much every team on main stage. So yeah, it's been a great event so far. Salt Lake City's a nice city, so excited to be here and be in the grand finals.
Yeah, it looks like you guys are confident, prepared for that grand finals for whoever comes out on top right now, which seems to be Space Station Gaming with just the one round. They've been playing really well, huh?
Yeah, and I mean that was to be expected, honestly, coming into Sunday. We got the better of them in Game 5 yesterday, but yeah, Sunday's always a different animal, so we'll certainly need our best today to beat whoever pulls through this series and ends up in the grand finals against us.
Yeah.
I want to see Shopify Rebellion clutch up for one. So it felt like we saw something completely different. So I was curious how it felt from your perspective, because Game 1, Game 2, it was like pretty firmly you guys controlling the series. They finally got their first win on Sunday. You have a ton of experience on Sunday as a player, as a coach. What do you think that did for Shopify Rebellion? And do you think they now have that behind them that they can beat a team like Space Station?
Sure, yeah, I think their record on Sunday so far obviously isn't what they want. But battling against us in that last series definitely, I would think, gave them some confidence that, they belong here. And yeah, getting over that hump certainly isn't easy. I struggled with it early in my career, getting to the finals. You know, it's the play just gets a lot tighter once you hit Sunday, and especially late in Sunday. So yeah, they'll figure it out. They're all great players, and yeah, just kind of trials and tribulations of playing against the best players in the world.
I wanted to talk about the stark difference between you guys between Friday and Saturday. It's like Friday you guys lose to complexity in pools. I think it looked a little bit shaky against Squadron at times, and you weren't expected to drop any games in pools. And then come to the bracket, you guys literally had the hardest bracket. You had to beat all of the other top 4 teams in order. So what was that like? I mean, did Friday, you guys maybe just still adjusting to land, a little bit of land jitters, and obviously Dead Zone not feeling his best? Like, what kind of happened there?
Yeah, we definitely came out a little flat against complexity, and they were playing really well. So 3 years into the game, the competition's tighter and tighter every event. At the end of the day, I think, you know, pool play for us is just get through it. Our expectation is certainly to make it through pool play and make it deep in every tournament. So as for the bracket, we certainly had a tough road, but when your eyes are on first, you know, you got to beat everybody at the event anyway. So whether you play them earlier or not, it doesn't really matter. But I was definitely proud of how the guys showed up yesterday, and yeah, made it through the tough bracket that we had.
The gauntlet.
Yeah, definitely. Built some confidence going into today for sure that we took out, you know, 2 of the past winners of events this year. So
getting strong deja vu of Fort Worth. it feels almost beat per beat. It's like the script writers get a little bit lazy because like it was truly like the same obstacles that were saying your guys' way at Fort Worth. You got through them. You ended up winning that tournament. It now feels like it could be coming all full circle again.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, it certainly won't count our chickens before they hatch, but you know, we put ourselves in as good of a position as you can ask for in the grand finals through winners, and give ourselves a little leeway. Hopefully we don't need it, but yeah, we're in as good of a spot as we could have put ourselves in, and yeah, that's pretty much our goal every single tournament, be in the grand finals and hopefully take it home.
What do we got to do for one tournament?
Enemy team nearing victory. Five minutes remaining.
Not the chat, sorry.
I was like, wait, because we have the camera right here. But I think there's people over there watching, though. There's somebody sitting there looking at the TV.
You got one person?
Yeah, one person.
Are we on?
WTF
we're on.
fan.
Are we on?
I'm one of them.
What's up, guys?
What's up, everybody? Welcome back. We're back. And now we have Wyatt.
So,
or It's the Last Shot hanging out with us here on the LVD couch, and Eli Makowski, and we're just going to have a chat, right? Right?
Yeah, right.
A chat.
Right. Sure.
Tell me about, the event this weekend, how you're feeling, and just let's start with you.
Yeah, we placed top 12. Kind of a disappointment, not gonna lie. Ended up qualifying for Worlds though, so just gonna put in the time and work and effort just to get back in the swing of things and get quality, good reps, and hit the drawing board and see how we do.
Yeah, I feel like well, I just remember the tweet that you had pinned on your Twitter account saying that you are the one, you're the one that wants it the most. I can't recall the exact quote, but you
promise you
it.
don't want it as bad as me.
I promise you don't want it as bad as me. What does it mean to you to potentially, well, you qualified for Worlds, and what does it mean to you to be there and fight your way through with your squad?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be my first 4v4 Worlds, obviously the Year 2 FFA Worlds, but it's going to be a different little atmosphere. Obviously, I'm not going to treat it any different than normal LAN tournament. But yeah, just going to put in the work and put in the time and see where it gets me.
Yeah, what do you think happened from the day that you guys qualified as top 12, which is not the placement you were looking for? I think a lot of people were surprised by that. What do you think happened, and what do you think your squad can do to not let that happen again?
I think getting top 4 put us in a different mindset, at least from my perspective. It felt like we got a bit, not egotistical, but just in a way. Yeah, exactly. Just didn't put in the time and the effort, as much VOD as we have, quality reps, not taking practice as serious as we could have been. And yeah, I think that hurt us a good bit. A lot of things weren't clicking this tournament as well, so just gonna have to get locked in and get ready for Worlds.
That's what you're gonna do. What does it mean to you to prepare for Worlds? What are you planning on shifting now that, I mean, we're talking Worlds, the competition is at its highest, and it's a lot on the line for a lot of teams.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna, it's gonna be long days now. Lots of VOD, lots of, I mean, we've got good film to watch now from these games. Quadrant, that series, Shopify series, the FaZe series even, going to Game 5 with them. Just got a good film to study and a lot of good reps we're going to be putting in, and yeah, just take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, you have the passion for it, and I think you, as one of those players that has basically come from up-and-coming player to now being on Pure, your team just destroyed the online pools, qualify every online tournament. You guys were just surprising and proving yourself that you were meant to be here, that you were meant to stand with the biggest teams in the moment. And I feel like for Worlds, you guys there's a lot of pressure on you guys is what I mean. And I think maybe that might also affect your performance, maybe.
I mean, I felt like it's less now, to be honest with you. We got the top 4, and then we went to this tournament. Everybody was thinking, oh, are they gonna repeat? Is Pure the new top 4?
Yeah.
And then we go into this tournament, get top 12, and then it's like, oh well, they weren't as.
They call it a fluke, right?
Exactly, exactly. And now it's just we're the dark horse now. No one's gonna really respect us now like they were this tournament. And we're just gonna go in with that mindset and just take every series, every game at a time, and just go from there.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a lot of pressure, but I mean going in with the mindset of now you have to prove yourself again, and now in a much bigger stage, right? It's a lot. But how are you feeling in terms of Worlds? Are you excited for it? Are you looking forward to it? Like, what are your feelings, yourself, last shot?
I mean, the last time went to Seattle for Worlds, I won a tournament. So, I mean, will it happen again? I don't know.
You think Seattle's like your city then? Like maybe Seattle's not the right answer.
Maybe. Sometimes certain cities you just gotta like a vibe with. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, Atlanta is my hometown pretty much. I mean, I live about an hour north of that, so just being right there and being in the mix with it in the town is just like. I had my family there, like the home
Did
buff.
they go see you?
Yeah, they showed up. My girlfriend was there too, so it was a really nice event.
Oh, I remember a conversation that we had our interview.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about your dad and how because of him you play Halo, right? Can you talk to us about that and how it happened for everybody watching now?
Yeah, I started playing in like early H3. I was about 4 years old. Dad gave me a controller and was like, "Here you go, son. You know, have fun." Didn't really show me how to play it at all. And I was crying so much. I'll never forget that.
You were crying?
It's pretty embarrassing to say.
Yeah,
my dad was staining me. I can't lie. He was cooking me on the sticks. And
he was not.
I'll never forget that.
He was not letting you in.
No mercy.
I thought
it was the flood. I feel like a lot of kids were just scared of the flood, and that's why
I was also scared of the flood.
You were also scared of the flood.
Flood are frightening. There's actually a funny thing about like growing up having somebody that just like beats your ass in the game over and over. Like there's an effect that happens if you watch like all the like behind the scenes of every pro. They're like, oh yeah, my older brother just would destroy me the whole time we were growing up.
Yep.
I had the same experience. My older brother would just beat my ass in Halo all the time when we played. And do you think that kind of like maybe sparked something in you to want to get better and kind of made you who you are today?
Oh yeah, of course. Even I woke up this morning and I checked Twitter and I saw the video of Legends episode, and he was talking about how he was just getting stained by his brother. He saw his brother playing video games and he just got stained. I honestly do think that ignites something inside of you after just losing. I mean, no one loves losing. Yeah. If you do, there's something wrong with you. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean that's definitely a big factor into how I'm playing today.
Yeah. Shopify Rebellion versus Space Station Gaming. The elimination finals. This Space Station Gaming they're on fire. Do you think it's because of they're on their home crowd here?
I mean,
they've just won so many majors.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say it's not a factor into how good they're playing this event. They could have gotten knocked out top 12. They went to Game 5 with C9. One kill could have put SSG at top 12, but here they are on Champ Sunday.
I mean, we're witnessing a historical lower bracket run here from SSG. Just to get to the grand finals from lower round 1, I can't recall a tournament, even going back to the classic era when Eli and I were competing for something like this happened. So Space Station, they got their mojo going. They got their hometown crowd going, and that's been really cool to see. You come to an HES tournament, you expect to hear the green wall chants, and the loudest fans are usually the OpTic fans, but SSG's giving them a run for their money.
Yeah. I think there was something in the water for sure, this event, though, because, I mean, speaking for, like, about peers of top 12, I personally think it's a fluke of the event itself. Like, a lot of different things happened in this event. I don't think that takes anything away from the work that you guys have done before, and that's why we get things like this, like Space Station Gaming going all the way through the bottom bracket is absolutely insane. So I know there's some people that feel that there's just something up.
This has shades of the previous series against OpTic, or excuse me, this has shades of the previous series, yes, against OpTic, where Shopify on Livefire Strongholds had the opportunity to get to a fast start, and they did. I think they need to put something together here, too, where they can go up early, but no, Space Station's going to take that away, and they're starting to roll here.
Still a lot of time left in this, though. We see Suppressed already at the tower side, so we're kind of playing the insurance. If we don't get this hill, at least we'll be set up for next. Bound, though, not sure if his location is known. Cycle does kill Stellar. And looks like with Camo coming up, both teams may be focused on that for now before they get into the hill. Legend and Abound, though, going to multitask. Might be able to get some time and get that Camo at the same time.
Man, I love that camo. That coating, that gun coating. That purple coating.
Oh, yeah. The new Space Station one is fire.
Yeah, speaking of that coating, we actually took that over as Pure's armor coating.
Oh, yeah?
You guys are purple.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
It makes sense. It's the first like really sick purple skin in the game.
Yeah, we played.
Finally.
Yeah.
I've been wanting purple for so long. I'm gonna have to spend some money in the game. Let's see. We'll see.
Like when Ascend left the scene, it was like, man, that was our chance for a sick skin, but now it's finally here.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. The way it came about was because we were playing SSG in a scrim, and I'm pretty sure Cherish was like talking to Legend about the coding, and he was like, all right, this first game, if we win this first game, we get to take the coding. And then Found was like, sure, man, why not? Like, whatever. And we did, and we won. And then they all changed their codings after the game.
That's respect, right? Good luck, John. That's respect.
Speaking of sign of a good omen, last year in Seattle at the Halo World Championship Grand Finals of the free-for-all, Eli and I were casting, and we surmised at the end of that this was not the last we would see of the last shot. And we expected that transition from free-for-all into 4v4. Talk to us about that transition that you've made. We've seen some of the best players throughout Halo history start off in free-for-all and make their way to fours, so I'm excited to hear that from your perspective.
Yeah, so back in Fort Worth and Arlington, I'm pretty sure y'all were casting some of the series that I was playing.
Argyle CTF, the killing frenzy by yourself to score the flag.
Yep, never gonna forget that moment. That was against Kratos. Finally, like that win was juicy. But yeah, just starting out in that sense, playing as like an amateur level team, I knew that I wasn't going to get picked up straight off the bat. That's just not how it's going to work, and I knew that in my mind. Played the free-for-alls, and I started taking it serious about Charlotte like right after that, year 2. Yeah, kind of just playing in that, just putting in the work and the time and the VOD. In the FFAs, I got second that first one. I was like, okay, well if I can get second, if Goober, actually let me just back up. Goober's a big inspiration to why I did so good in FFAs. He started out helping me, doing VOD with me, just really everything. I have to give a lot of credit to him in all of my success today. Because if it wasn't for him, I don't know where I would be. Wow, to be honest. But yeah, I was just starting like that, doing all the VOD, getting second in Arlington. He said that there's always a way to be so consistent in free-for-all. And next event, did the same thing, second again. You know, a little disappointing. You know, not really proud of second because I'm a competitor. I want to win it all. And then we go into Worlds like a week before. I was practicing and I wasn't doing it. Like I was getting 8th in the practice lobbies. Confidence was at the all-time low. And I was like, wait, hold on. If I can do this, get second twice with all the work I've been putting in, I can do it again. Like, what am I doing? What am I saying? Just beating myself up and being hard on myself, and then ended up going to the tournament and just showing up that day. And I think I dropped 70 kills in the semifinals, and I was like, I got this, and ended up winning it, and here I am today.
What has been the biggest thing from free-for-all to translate to your 4v4 game that we see today?
Probably just the timings that I take from that. If you watch any Aqua Slayer, I never usually do bad, I guess you'd say.
Very cozy on that map.
Yeah, I definitely feel very comfortable with every single spawn I get because I just feel like I know the map so well. I've been playing it for a year pretty much. So yeah, that map, definitely timings in the game. Being definitely the spawn system a little bit, just knowing that there's always a chance that spawns can happen literally anywhere on the map.
Yeah, I feel like you're really conscientious of like knowing where you can position yourself that's safe from the next impending spawn point.
Oh yeah.
Like that's kind of like in the back of your mind, like, okay, player's about to spawn, my teammates are here. He might spawn in a sight line to see me, let me take cover here. Like I think you're very good at that, and just staying alive and outputting max damage at range. It's kind of like the way I think about your gameplay, honestly.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much what goes into my mind. I just try to press my right trigger and shoot straight, pretty much.
You do well with it. I was going to ask, Aliak was asking about preparation for Worlds. Is there any plan for a boot camp? Because I know at home you live on a farm and play with Starlink internet, which is not ideal.
That's wild.
I think Anxiety told me that if it rains, your ping spikes, which is just a crazy concept. Yeah, I mean, I watch a stream and it's like your frames will randomly drop because you're on Starlink internet.
So without Starlink internet, you wouldn't be a Halo Pro?
I would be on dial-up internet with 3 download and 0.4 upload.
It's impossible to play without it where he lives.
That's wow. I mean,
yeah,
think about
shout out Elon Musk for Starlink internet.
I mean, without Starlink internet, that's we would have one less incredible player in the HCS. And that's, gosh, I've not put that 2 and 2 together with Starlink internet. So that's a cool story.
So where I'm going with it is like, that's not the best practice conditions, in my opinion. By the way, this game looks like Space Station will be taking it. It's kind of like,
wow.
Yeah, that was, man.
So Space Station Gaming versus OpTic Grand Finals. It's the Grand Finals everybody wanted to see. The rematch. Space Station Hungry is gonna be Space Station Hungry. That's what I wanted to say. Space Station Gaming is hungry for her.
Space Station Hungry.
Also
I need
hungry.
food. Bound one.
Potentially.
Bound me.
You know, this is a watch party. Where's the popcorn?
No, we're just vibing here.
Where's the soda? We need to get some snacks here.
Yeah, I'm down. There's some food vendors over there.
What snacks do you like to snack on when you're like, you know, playing, scrimming, or just?
Definitely a tournament, some gummy worms, some sour gummy worms.
I love gummy worms.
Not what I was expecting, but
Sensor in his world record-breaking Guinness World Record-breaking pull-up competition was using gummy bears to fuel himself. So there's some kind of like protein,
maybe
chemistry component.
What kind of gummy bears?
Because like I think gummy bears are gummies are gelatin, right? And gelatin is made from protein. So
is this why I love gummy bears so much?
Yeah, there might
like
be
gummies.
something to it. So yeah, get your protein, kids, and get it through gummy bears.
Get gelatin. Gummies. Wait, what about you two? What do you like to snack on for?
I honestly don't snack that much while I'm gaming. Like I usually like eat before I play, and then like I'll take a break to like have a proper meal, and then get back and play. You know what I mean? Like I don't like eat while I'm playing. If that makes sense.
I just get hungry when I play.
I'm the same way. I don't like any finger disruption.
Yeah, I don't want any like.
But gummies are right back because you just pick them up. Like nothing really happens.
You're just
right?
like you just
They're
grab
the
it and go.
perfect
Point.
snack.
Maybe I need to jump on the gummy train then.
Yeah.
That's
then you get like the little like powdered sugar stuff, like the crystals of sugar.
I'm like
you just wipe them off on the jeans.
You're just like, oh no.
I like the real fruit ones. The ones that say real fruit on them. Those are the best. I think.
And then I get nervous that I'm ruining a controller that cost me hundreds of dollars, right? Like by getting any type of residue on it. So
just wipe it.
I guess I need to have a towel on me now.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It's a play.
But yeah, I'm actually a lot like Eli. I will eat a big meal before I play, and if I do get hungry, I'll probably take a little bit of a break, refresh my mind, refresh my body, and then get back into the session. So I don't really snack much when I play.
It sounds like you're just like preparing yourself for a fight, rather than just enjoying the game and just jumping
That's because
in.
we are. We're not
casuals.
casuals. We're there to take names. I'm not there to. I'm there to win and ruin other people's day with my gameplay.
Sounds like it makes you really happy.
It does.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
Eli puts on this nice facade, but he's
he
not
does the same thing and also snacks on gummies.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I might try that though.
Or do you just vibe? You're like,
I just play.
he just plays.
I just shoot my gun.
This man's competitive. Don't let him fool you. I see you on stream. You lose like 2 or 3 games in a row in matchmaking.
So checked.
Dude, you get so upset. And then like you match them again and you're like, you just like lean forward and just like you bring different energy to it. I respect that.
How do you not just chalk it up to just being on Starlink though? I would like almost never get mad because that is insane story.
It's really my parents. I'm not even gonna lie, because whenever we first got it, it wasn't as good as it is now. 100%. A bunch of satellites have been launched, just making it better for me. Yeah, just really my parents, because I'm literally just like, man, our internet. Like I'm playing Frosty, for example, 8K upload, 8K download,
9 ping.
Yeah, and so I'm just I'm sitting there and I'm like, wow, if this guy's doing that, like, and he's able to be at the highest level. And I'm on this, and I'm like, and I'm still competing, you know. And it just makes me wish that I had that, but I wouldn't trade anything for the life I have.
I like have this image of Vegeta doing 1-finger push-ups in the hyperbolic time chamber. That's pretty much last shot.
Yeah,
sounds like.
That's probably his buff and land. He's just been practicing with a debuff, and then you come here and you're just Vegeta.
The ankle weights are off, man. Rock Lee, bro.
That's actually the analogy that Trey uses every time we talk about my internet. he's like, you just have ankle weights on, man. Just,
Facts.
And also online actually teaches me to be just way more disciplined. Just learn how to play my cover.
Yeah, you can't scam people.
You can't. It's just, it's actually like people will be around jiggle peeking. Oh my gosh. Don't even get me started.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started. It's just not even fair.
Yeah, the jiggle peeking on land significantly less effective. Still effective, but it's like you can at least shoot back as long as you time your shots properly.
Oh yeah.
Cool, man. Well, we're getting into grand finals. This is an interesting one to me. This is a rematch from the last tournament. Grand finals, same exact situation. OpTic on top and winners. SSG reset the bracket and go on to win last time. Do you see that happening again, or do you think OpTic look a little different this weekend?
I don't know.
It's hard to say.
It is truly hard to say. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like OpTic are coming into this tournament with a different mindset than they were last time. You know, they've gotten second.
Every event.
How many times consecutively now?
Four.
I was going to say
times?
3. It's 4
Going back
times
to
already.
Worlds, and then the first 3 lands of this year.
So, I mean, I do feel like they're coming in with a different mindset, a different tone, a different just level of play that we're seeing today. We have, you know, Lucid and Formal, you know, really showing what Champ Sunday is all about.
Yeah, I feel like Lucid's hit like another level, and he's already like, this guy's got more levels than most people in the room, right? So the fact that he can find another gear in a situation like this is kind of scary for the competition, honestly.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, man. I don't even, am I the least biased person here on LVT? Because I just love both sides. I love, you guys are super biased, come on.
For who? What are you talking
about?
I
mean, we're just stating the facts.
Active loves FaZe. Actually, I've never asked you two who you guys like.
I like Good Halo, personally.
Okay, I like Good Halo too.
Yeah.
I just love both teams' stories, you know. Like, I personally want to see Space Station Gaming take their first Worlds ever. They've won 3 majors, now potentially 4, and then maybe even winning Worlds. Like, I would love to see the Oregon Space Station Gaming be able to get their first Worlds trophy.
It would kind of be fitting, too, just like the history of Halo Infinite. Like, they've been the big 3. They're just the only one that haven't secured the finals victory.
Right, that's the way I see it, and that's why I lean towards, I would love to see them hold that World's trophy, but then I also would love to see OpTic, you know, come back and bounce back. So it's very hard for me to choose because I like both sides of the story, and it kind of hurts to see OpTic just stay in second place because it doesn't feel like it's what OpTic should be doing.
Let's talk about why the big 3 are the big 3. The secret to FaZe, OpTic, and SSG is that they all 3 have an objective player. Their objective-focused player can also top frag. For SSG, it's Legend. For OpTic, it's Dead Zone. And for FaZe, it's Snakebite. Nobody else in HCS has that guy. I think for you, it's maybe for Pure, it's maybe someone along the lines of Druck. For Shopify Rebellion, maybe someone along the lines of a Soul Snipe. But there's levels to this, and there is undoubtedly, in my mind, that is the reason. That is the secret to why the big 3 have won all of these world championships. I look up at the banners here above my eyes, and it's all OpTic, FaZe, and SSG. They have those 3 objective players that can also top frag. That's the secret.
What do you think, Eli?
I mean, I think that the level of play in the top 3 is really just ice and grit. Like, straight up, these guys, like, if they feel slighted, and it can even be in one game, like they just kick into a different gear, and they just have like an extra layer of grit to want to win, and like the competitive drive to force it to happen. I think of players like Frosty, he just knows how to like look at exactly what's happening on the map, and just see in his mind a clear vision of a path to victory, and then communicating that to his team and guide them every step of the way into creating that victory as a reality. And I think that every team in the top 3 has a player like that. Eco, Space Station. Eco sees the path to victory, vocalizes it, and guides his team to victory. And on OpTic, it's Lucid, I think. Lucid is simultaneously one of the most talented Slayers we've ever seen in history, but also one of the best IGLs. This guy's calling up most of the shots during the game. So I don't know. To me, that's kind of the difference, is the ability to have that vision in a single game and how to execute to create the victory.
Yeah. Do you see yourself? I'm assuming the answer is probably yes. You do see yourself, but what do you see yourself in the top 3 within the next year, 2 years? How? Like it's everybody's trying to get through the top 3.
100%.
Shopify Rebellion's trying it right now. You guys are just knocking on the door. I mean, you guys got top 12 this event, but I don't think this is where you guys belong.
Yeah.
I think you guys are like definitely knocking on the door for top 4 for sure. Where do you see yourself?
I mean, I don't know yet. I'm just gonna. I mean, to be honest with you, I like to take things just day by day. You know, game by game, series by series. I don't really like looking ahead at the future because then you get too ahead of yourself and you get caught. You don't even feel like you're in the moment. But let me just piggyback on one of the reasons the top teams are the top teams is. Let's just look at how long these guys have been playing the game, playing Halo as a franchise. Look at how many duos. Let's just look at Stellar Eco, Snake by Royal 2, Trippy and Lucid. Look at all those guys. Look at how long they've stayed together. Look at how many moments they've had to fail to succeed. I think that's one of the big things that I look at in all these players is they've failed so many times. And it's like you see every single situation there is to lose, and now you just ice up and you win. That's what creates the ice.
I don't know how to lose before you can know how to win.
Exactly.
That's why when we were talking before this, Wyatt, we said maybe this is a blessing in disguise for you guys. One, you're going to go into the World Championship with a chip on your shoulder. Two, you're going to get better VOD opportunities from your losses than your wins.
100%.
So.
Yeah, well, right before this tournament, we were talking about, some of the scrims we were losing. We were just beating ourselves up, just going so hard in VOD, and micro stuff. It's like we just need to learn how to lose. Just learn from it and just go next. And I think that's one of the big things that we're going to start doing, especially after this tournament, is just learning from the VOD and going to start going hard.
Michael Jordan walking off the court against Shaq when he was a rookie told him that before you win, you must learn to lose. And look at what Shaq went on to do after that. So there's so much opportunity in learning. You get caught up in the L, the failure, and the awful feeling you have afterwards, but it's really, there's more opportunity in losing than you could argue even in winning.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, all great talking points, man. I can't wait to see how this all shakes out. The pools are going to be kind of crazy at the next event.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Sentinels will be up
you
3
guys,
seeds.
I have it right here.
Sentinels, Cloud9, all in top 12, which means,
Here.
Oh, do you have some projections?
Yep, I have it right.
Oh.
Got it right here. I'm sure Louis got production. Can you guys see?
Probably not.
Kind of see.
Soon. It'll pop it up soon. Here are the qualified teams for Worlds.
And their seeds.
So we got OpTic first place, Shopify Rebellion second place, Space Station Gaming third, FaZe.
I will say that the top 4 is going to change, or the top 3 is going to change.
Yep.
Shopify's going to be 3 now for sure.
Yep.
And then depending on how grand finals. But
Wow,
yeah, you guys are
Complexity
9th
jumps
seed.
up
Okay.
to the 5 seed, so Complexity will,
wow.
Man.
Complexity will be
They make a leap.
in Pool D. So it'll be FaZe Complexity and 12, 13. So Lethal Fox Alpha. FaZe Complexity, Lethal Fox Alpha will be Pool D.
Which one's the worst one?
we were saying because of 3 out of the 4 teams in the top 12 previously having top 6 placements this season, you might have 2 pools of death at the Halo World Championship.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be kind of insane. So you guys will be in Pool A because you're 9.
Mm-hmm. So we'll be with, if I'm not mistaken, we'll be with the winner of this tournament, us, Quadrant, and Mindfreak, maybe? I could be wrong on that.
Mindfreak would be 16 then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mindfreak is 16.
Okay. So yeah, that would actually make sense. So winner of this event, and who's 8 on that?
That's ITB.
ITB, sorry.
Okay, so yeah, you'll be with
ITB.
ITB.
Okay.
And Mindfreak. So you got 2 international teams.
Wow.
And a tournament winner.
It seems like I'm always, since the dawn of time, ever since I started competing, I'm either playing South American teams or Europeans. it's just destined to happen. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I have the curse.
Well, I think they're also just all getting better and proving that they deserve to be here. Like the international talent is gone up and up and up, and they're just, frankly, you're going to have to beat them if you're going to win a tournament because they're going to be here. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we had surprises this event.
Yeah,
Everybody's
Alpha.
getting better.
Alpha was a big story this weekend.
Yeah. So just to reset things, since we did reset our internet here on the LAN floor, but we're back. Wanted to reintroduce Last Shot, our defending free-for-all world championship from last year's tournament, and one of the 4 members of Pure. It's been great to have you on the couch. What's the experience been like from Salt Lake City? What's the team vibe right now? I saw Trey walking off. He looked pretty pissed. But what's the general feeling? You guys have had a night to sleep on it. Where is Pure's headspace at today?
Yeah, so Hunter and Druk, year 1. That's their big run at Worlds. They got top 3. the event before that, they got top 12. So maybe can we repeat?
Good point.
You know what I'm saying? So just got to learn from it. Just go from there and just go next and take all the practice serious we can and take everything with a grain of salt and just go into it with the open mindset of learning and just see what we can do.
History does repeat itself. So don't let that be, oh yeah, we're just going to repeat history. Like, you got to work to do it.
100%.
No, very cool.
This event is going to be intense later today. Are you excited to see the grand finals?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Always excited.
Who should I ask? Who you think is going to take it?
I mean,
you said Space Station Gaming earlier, but OpTic's pretty fired up. I think the crowd's for both right now, actually.
I mean, it's SSG's whole event. I'm not gonna lie, crowd buff is an advantage.
That's true. I think that's what they said last time too. That the crowd is was their fuel. I think it was Stellar that said that.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you have green wall chants, you know how fired up that makes you feel. You literally feel like you have a whole wall of support behind you. Like it feels like you can't lose.
Yeah, and SSG won their tournament here last year. It was their first LAN victory.
Yeah.
And they look damn good doing it. So that was, like, I think one of the best sniper performances we've seen, period, from Stellar.
Oh, yeah.
He was just hitting every single no-scope on Argyle. And earlier today, he was hitting more no-scopes on Argyle. I don't know if you saw that, but
I saw.
He looks like he's back in that form that he was in last year, and that's a dangerous man to play against.
Yeah, it is.
Ooh, can you guys hear the music? They're getting ready for that grand finals, and so are we. Where's the popcorn and pizza? Production, bring us snacks.
Hey, Knight, come on, man. Where you at?
Knight, bring us snacks.
He's talking to some friends on the rail.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Tony.
And it's Tony.
Happy birthday, Tony.
Oh, yeah. Happy birthday.
He didn't hear you, but...
Hey, every day is his birthday.
Yep. That's right.
Come on now.
Every hour is his birthday. This man's 9,000 years old.
Oh, here he comes. Oh,
Here he
dude,
comes.
my man, my favorite.
Hey.
Oh, man, we love us some Why Not. Why
It's
Tony. Okay.
And he's gone.
He's gone. All right, see you later.
It's actually crazy. Me and Tony go way back.
Really?
I know he's a big Last Shot fan. He's been talking about you for a long time.
Tell me about that.
Back in Halo 5, there was a bunch of SWAT tournaments going on, and this guy named he goes by the name called Nap Times.
Yeah, we know him.
He hit me up and he was like, "Hey, do you know anybody who would cast these SWAT tournaments for us?" And I was like, I mean, not that I know of now. And then a couple days later, I found out about Tony. You know, him wanting to start a casting career. And I hit him up. I was like, "Yo, would you want to cast these?" And he's like, "Yeah, of course, I'm down." Start getting a little experience in that, and then seeing him here it's pretty insane.
It's cool, right?
Oh yeah.
No, he's been grinding. He's one of the hardest working casters. He deserves everything that he's gotten.
Oh, yeah.
Now
If there's
part
a
of the
Halo
HCS
tournament,
team.
you expect Tony to be casted.
Oh,
You
for
expect his
100%.
voice to be on top of it. So
Oh,
he's
Tony, man.
been a gem in the Halo community.
He has such a unique voice, too, and personality.
Energy,
Yeah, energy.
aura.
Who doesn't like
It's just
Tony?
everything, man.
Just the
Looks.
whole.
It's a complete package,
There's
man.
everything, man.
He
And
doesn't
it's his
even
birthday,
know.
so
He doesn't even know we're talking nice about him right
I know he'll watch the broadcast later
Yeah.
and he'll just gonna shed a tear.
now. Yeah, hopefully so. All right, guys. Well, I think we should go ahead and try to get us some snacks and get ready for that grand finals that's about to begin. What do you think? Yeah?
Sounds good to me.
All right, everybody. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be back with the grand finals watch party.
Which way it goes. I think these two teams are so closely matched, it's so difficult to pick apart on paper where the difference is.
It certainly is. I think in terms of matchups and how close they really are, they're not that close when it comes to the results per majors. And I think that's what's been missing from OpTic Gaming, right, Rob? I mean, the second place finishes, the taste of silver, it is getting awfully old for those teammates because they're used to the trophies, they're used to the gold medals, they're used to all the commendations. How many times have we seen commendations this season go towards members of OpTic Gaming? You're looking at the season review here, and it just feels so strange to see those second places from OpTic.
It feels strange, and I tell you something that felt special. I was just backstage seeing both these teams get ready, and I kid you not, there were deep breaths on both sides, and you could tell, even with OpTic coming through winners, you could tell. I'm getting chills thinking about it. A few of those players there, Lucid included, I saw just deep breaths waiting to go onto the main stage just because they know how much is riding on this, right? I think that tells me just how sick they are of second place. Going into Worlds, they want to change the story.
Let's talk about changes, especially with OpTic Gaming. I think one big thing that has come into SLC for them is their ice. And it's really strange saying that about OpTic because they're used to getting the job done pretty cleanly, but the ice has been missing so far this season. They've been really struggling with their map 5 records. They're 5-4 season, but here in SLC, they're 2-0. Things are looking really good for their ice. How are you feeling about finishing things off for them, especially in this first series of 7? Because there's a long road to go, but they need to make sure they clutch up against a very hot Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I think this is the best OpTic we've seen all year, and they came into this weekend in one of the interviews stating we were working on our Slayers in between these events, and I think the Slayers and the work that they put in has paid off massively. Those game 5s have not been close. OpTic are closing the door in those Slayers, and they look dominant. They're going to need to be dominant. In a best of 7, there are 3 Slayers. If you can get this series the distance, OpTic will go in confident.
Let's dive into our winners bracket side team first, because OpTic Gaming, they've been performing out of their minds. They've had a lot of considerations to maybe why they might have fallen short in this major. Definitely kicking things off on day 1 with some difficult news that Dead Zone wasn't feeling too well. The fact that he was able to clutch up for his team, perform honestly out of his mind while we're watching him sweat buckets on the main stage. That is testament to the skill of his entire team to lift him up and to be able to get the job done. And I think for me, that really does start with Formal. I think Formal sets an incredible example for his team, and he's only gotten stronger as the competition's gone on.
Yeah, I think Formal's had a phenomenal tournament. I think he's been the standout player, actually, on OpTic Gaming. Every time I'm watching his POV at the moment, he's winning his individual fights. He's playing his life so well. And the big thing for me as well is when Formal gets hyped up, and we heard this back in Atlanta as well, everybody feeds off it. So if he's playing, he's winning his individuals, and his player can be shaking his head at the opposition when he's winning them, it gives a good message to the rest of the team, and I think Formal is a key part of OpTic's success.
Well, folks, it is a stacked house out here because we have 2 incredible fan bases who have come out in full force. Folks, your grand finals of Salt Lake City, our last major of the season, starts right now.
Players now, maybe not want to challenge him, but beautifully done, and he tosses the nade down. Double kill for Bound. The man is a savage. Pushing towards Arcade, and Dead Zone continues to do damage. Gets 2.
But Complexity try as they might, but they run into Stella.
Formal, you filthy animal. Going in, and they know there's players at max. What can they do about it? Get it, no scope.
Ladies and gentlemen, we kick this weekend off with the best Halo teams all around the world with one goal, to hoist this trophy and make it to Worlds. But now, only 2 teams remain, and it's time to light this stage up green and gold. Salt Lake City, you ready to go? Coming out first, make some noise for Space Station Gaming! Leading the pack is the man Bound, followed up by his duo Legend. Right behind is the man with the plan, Eco. Next up, Bella, followed up by Coach Elamite. Yo, Atlanta and Arlington champions looking to do it again and defend that chip here in Salt Lake City yet again. Make some noise for Space Station Gaming! All right. It's time to bring out their opponents. We got the home team on the stage, but it's time to bring out a squad that's looking to play Heartbreaker and do it for the green wall. Make some noise for OpTic Gaming. Here comes the superstar. It's Lucid. Followed up by the FPS legend. It's Formal. Ready to leave it all on the stage. Coach Lunchbox. OpTic Gaming getting second all season, but now looking to do it for the fans and come out with that first place victory. Green Wall, let them hear it. Make some noise for OpTic Gaming. Now we got both teams on the stage. Salt Lake City, this has been an historic weekend. So many upsets and amazing matches, but one more left. Help me set this stage ablaze. Blow the roof off the Salt Palace. Are you ready to go? Lottie, let's get it set up.
Well, there you have it. Your two teams are set on the main stage. They are ready to go. This one could be like a sit pretty, hold on, we're going the distance. Like, we could be seeing two series here, a best of sevens. If there is anything like what we saw earlier on, then we need to sit down, get some drinks, get some food, because look at this layout. Here is your first one in the grand finals. King of the Hill recharge to kick things off. Now, there's a lot of maps here to kind of take into consideration. What are you reading from this, Wes? Is there anything you're taking away for either team?
Honestly, it's not. It's going to be, if SSG want to win this tournament, they're going to have to flat out be the better team. The map mode combinations, you're going to see everything under the sun to go in back-to-back best of sevens. For OpTic Gaming, I'm looking at that Empyrean CTF, and I'm saying that is a cornerstone to our strengths. If we can pull that one off, no matter what the series score is at that time, we're going to gain some advantage going into that game 4.
Certainly. That map 1 also is going to be spicy. If you're looking at their records, 7-2 for SSG, 6-2 for OpTic Gaming. This is going to be a brawl from the get-go on set.
It certainly is. It just gets me excited. I mean, you can hear the crowd in here as well. I think the anticipation is growing second by second, because I think everybody here realizes that we're in a position here with our last major in front of us, our grand final in front of us, that it's not just this major that matters. It's the Halo World Championship. It's what we're going to be talking about after this major as well. And with these two teams playing at this kind of level, with so many game types potentially in front of us as well, if you're here right now, you're in one of the best seats in the world right now to enjoy some amazing Halo action.
Bravo, when you think back to when these two met earlier on this weekend, what was the crux for Space Station Gaming? What was the issue? Why couldn't they edge things out? Why did they get bumped down?
To be honest, it's one flag and forbidden CTF, right?
Yeah.
That's really all it is, which is crazy to think about. Walsh covered it well early on the desk. Let's not forget, they were one grenade bottom mid away from not even being here today.
Yes.
They were also one flag away from winning that series against OpTic. So it is the smallest of margins between these two. And interestingly, not a lot of overlap in these first 7 game types from their last series. So we're going to see some new game types on display.
Some fresh faces for sure in the series layout. And you're looking at a fresh face here. He is very new to North America, and considering how new he is, the accolades this young man has already this season is unbelievable. Legend, looking so good. We're talking about consistent players, another one on your screen as well. Both Formal and Legend, if I had a head-to-head right now, it would be perfect, because honestly, in terms of the way that they've been performing for their team, they are literally chalk and cheese. They are perfect for each other, but also have a little bit of a comparison in terms of what they actually do for their team too.
I think the damage dealt is what those two guys are known for. They are massive damage dealers, getting some of that entry frag damage on the side of Legend, and then Formal's, traditionally he sits back, but when he sits back and he doesn't miss, that damage is so easy to capitalize on for the rest of OpTic Gaming. I want to say one thing, it is not often, if ever, OpTic Gaming have been booed in Halo. You better be careful here in Salt Lake, because you might wake the beast. Using that to OpTic's advantage is going to be something that they are going to feed off of. That energy, it helps when the chants are in their favor, but to be able to play the villain in this room specifically, that's going to be something that they take on their shoulders throughout this series. I am ready to see OpTic Gaming shine.
Yeah, something very different for them as well. And also just going back to the KD leaderboard we saw a second ago, Formal climbing his way up all weekend long to the top spot, heading into the grand final. Bro, that's got to feel pretty damn good.
It really does. And you know what I feel like with Formal's demeanor, right? We've been around Formal for over a decade now in professional esports. back-to-back-to-back second places seem to have given him a new drive, right? He's not maybe as talkative as he would be backstage. He's really driven, really focused, and it's obviously showing on the KD leaderboard as well.
It certainly is showing, indeed. When I look also across Space Station Gaming in terms of how ready they are for this series, you know, they have quite a lot to go here. They have 2 best-of-7s to win if they want to get this done. We talk about fatigue, we talk about being able to have that kind of stamina to get things going, and considering how fresh this series layout is for them, do they have that stamina to continue and do this for their home crowd?
Yeah, I think the crowd is going to be energetic for them, and they're going to be able to feed off that as well on the other side. But I mean, if I'm SSG, I'm looking at this first best-of-7 like, let's not go the distance here. Let's try to wrap this one up pretty quickly. They've had a pretty smooth day so far here today, and it has been a pretty cruise control ride as far as series not going the distance. So I'm looking at SSG. Can they keep that momentum up? Or will OpTic force them to use a lot of that energy that they have still left in the tank in this first series?
I want to jump on the fact that as well, something we need to highlight here is this is one of the first occasions that OpTic have come through the winner's side of the bracket to get to this grand final. So they have the advantage. A lot of the second places that you've seen, they've been elimination bracket runs. They've had to try and set the bracket again and go back to back in those series to try and become champions. So it's a real opportunity here for OpTic Gaming to come in, to have that series buffer and potentially finally get over that line, and what better place to do it for them ahead of the Halo World Championships and in front of a crowd who wants to see SSG take that win.
We're just making sure everything is set in stone on that main stage, because it can't be short of perfect for our 2 teams here in the grand finals. While we do, though, I'd like to discuss some of the keys to victory maybe for both sides. I think 2 different teams looking for something very different, Space Station, to keep this thing going, keep that train pushing forward. And OpTic Gaming, they want to get this done as quickly as possible to cut that momentum in half for Space Station Gaming. On the side of OpTic, what do they need to do in this series? Is there anybody who needs to step up big time in order to get this done in a quick fashion?
I think OpTic's key to the victory is going to be rewatching that FaZe series or watching that FaZe series unfold and notice that Stellar is picking up Snipe top mid on Livefire for free, uncontested. After that moment, Stellar is destined to start popping off. You have to compete for the power-ups and the power weapons. You have to find ways to get those in your hands, because players like Formal have not missed either. It's a matter of who gets the opportunity to pop off, and they will once given that moment. I think OpTic are going to be more prioritized on these power-ups and power weapons than FaZe were, and I like their opportunity because that's how they work. They scavenge, they play around these things so much. They bring the numbers advantage there. SSG are going to have a much more difficult time getting those in their hands against a team like OpTic.
On set for Space Station, we saw Bound really have an incredible game against OpTic Rebellion, as well as his duo Legend. Are you really honing in on that duo to step things up for their team in order to get this done and go the distance?
It's very easy to look at certain players on a team and go, you need to play great, you need to play great. But we're now in a situation in a grand final where if one player does not play to the highest level, then that team is going to suffer because of it. So it's difficult to kind of focus on a Bound, on an Eco, on a Stellar, on a Legend, because everyone has their responsibility. However, I will highlight that Bound in that previous series was playing some phenomenal Halo, and when he plays his best Halo, it means that SSG is working well. So I think for SSG, it's a really good sign ahead of this grand final.
Well, folks, it is time. We're going to see some incredible Halo Infinite. That is for sure. Your grand final starts right now. Onset and Bravo, take it away.
Well, let's do this then, everybody. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. 3 days of action here in Salt Lake City, and the crowd is hyped for this one. It's SSG, Space Station Gaming, the hometown team, going up against the green wall, trying to break that second place curse.
And you always had the feeling it was going to be these 2 at this major. It just felt right coming off of the back of Atlanta that we would see these 2 teams, but as you heard, in a little bit of a different setting. OpTic Gaming coming in from the winner's side of the bracket. Space Station Gaming will need to back-to-back to take the championship. We're underway in game number 1.
Well, here we go then. Game number 1 in front of our eyes. We're going to have a little bit of King of the Hill to play. Recharge going to be the first map that we find in front of our eyes as Trippy, who had a fantastic series, I will also highlight, last time that we saw him on our main stage, is going to allow Formal to grab that first camo. Now, OpTic with an early advantage here, playing for that shock rifle, we would imagine, in a few seconds as well, but early control, even though the camo has been picked up by OpTic, seems to be going the way of SSG.
Formal trying to slow play this. We'll see if he can avoid the trade. No, Legend going to come out with a trade, so he certainly will have the advantage out of that one. Keeping an eye on the shock. Notice that Formal did not grab the shock because they were 2 dead. Instead, tried to clear out gold first if he was able to. In the end, now on board with Eco under heavy pressure in Whirlpool.
Trades at the moment, Stella inside of that hill, but Formal's going to pick up one, which is going to create an opening, and Formal and Lucy will combine in order to make Space Station only have the one player alive. He's going to be dealt with as well. It's a clean wipe coming in from OpTic Gaming. All of SSG find themselves in the respawn screen.
Very nicely done. There are already control spawns coming up for them. They're a little bit staggered here, so we'll see if OpTic can get the first pick once again. But take a look at the progress as the Let's Go OpTic chant starts in the building.
You thought there was some boos as they walked out. Well, let me tell you, there's always OpTic fans wherever OpTic Gaming are. And they are making some noise right now, and why wouldn't you, with over 2/3 of this first hill already capped. Dead Zone putting some good damage down onto Eco. He's going to find a pretty simple kill, you would imagine, inside of this. Maybe looking to create something a little bit more fancy. Oh. There's one for Dead Zone, make it 2. And that's going to be more control here for OpTic.
Found your last player alive.
Hello and welcome back to the LVT Halo watch party. We're here at the World Championships. Game 1 going on behind us.
So loud, man. This is Salt Lake City.
This is great. Yeah, Salt Lake City, baby. They are loud. They are proud.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. No, wait a minute.
What?
No, not again. We're not doing this again. We're not doing this again. What streaming platform do you like? What streaming platform do you like?
Twitch.tv.
What team do you root for?
Space Station Gaming. Okay.
I'm in it.
How does this keep happening?
Oh, no.
Oh, he's gone. He's gone.
No. Oh, no.
Oh, he's gone.
Frozone. I thought he was a superhero.
How does this keep happening?
Who let him back in?
Good God. He's abandoned. Wait, he's wanting someone to get him. Oh, wait, he's coming back.
He's coming back. Hey, as long as you behave yourself. Oh, wait.
It's Uber Nick. It's Uber Nick.
What's up, y'all?
What's up? He would have gotten away the whole time for you meddling kids.
Yeah.
What is up with LAN, Halo tournaments, and you in tights?
I blame Space Station. It's literally their fault. So. Oh my goodness.
Dude, that was like the biggest workout I think we've seen anyone here get.
That is by far the biggest workout I've ever made. So, yeah. But yeah. You guys, I just want to come on to you guys to be doing a fantastic job all weekend. The Halo community appreciate everything you do so much. You always kill it every single weekend, every tournament, everything you do. So I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just want to come on.
Yeah, you
show my
gotta get in the crowd and rally the troops.
Yeah, do the opposite of what the OG guy did. But let's go Space Station Gaming. Let's have a good game of Halo. Great grand finals. Hey. Appreciate you guys.
That's from Bye,
John. See ya.
Oh, wait, we have to have security escort you. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Unbelievable, man. A little appearance from Frozone. Uber Nick, go find him in the crowd, man. He's been having a fun time all weekend, but right now SSG need to be having a little bit more of a fun time. Welcome back, Active.
Active had PTSD there. He's ready to kick some ass.
Oh, I heard he body slammed him off screen.
All right. You know what I want to say? Since we just had Uber Nick, probably the super fan for SSG, also a content creator.
No, Mike.
Something I notice at tournaments, OpTic fans get loud, but it's when they have something to cheer for. It's when their team's from ahead more than often than not. Here at this event, SSG gets just as loud as when OpTic is in the lead, but it's when SSG is down. They're really rallying the team of 4 back into this, and look at this, it's tied 1-1.
I think that crowd boost is going to be big. And you know, right now it feels like we're seeing like a good half and half split.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see like who outlasts. You know, I feel like it's a battle of attrition in the crowd itself of like who can keep their momentum. If a team starts going down severely in this game, can their fans keep them in it?
I know. I'm kind of leaning with Mikowski on that one. It's like, man, like if you're only going to be like a front runner, like what happens when things aren't going your way and things get quiet and whatnot, no matter what, SSG get 1 kill. Doesn't matter what the score is. Crowd's electric.
It triggered in like an emotional energy in me when I heard the first SSG chant of the day, or of the grand finals. And I looked at OpTic's up 1-0. So that really is impressive, and it speaks to the community that they've cultivated here in Utah and beyond.
So many pros say the same thing. You need to cheer when we're down. That's what I mean. We need to get the energy to continue forward. And so many times, orgs fans will cheer when they're winning, which is great. It's good. But the cheering when you're down is also very important as well. You know, get them back in it.
And that's where I feel like there's certain chance. Like obviously when they're winning, they either let's go OpTics going and whatnot. But then that's SSG fans will bounce man, with the, tear it down brick by brick or break that wall, break that wall. That's what you need, though. It's almost like, when you're going into, like, a sporting event, if you're at a San Antonio Spurs game or a Sixers game, what are you going to hear? Defense, no matter what. Be yelling defense, even if they're down, defense.
It's very much like a college football bowl game environment here, with the home crowd element of SSG being at their home in Salt Lake City. And 2 in a row puts them up 1, 2:30 left in regulation. OpTic score first, but Space Station get the next 2.
This is so nerve-wracking for both sides. And this is really reminiscent of the Fort Worth event. It almost feels exactly the same. Remember, OpTic had a very bad start at that event. People were like, oh, is this the end of the OpTic dynasty? Are they going to keep doing what they're doing? And then, well, eventually what happens is they get into grand finals after a hell of a Saturday run. Feels a little bit of the same. And who was there the first time was Space Station. Space Station reset the bracket at Fort Worth, but weren't able to complete the comeback. I'm thinking we might get a 1-to-1 event from what we saw just a year ago.
I'm hoping so. I like to see competitive. I think SSG, obviously, we talk about coming from that lower bracket, but I just think they look really good, and you're seeing it in their KD as well. It's Legend 11-8, 11-6 out of Eco. I mean, Bound's not even really going crazy just yet, but he has the potential to do so. I mean, minute 45 left.
My thing with OpTic Gaming, though, if you look at the road to make it to the grand finals, I mean, you have to go through the SSGs, the FaZes, the Shopify, literally the big 4 in order to get here to the grand finals. So I was talking about it on the desk earlier. It's like, a lot of people question, what do you have the advantage of making it to the grand finals to the winner's bracket? Are you iced out or are you warmed up? Well, I know for a fact that OpTic have been battle tested here, and I've been really impressed with their journey.
Do you think, Tony? I heard you use the words big 4. Do you think we have
is that it? You said, do you think, Tony? Was that the end of the statement?
Not at all.
No. Let me talk here. Do you think we have a big 4 now? Because this is multiple events now. This isn't just once this year that Shopify placed within the top 3. They haven't contended and got to a grand finals or won yet, but do you think we have a big 4 going into the Halo World Championship?
So, I think what Shopify Rebellion have been able to put into play is very impressive. 4th place, 3rd place, and so far 3rd place. And there's no bigger Shopify Rebellion fan than I am, I promise you. But to me, when it comes to making it to Championship Sunday and you actually being a legitimate contender to win, that's what I look at when it comes to the Big 3. And even though I know for a fact that Shopify Rebellion could beat anybody in the Big 3 at any given moment, when it's time to clutch up on that Championship Sunday, it's time to beat multiple of them in order to win a championship, I don't have them there yet. So to me, it's the Big 3 and then, or tier, A, and then maybe 1B, literally right below them, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. We were talking about the battle between Shopify Rebellion, Sentinels, Pure, and everybody else trying to be in that top 4. There is nothing wrong with not being in the Big 3, but you gotta win, man. You gotta win on Sunday.
That's the separating factor, the trophy at the end of Sunday.
To me, it's a step-by-step process, right? And, it was a curse for 2 events in a row where they weren't able to win 1 game on Sunday. This Sunday, they brought OpTic to a Game 5. They won those 2 games. I think that's a step forward. We still need many more steps, and I agree with you to get where you're talking about, but I truly believe that it's just going to take time for them to be in that top 4 conversation where they're a contender.
11 seconds left in regulation, and OpTic Gaming tied up at 2. We're heading to sudden death.
Next hill win. I always love a next hill win situation. And the good thing for OpTic here is they have the spawns already because they captured that next hill. This is going to be a really tough battle for Space Station to get out of. They're going to have not the greatest spawns in the world, but he also has Stellar on their side. He just goes in, doesn't give a care in the world, entry frags his way in.
Interesting that they went for those 2 ticks instead of positioning there, right? You're going to go to overtime regardless. There's only 2 seconds left. But going down there could potentially give SSG that bit of an extra edge, especially with the fact that they have C-Plat. It's up to dead zone right now. Let's get you guys sticking out.
SSG started to find the kills that they're looking for, and they want that C-Plat control, and it looks like they're willing to fight for it. Stellar with the shock. I can't think of anything scarier than that, a killing spree as he takes down Trippy and looks to clear out the long haul.
Oh my gosh. Oh yes, Stellar's been shooting like this all weekend long. I'm not, like, in terms of sniping, I haven't seen him miss many bullets whatsoever. So good to see him continue that here in the grand finals.
What do we call this corner right here? What's the specific call out for that?
I don't know. I don't think there is one.
Corner.
Yeah, I don't think there is one. I don't know one. I'm sure they have one, but I don't know one.
All right, call it Harry Potter, please.
Can I point out how patient both of these teams are being when it comes to this hill? Like, we talked about 11 seconds with regulation. How much time have we killed here in overtime right now? I don't, like, it's next point wins, but do we have a double overtime, a triple? What happens here?
I think you get 3 minutes, right? Am I crazy? It's 3 minutes usually.
I believe it's two, yep.
So already more than half gone. I mean, we might be playing a reset, yeah.
It's kind of
I don't think we've seen it get to this point.
We down though.
Big kill
This is
here.
for the 4 down. Legend needs to win this, but he does not. 4 down for Space Station, 4 up for OpTic, and this should surely turn into more time for them.
I love to see Lucid in this kind of form.
What's interesting here for Space Station is you have to start thinking, hey, maybe we just play for a reset now. Like, yeah, we don't really want to step in the hill with 37 seconds left.
3 down.
Maybe not, because now Lucid, the final player alive right now, and he's being forced back over toward the C side. A lot of time or progression being accumulated here by OpTic Gaming, but now it's Space Station Gaming fighting back. Can they do it?
Heavyweight fight.
20 seconds.
Haymakers and counter blows to the head. But Space Station get the 2-3 downs in a row, so that gives them map control. OpTic with 60% on the board, though. Space Station haven't been able to turn any of these slays into time.
Like Garrett said, it seems like they're playing for that reset. They've had opportunities to jump in that hill.
Hey, that's really heads up in my opinion, right? There was 41 seconds left when OpTic had control. Space Station didn't have any time in it. It's like, hey, like, let's just play for a reset. Makes me think that maybe we should change how overtime works. Is like, if it goes to time, it's whoever has more in the hill should like get awarded the hill. Because it's like, I feel like you shouldn't be able to play like that.
I feel like for ranked purposes, you need it kind of maybe like that for the game to end. Otherwise, there could be a situation where two teams know each other instead of trying to stat it out and get the most kills possible. But here in a competitive environment, yeah, we should have played until somebody won that hill. It's a little bit different. I could definitely see myself. If I have 4 people on the other team and 4 people on my team, I'm like, you know what? Everybody gets 500 kills. Let's go. We'll never let it end. I'm a scumbag. Sorry.
But like, you could even keep the timer still. It's just whoever has more progress.
Oh, you want no. You like that?
It's just like at some point you gotta take away the opportunity for a team to play clock. You know what I'm saying? Like to play clock to tie in tournament setting, I think is like it's not like it's smart by SSG, but I feel like it's against the spirit of competition.
Okay, I can see. I guess if they did, I wouldn't be mad, but it's not my way. I don't like. Because of the way that King of the Hill works, like how many times do we see a team take like a small lead or a medium lead or a massive lead and still lose out on that hill? So I don't like it on the surface, but you do have a good point.
Back in our day, Mac, we had 30-minute timers.
You saw exactly how much time you had.
Yeah, and there was no reason to worry about it because 15 minutes, if it was a tie, you go until someone caps, and you have another 15 minutes to cap. Yeah, they were long games, but they were entertaining ones. They were good games.
Well, the clock, an important factor in game number 1 pre-reset. Now after clock is a moot point. Don't even look at it at the bottom of your screen because it's going to be the next point wins. And this is interesting because it sets up for an opening break, almost like an OT and capture the flag.
What's crazy to me is that this is just game number 1 here of your grand finals. To see it go down to the wire the way that it did, if that game is indicative of how this series is going to go, we're going to have an exciting grand finals here in beautiful Salt Lake City.
I just love it because I truly think that SSG really needs to put the foot on the gas and try to get this done at 4 because they want to reset as fast as possible. Like you don't want OpTic to have an entire 7-game series in order to make things happen and close it out in 1. So they want to force that reset. They want to force it quick, and then you're at even keel for the grand finals reset.
I'm curious whether it's going to be first to 1 hill or if they're going to.
It will be
first to 1.
And that's a battery cell. That's not fun.
I'm going to be honest, that's not a fun hill at all. That thing can get captured real fast. Maybe we get to, hey, look, Jersey 2's the observer.
Very nice. Very nice.
Shout out.
Okay, so looking at the series layout, we got Recharge King of the Hill, Live Fire Slayer, 11 Empyrean, interference is going to be interesting. But Aquarius Slayer is the Game 7. I don't think we'll get to Game 7 in the series, to be honest, but we'll see.
Yeah, when I'm looking at breach chart, normally that would favor a team like OpTic Gaming going into this. But when it comes to this grand finals, I take my stats, I throw them. You know, you see what I do with the paper.
Yeah, you gotta throw them away.
I throw them out because I just think grand finals is just totally different, man. It's like, you know, no matter, you know, obviously Friday and Saturdays are important. You know, everything that's happened so far is important. But once you get to the grand finals, it's like, dude, who wants it more?
Yeah.
Who clutches it out? Who wins that 1 or 2 engagement that changes the play completely around? It's, I don't know, man. It's just different.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everyone comes to play in these grand finals. You see some of the best games ever in these grand finals. And SSG, they're not going to be bowing their head. They're not going to be, you know, letting go of the gas a little bit. They're going to be completely committed to making this happen. And OpTic, they want to break that second place curse. And what a time to do it. We saw what happened at Orlando last year, right? The year before, we saw exactly what happened. They got that Orlando win, and then they got that Worlds win. They're looking for this one prior to Worlds.
Well, knowing that this is going to be first hill capture wins, I'm curious how we'll see these players play. I imagine it's going to be that sort of standoffish, really slow style of play from both these teams.
You guys remember back in season 1 before they implemented the overtime rules, you know, it ended up being ties, and it ended it, and then they ended up going to a next cap wins, and players didn't like that. There was actually big complaints around that. Obviously, a bit of a different scenario, but it kind of reminds me of when we didn't have proper overtime rules and King of the Hill back in season 1. And hey, you go on a crazy run, you win an opening break, and that's a lot of time you're able to accumulate off of 1 round of slays.
Great reticle discipline there from Eco, despite the tricky stray from Trippy. He was ready for all of it, timing his shots perfectly and opening up the first 15 to 20% on the board for Space Station Gaming. They've won the opening break, but OpTic are keeping it close.
Bound. Bro, dude, Bound is like the most annoying kill on the planet. He tries to make himself the hardest thing possible to shoot, and well, OpTic Gaming, they're finally able to find him, and they're getting hill time. This is a tricky spot for Space Station.
Yeah, you know what? They're being very milky on this hill, which you were questioning how they were going to play this. There's a lot of milk going on, just trying to get all the time you possibly can. And SSG so far are leading it, but I mean, the slays are pretty even across the board.
That was crazy by Legend. I mean, just staying alive in there for as long as he did. Remember, his team was all down. It was just him and 2 members of OpTic Gaming. He was able to kill the first, milk out 5 seconds in that hill, and then trade out with the second. I don't think you can ask for a better life, but they just keep going for it down.
SSG going 4 down. Not only OpTic able to get so much time here, but they also able to get the camouflage. Honestly, SSG backs against the wall. How are they going to break out of their spawn and win this hill?
1 more break is all you get here, I think. Man, Dead Zone's going to make this so annoying, too, with this camo.
This is just fantastic positioning from him. He's going to be able to find all these players as they desperate through. There's just nothing SSG can do.
1 second needed. OpTic get it.
Wait, are they going to...
Yeah, it might
I
not
guess
be
it's a
first
full
one.
reset.
Yeah.
When did they change that rule?
In season 1, it was first to 2 caps win with no overtime. Are they going back to the season 1 rule set?
I think they're going to go back to the season 1 rule set. That makes sense.
Like halfway through, they changed it because everybody complained about having 1 hill taken. So they said, okay, best of 2. Is that was it? I don't care. I just want to see some great Halo.
Right, and we're witnessing it here. And like you said, Tony, previously, this sets the stage, man, for a long, grueling grand final. So if you're at home, make sure you've ordered your food or you've got it in the kitchen cooking, because by the time you start to eat, you might be getting ready for the grand finals too.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's not even 5 o'clock here in Salt Lake City. Come on, let's go. Make it a 5-hour series. I'm chilling right now, baby.
I'm down now. My flight's not till 1 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. So I'm down to do whatever we need to do. Watch some beautiful Halo at the same exact time. SSG, though, look how close they are to this second hill. It's going to be there first, and we'll be tied at 1. If that's the case, if it's first to 2 caps, then once again, we have a very close matchup here ahead of us. Big kill here, big kill here. That's massive on a Stellar. And he's still doing damage to Trippy, too, but...
Trippy's so important here over toward the back base right now. With SSG having numbers, having position, they still have to go through Trippy before they're able to step inside the cell with long-range shots. With the BR, deals with at least 1. They have to go through Legend. Oh my my goodness, back-to-back kills out of SSG.
Avoids both grenade splash damages enough to jump over and get the slay, but he does get cleaned up shortly after. It's not going to matter, though. Legend goes down, but SSG score one more to tie things at 1.
No one's on that elevator side, so if Stellar can get there really quick, it's gonna be a race to get there before Trippy.
Look at Legend. He's already gone through it to the backside. OpTic Gaming's at A, but they're getting collapsed on it. This is nothing secured.
Wow, beautiful job by SSG there.
You can see the speed at which Legend plays, even from the OpTic player's point of view, where you can see Legend just zooming his way through gold, and now he's in the mix, earning slays, earning more points. As he spots Formal across the map, has a, oh my god, great shots across map, grenade, nade shot, and 4 go down for OpTic Gaming. Space Station can run up the score here and potentially take game number 1.
Now, was he shooting bodies or was he trying to influence the spawn with those shots? That's my question, but it's gonna be rough for OpTic Gaming. Shock rifle in the hands of Stellar, one of the best to ever do it.
To answer your question, in French, would they call it Ofum?
I like that one.
Both of them.
Hey, we'll keep it in the back pocket.
Yeah. That's gonna be a second cap for SSG here. Oh, that's a break.
Wow.
99%.
If it doesn't happen now, you guys know who to blame.
Yeah, it's my fault.
Oh, whoa, this is aggressive from
Yeah, I
Stellar.
love it. I love it, though. They're not prepared for this.
That's it. That'll do it. Space Station take game 1.
Ooh, good catch by Tony to point out the season 1 rules. Man, I forgot that we didn't have overtime back in the day.
It started off as 1 cap takes all, and then there was a lot of complaints about that system. So they said, okay, well, you know what? How about best of 2 kind of thing? I say you take it back to the courts, win by 2 kind of thing, but it doesn't translate, I'll be honest with you. Interesting game number 1, though. That's, I mean, again, that right there had the roller coaster, the moments of like an entire series, and that was just the first game going to SSG.
And you point out like the eves and ahs out of the first game, but honestly, SSG on those last 2 hills, straight up. Like their momentum was way up there.
And they climbed it and became the king of the hill.
Mount Everest. Yeah.
If only you guys had full cam on right now, you could see how silly all of us look. Doing our roller coaster arm dance. I don't know what we're doing.
I'm trying to get active to connect to it. Ready, active, ready, right?
Okay, that's not bad. Send it back, baby. Send it back, baby. Oh my goodness. Don't do it again. That's it. We're done.
We're professionals over here.
We are consummate professionals over here. Nothing but the best.
Professional is something. I don't know what.
Goofballs.
Professional goofballs. Hey, but yeah, I mean, I really, truly feel like SSG kind of hit their stride towards the end of that game in those last 2 caps in that reset. And like I said, it's 3 more, and then we reset the bracket. I truly feel like there's going to be a bracket reset here. I know it's a little early, but I do.
Off of that line of thought, Tim, I think that's a massive reset condition to win the game 1 of the series, to start that momentum. And it's all energy, it's all juice, and to take less games to get to that reset is ever more critical than before. You want to get this done, like you said, I think previously, in 4 or 5 games at your Space Station. They're on the right track.
I definitely feel that way, especially in most series, but that's because most series are best of 5s. Best of 7s, it's like, it's so different. It's such a battle of attrition that, like, you know, normally I'm like, oh, game number 1, set the tone, set the pace, but to be honest, in the best of 7, I think you can kind of sack that game number 1 and still gain momentum in the middle of the series, where in the best of 5, you don't have that option, right? Like,
great point. Let's not forget the Halo World Championship last year, where OpTic won the first 2 games, and then FaZe won 4, and then 4 for a total of 8 in a row to win the Halo World Championship. So you're right. There's really no telling which way this one goes.
It's crazy. Best of 7s, that's way too much for me. I can give a solid good 20 minutes worth of Halo. An entire tournament, entire day.
One round of FFA is what you're saying?
That's it. I mean, the best FFA round of your life. That's why I get to round 2.
It's always a big thing, though, is like just keeping energy up throughout such a long day. You got to remember, Space Station started off first today. OpTic Gaming, they're going to have a little bit more in their reserves. They only had to play 1 best of 5, then had a break from there. And people, whenever I talk to these pros after, they say energy's a big deal. How much you spend, how much you're using to get through your series can be the difference between winning and losing a championship.
I'm partial to the classic Halos. I'm partial to the classic Halo teams like Final Boss. But I think what we're witnessing here could potentially be the greatest tournament win in Halo history. When you consider that Space Station is looking to win 3 back-to-back-to-back, and doing so from lower bracket round number 1, well, they had to beat Cloud9 50-49 just to get to round number 2. We're witnessing history brew before our very eyes.
Yeah, that Cloud9 series was insane, man. I was there, and Cloud9 had everything, you know, in their hands, but this just shows you how different teams are on the Sunday, right? SSG coming through and making it to that grand finals looking strong.
I guess that's one thing you really can't, you can't fake is championship experience, you know. Being on a championship Sunday, you know, knowing that that's a battle attrition, and even if you take, you know, the intangibles kind of thing, you know, Tools kind of mentioned, you need energy. So you need to know, you know, are you a kind of person that needs to snack once an hour? Are you kind of person that you need to eat light in the morning or heavier in the morning? Because little things like that, but having a routine going into championship Sunday, especially deep within these tournaments, must be so important. I wonder maybe if Shopify Rebellion needs to kind of find their routine. Let me tell you something. There's one routine I know. If you have a sniper, give it to freaking Lucid.
Yeah, Lucid's been going crazy, and again, in the grand finals, it's like a different Lucid, but Space Station Gaming, I really think off that last little bit of reset, that game number 1 just look like they're swinging upwards, and we'll see how that pans out here. Formal does have this camo, and can make a big play to break the setup out of SSG on A.
Slow and patient, waiting for the words to come in, but Bound on the flank gets shut down right away, and honestly, been surprised that no one from Space Station was there to try to capitalize. They stay hidden at A, and well, it comes out as a reward. Oh, look at this pistol, dude. Little Shrek ears on it.
That should be OpTic Gaming wearing it. That way you'd quite literally see Shrek on the Magnum. 9-9 here in Game 2. This is the game that we referenced previously against Cloud9, where Space Station iced it up. So we know that they've got the execution in the end game. For now, though, it is tight in the early goings.
It's crazy, though. I think this is one of the closest events we've had in such a long time, and it just gets better and better every event. Just get the competition closer and closer.
With the sticky.
Wait a minute.
Somehow takes down 1. Lucid makes it 2. But Lucid does drop that snipe. How much ammo's left in it? I think it just got burned.
2-kill lead here for OpTic. Great job by Legend, man. Front line, no one really behind him. There's a teammate behind him right now. Oh no, I thought there was. There is. On the screen side, it's Eco, and he still plays so forward and just takes that space.
We'll say goodbye to Tony for now. Thank you for stopping on by, Tony.
Love you, why not?
He's heading out. As we continue into our grand finals, OpTic Gaming able to get this camouflage, and well, things have been shifting their way. It feels like they've figured something out, and they're getting some true separation in this game.
8 kills. Really solid so far. Snipes coming up here, very important that OpTic get this and keep it out of the hands of SSG and keep it out of the hands of Stellar.
OpTic Gaming have built a favorable lead. It was 9-9 now. It's a 9-kill lead for OpTic Gaming. Trippy looking to add to it with a double kill, make it a triple. No, we'll get the assist. Nonetheless, 3 go down for Space Station, and all Eco can do now is force C-spawns for SSG.
What a way to shift the energy of the grand finals right here by OpTic, man. Everyone looks so locked in. Trippy 9-3, and so many times call him Big Game Trippy.
Oh!
And so many times he's been, you know, scrutinized for performances. He's even scrutinized himself for previous performances, but he came to play today, and it's been all weekend long, you know, even all weekend long. But today, I mean, keep an eye on Trippy.
That's a good point, Active. Trippy has been very accountable as a teammate, and as an individual, he is routinely, when things go wrong for OpTic Gaming on Twitter, taking the blame for it. And I know his teammates appreciate that. Even the coach Lunchbox probably appreciates that. Deflecting the blame onto you, he puts that weight on his shoulders and turns it into energy in the big game Trippy that we know and love.
You'll love to see that accountability. That's how you get better. Space Station Gaming have that tower side, but I'm sorry, OpTic have the tower side, I meant to say. And it's going to be 2 down for, make that 3 down for OpTic Gaming. So up to Lucid to try and even the odds with a couple good shots in the snipe here. Cleans one up. That's, again, going to be really solid because Stellar will be on spawn and his teammates. Oh my my
Lucid
goodness
didn't need the
gracious.
headshot, but he gets it instead. The grenade
Wow,
would have made
man.
it enough for a toe shot. Would have taken him down. 11-3-3. Lucid is on fire. Live fire is back.
Yeah, that's next level from him. I mean, remember, he was last alive for his team. He gets lost in the sauce, is able to clean up Stellar for relatively free, and then from there to hit that snipe shot, to know what his route is. This guy's hitting his peak at the moment.
And that was right as SSG were starting to make their move to make it a little bit more palatable to come back, but Lucid brings it back to a double-digit lead. 12 kills in total, 3 team wipes needed for SSG just to simply tie it, and that's without OpTic going down once.
Yeah, SSG are gonna need a big string of kills here. They get 3, but they trade for 2, and at this point, that's all OpTic's gonna go for. You're gonna see it time and time again. Look at this. Look at the way Lucid and Trippy are set up here. They want to get a beatdown, a kill, a trade, and that's all they need to do. If they can get that, then they'll be solid.
Trippy pushes
10
in.
kills, still the lead.
Gets the trade, and you will play for trades here if you're OpTic Gaming. OpTic Gaming, getting back to Season 1, guys, was one of the best teams when it came to playing for those trades, and like a boa constrictor, suffocating any potential for the comeback for SSG. OpTic up 10. I don't see them losing game 2.
Yeah, they catch Trippy right there on the little sneaky spot. Again, Trippy just loves to try and get behind teams. Allen's playing a bit of a slow game here as well. Waits for Lucid to be no shields, but Lucid, oh my goodness gracious.
He's 13-4.
Yeah, this kid is disgusting right now. This is the Lucid from Season 1, and you know what? That's what you need. That's what you need.
Oh, this is MVP stuff.
This is what you need. This is what you've needed out of him. Someone's got to take the reins here.
This is so scary. If Lucid plays like this, I don't think SSG stands a chance.
Lucid and Trippy, I mean, both these guys, like, absolutely incredible game number 2. He's still not missing.
Oh my God, he's about to be quadruple positive, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he really wants this, man, and I get it, dude. There's been so much chatter from so many in the community for OpTic, and you know what's crazy? The hunger that they have when they've placed second 3 times in a row. You know how many people would be content with placing second? No, second is not what OpTic want. They are hungry for that first place.
This is brilliant Halo at the moment from OpTic Gaming. Knowing they need those trade outs, this is the best possible answer you could have gotten. And what we saw from OpTic was a lot of scrims on Slayers. And you don't see that from the top teams, scrimming Slayers. They obviously felt that they needed to work on them, and well, I'm glad they did, because that was
He used the Insta-Explode there to take that bound, and rightfully so, shoots him his dead body with it. Did you see that bound? Dropped the first grenade, and Lucid timed it as if it was his own to earn the Insta-Explode win in game 2. Lucid playing some petty Halo.
Oh my gosh. I mean, dude, it's scary, man.
That's the best I've seen OpTic look all day, to be honest. Like that was unbelievable from them.
Listen, like, I understand stats, and so many people bring them up, and we do. We bring up, you know, on Friday, we bring up scrims. On Saturday, we bring up Friday stats. But it doesn't matter. This is the day that matters the most. It's Sundays. That is the day everyone comes to play. That is the day that you will see the absolute best Halo possible is on a Sunday.
Hey, hand me the, I want to check this thing out. We got a...
It's a Warthog.
Little Warthog. You look, it's got a little gunner in the back. Check this thing out, boys.
Who's the gun?
It's got
RC.
It's RC.
Oh, that's sick.
My God,
that's
you can
actually
drive this
really
thing
cool.
around?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I want that.
That's actually cool. Wait, you can't
You
have
look like
it.
you want to fight me for
Wait,
it.
what are you
I
doing?
see your eyes.
Isn't that a giveaway item?
Well, now I feel like... Thanks, Tim.
What, dude?
I was gonna have fun. I was gonna make a racetrack.
No, dude, that's not for you, man.
We have to give this away?
I don't know. I have no idea what that is. It was
Actually,
just sitting here
it
next
might be for Zilla. First Zilla brought it over, and I was like,
okay.
oh, this is cool. It might be
It's his. Okay, well, he's not giving it away.
Maybe Frizilla gave it to Tools.
Oh, maybe it is yours, Tools.
He doesn't have to know.
I'll fight you for it.
He doesn't seem concerned. I don't see him anywhere around, so you can stuff that into your
No, you can't do that.
Paper beats rock. Paper beats rock. Oh,
That's actually so good. I'm going to use that every time from now on.
Oh,
that is so good.
There's a headset right there.
Oh, no, I was like...
Oh, is it yours?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was 49 in.
Oh, it's cool.
That's really cool. I like it. It's really cool. Absolutely
So
awesome.
SSG has
So
had
we're
an
not giving it
obstacle
away.
course.
So we're not giving it away. He said no. No, I mean Tim was.
I wasn't going to give it. I
take
didn't know what it was. They were just sitting here next to me and looked cool. So I was like, all right, well, I don't know what this is.
Steal
But
it. He was gonna give it away.
Why? You were like, I thought you were like only wanted me to put it here. Like,
yeah, he was going to steal it.
I was gonna steal it. It looks cool.
Wow, it has functioning
it is
lights.
cool. And you know what's cooler? That I got it for free.
That's pretty awesome.
For free.
Huh? That's free 99, the best price in the world.
Absolutely. All thanks to SSG that had like a lot of activities.
You got right.
Yeah, like the cardboard clutch.
Yeah, cool.
I top 3 was supposed to get one of those prizes.
Oh, so you did top 3 and
yeah,
that's how you got it?
barely scraped top 3.
Hey, you know what? It is what it is, man.
So you're
That's
a racer, huh? A little bit of a racer over at the Cardboard Gulch.
Absolutely. I've been like. Yesterday I was like for an hour and a half, like on the morning and before closing. So I was like 3 hours grinding.
Pretty cool, man.
It's so funny. He's grinding the.
I mean,
rewarded.
Well, look at that. He won.
This would look good on your desk, but you can take it off the desk and actually drive it around.
My kids would love that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Maybe it would get them into Halo.
When my son
His
turns 4, he's
kids
getting
would
the
love
Warthog.
My kids.
No, his kids would love it.
No. They just like RC
Pull
guys.
out your wallet, pull
I
out your
heard
wallet.
they sell it at Walmart or stuff like that.
Yeah,
so.
it's cool. It's cool.
But there's one right there.
I think there's. I mean, if you can beat the 8.1 seconds,
that's so fast.
You can still get it because that's still not redeemed.
That's
so.
pretty cool, man. 8.1 seconds.
Backwards? Huh? No, there we go.
That's pretty awesome.
I've done a couple things in 8.1 seconds. I think I could get there. Thanks, Rizzo.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, if you want it, I can just leave it here.
Yeah, you can leave it there. We'll keep the.
Yeah, just leave it there.
It'll keep the Warhog. The Warhog will keep us company.
Did that just go over everybody's head but mine? Jeez, oh Pete's, man, what are we doing?
I was just having fun.
It's been a fun weekend.
You do a lot. A lot. You can have a lot of fun. Let me tell you what.
Oh, God.
All right, I'll be taking my leave.
All right. Thanks for stopping in,
love you,
man.
chat.
Yep.
Brazil Hearts in chat.
Best Spanish caster in the game. Check him out.
Yes.
Brazil
54. Love you guys.
Kaiju Productions, right?
Yeah, Kaiju Prods. That's where I do rather the whole Spanish MX Halo stuff. So if you want to learn more about the scene, learn about the players and the stories, you should check out the channel and also the Twitter, so you can be up to date to everything.
Very cool.
Coming up next is going to be World, so
very cool.
Hey, let's get it.
World sounds fun.
Thank you. Thank you,
man.
I want to say thank you to Mama Death, Kills on the Night, Drew, Maverick, a couple of community members that I see routinely in the LVT Halo chat.
Shout
I
out
want
to
to
you
thank
guys.
the LVT Halo community in general just for being in the chat. I feel like the LVT chat is a part of the broadcast in a way, whether it's just through the enthusiasm, the emote spam, the copy pastas that y'all creatively write up. It's fun being along this journey with you guys.
Yeah, it's been great. But how long does it take to get to the bathroom?
I was going to do the same thing.
I mean, the bathroom is like
stagger.
Listen, you guys both go.
We can take a quick break. No,
listen, I can carry the cast.
We're not going to take a break.
I was asking for the. I was wondering why they haven't played Game 3 yet.
Oh, you know. Garrett, this isn't your first Halo tournament. This could be up to 30 minutes. You know this.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's taking them forever.
You look pressed for time. Where else you got to be?
I gotta be in. Where's Game 3? Like it's on recharge. I think I gotta be in recharge.
There you go. They're getting ready here.
Oh,
come on, hit the play button.
CTF.
Dude,
I am not going to take my restroom break because we are loading in. Again, a huge thanks to Priscilla. Admitting this weekend. He always is an admin in a lot of Halo tournaments for the Mexico Halo community, a great Spanish caster. I've loved those bilingual English to Spanish tosses that we do. We've all had a chance to cast with Priscilla in English and Spanish, and those are really fun.
Yeah, I agree.
I only do full Spanish broadcasts with them.
Fluent. You're fluent, huh?
Hola.
¿Cómo estás?
Uh-oh, we got Tyreek Hill.
Dude, he's so fast. Who was that?
Tyreek.
It was the
You didn't know
Flash.
Tyreek?
I heard he was arrested.
No, he's detained.
Detained.
But you can't lock him down.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see he scored an 80-yard touchdown and then they did the...
he's on my fantasy team.
He was on mine too.
Yeah. He's on the trading block.
How's your fantasy Halo team doing? Did you win?
That's a great question, actually.
I had 3 players that still needed to finish today, so it's like I was back in the standings, but everyone else had like 2 players that weren't counted yet.
Yep.
And I had 3.
Okay.
So we'll see. I think I did okay. I don't think I'll win though.
You're like the OpTic of Fantasy Halo. You always get second place.
I always get second.
It's unfortunate, man.
It's a true curse.
Yeah, second's not fun at all.
It's a true curse.
We'll get into that map here in a moment, but you know, a couple resets here. Make sure the competitive integrity is upheld, and we got a good matchup on our hands.
Yeah.
We were supposed to do a 1v1 me and Tools, but he whipped out again. So
I have my controller there. I was ready to play. I played a 1v1. I played a 1v1 against Furzilla.
Today?
Yeah. Beat him.
No, this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I meant today.
I played one today.
Oh.
With him.
All the way
okay.
up here
Did
to
you
win
win
on the banana to try to find some angles. Now holding training and
it's impressive.
The aggression for both teams at the
I
start.
didn't think you'd win.
All right, here we go. Opening break of game number 3, and Trippy's already depleted the 8 sniper shots before 1 minute has passed. What is that mathematical rate? Like 2 shots every 10 seconds or something? I'm not good at math. I can
Where's
snipe,
Eli?
Yeah, where's Eli? He's the numbers guy.
This is gonna be a slow game here, I think, for both teams. I think OpTic. This is who I want to watch, though. This is the exact person I want to watch in this situation because, he's just a disgusting player, and he's been phenomenal in this series thus far. Couple misses though.
Dead zone now on the sword side. Gets sent back to the middle. Scurrying to safety here, waiting for his shields to recharge. Looking into the space station base, looking to force some offense here with the spawn slay onto Legend. Oh my God, but Legend, you can tell, had that pre-fire lined up. He killed Zane the moment he peeked.
He's locked in. Look at his face. He was ready to run forward on that map, and here we go back into the clean feed. We got that audio now.
I love the audio, man. It gives me dopamine.
Double kill.
No, I'm not playing. So that's coming up very shortly here.
Dead Zone starting off this game really, really strong. 7-3-3. He's got the most slays, double the most slays for OpTic, and most slays across the board in the lobby. I said this previously. This is what really separates the top 3 teams. You've got a guy who's the OBJ, quote unquote, but he can top frag too. Dead Zone is a great example of that.
What's kind of crazy is you know, you saw Trippy and Lucid popping off in game 1. Now Dead Zone's taking the reins, and when we talk about energy, that is a beautiful thing. You want someone on your team to take over, and it doesn't mean you don't try as hard, but it means it's less pressure on you.
Halo's a relay race.
Energy. Yeah,
it's a baton passing. You can't always be the guy. You can't always be that dude. There's too many good players in the lobby on both your team and on the other side. So you love to see that back and forth. You love to see others pick up each other when one's down, another one's up, and that's the balance you need to win a championship.
That's right. Speaking of balance, a great job by Bound and whoever that is on the long haul side to keep form a lot of the scopes, man. He's on that top turret. They get the information he's up there. And you know what? They take the map on a slow fashion. Eco does not have his position known, though, and he could make a huge play here on the tower side.
Body shot, Formal. Enough damage to defend his base, but he's going to have a strong push through the long haul. Earns that assist, a delayed assist on the cuts. As Bound pushes through into the pit, he'll go down as well, and this should open up the start for OpTic to push on through.
This is a really aggressive push by Bound. I didn't expect him to slide through there. You didn't even see Formal with sniping. He was just trying to cut the middle of the map or cut the middle of the pit to get an angle.
Pushing all of their chips into the sword base, all 4 members in the sword base. You wouldn't have seen this before without that GA.
Yeah, this is really methodical too by OpTic, and 100% agree with you. That GA is definitely not going to make taking sword easy. So I'm glad they took it out of the game. The Bulldog we're talking about. Formal though, you see how they're like just inching up the map, but they're like taking the space. And again, you think of chess and just taking space on the chessboard, trying to get to that king, trying to get to that checkmate position.
They just haven't been able to get their space. Well, the rockets coming up in what, 30 seconds? I feel like Space Station is going to start making their moves. They're going to try to battle their way out.
Rockets are coming up, just a few seconds away. Lucid trying to bide his time, and Earn a little bit more damage. And despite missing that shot, look how aggressive he is to push up on damage that he didn't earn. Looking to do it all with the Bandit, but Stellar has the Magnum to counter that close range fight.
Here we go, Rockets overshield, they're up. Eco's fighting Trippy on one side for the overshield. Dead Zone wins the fight for the Rockets, but can he get away with it? No, battle down, it's just Bound left. But Bound might have potentially just secured Rockets for Space Station.
They already used one, I think, too.
Oh, he goes down, Lucid, big kill from him, and while Trippy, he's finally in the base. They're trying to ensure every kill before they get the pull. Legend last alive, flag out for OpTic Gaming.
This jump needs to be hit flawlessly.
Yeah, he's got a teammate
But he
there.
gets the top. So despite Trippy not landing that jump, Lucid has his back, quite literally his front, I guess, is ready for the toss, and OpTic will put in their first score of Game 3.
That's such a quick run there, too. Like, even with, like, that jump is a little bit tough to make to get that clamber and toss the flag. You have to give them the timing pretty perfect, but I mean, it's still your teammates there. It's the fastest way to get that flag run to happen. You cut about 5 seconds doing that, then go into the long haul side. Maybe a little less, but.
The respect that'll have to be given to Dead Zone after this tournament of OpTic wins is, I think the most respect that I think any player will ever earn from one tournament. Playing sick, not feeling well, and also just being that lifeline for OpTic when they need it. I mean, this game is usually bread and butter for Space Station. So far, Dead Zone has just dominated on the map. Not only does he have 16 kills, also second on the team with the assists at 7, and keeping his deaths the lowest in the lobby. I don't think you can ask more from this guy.
It really does remind me of Legit's performance for Straight Rippin' back in the late aughts. 2008 or 2009, I want to say Orlando. I'm thinking Orlando, where he was sick with the flu and propelled Straight Rippin' to one of their first wins in Halo 3, and I'm seeing that exact same thing here from Dead Zone. 16, 7, and 7. Nobody else in double digits on either team.
It's kind of crazy to me because I'm starting to think that being sick makes you, like, gives you some sort of a buff. You know what I mean? Like, what? So many people I hear that get sick and perform so well, and maybe like even have one of their shining moments. We saw Michael Jordan. You talked about legit. Like, it happens so often. So
maybe it's an escape from your physical
something. There's something there. There really is.
Like, you just want to escape that physical feeling you have of feeling yucky or icky, so you just completely zone into the avatar that's feeling 100%. I don't know. That's
I hadn't heard of that Halo player before.
Legit.
No, Michael Jordan. Who did he play for?
I didn't say Michael Jordan was a Halo player.
Oh, who did he play for?
He gets like this towards the end of every tournament. Do you notice that?
Chicago Huntsman, I think? Chicago Huntsman? Yeah, he was a hell of a player.
Hey, just because you're sick don't mean you ain't ill with this. So I promise you, Dead Zone. I mean, he got the sick buff. Honestly, I've been really impressed with him all tournament long. Really. Shout out to Dead Zone.
Big stop there, Lucid. You can see Legend lining up that super G slide like he's known for here on the pit. Would have had a wall run down the long haul, but they shut that down. Legend looked like he had something brewing. Now it's up to Bound to earn that double kill. Stiller gets back through the long haul, needs help from Bound here, and he's delivering it.
Stiller able to get his shields back just in time, and wow.
Trippy.
The importance of staying alive, right? It just keeps this offensive pressure for Space Station. They're ready to go for a second go at this flag, and checking corners. Hey, you can't hide from Bounds.
Yeah. A little double out of Formal holding down this tower side. He's gonna have Trippy to work with as they collapse on his flag. Stellar ends up going down. That should be a flag being cleared out the game.
Formal's still on the top of tower here. Snipes coming up in about 5 seconds, so this is going to be an integral part of the game to see who's able to get these snipes and win these battles, right? Get these counter snipes, make sure you secure a sniper for your side. OpTic intending to play a bit more defense, maybe. As you can see, they're kind of on their side. Trippy ends up falling. Gets a little too aggressive, but
Formal's doing a good job making himself a frustrating kill. Just sitting there, trying to keep them at bay. Problem is,
what a nade!
Hound is just a bit better. Oh my!
That's life right there. Really good. You gotta see them cap this, but Lucid again, man. Lucid is just, dude, jeez, man. This guy.
every snipe for the rest of this series goes to him. There's no question. I mean, the only reason he didn't get this one was because he was on the respawn screen when it came up. But Lucid has just taken over. He stops that flag run single-handedly.
He's gonna get and I think he stopped the previous one too when Legend was running it down the long haul.
That is the egoist, the ego child I think I've seen. Yeah, he was ready to take that fight.
I was hoping he was gonna like drop onto OS while jumping off or like skim it or something, but
I thought he was there to grab it. He must have just jumped off that pad as it came up.
Yeah.
We have really seen the area of effect nerf to the Rockets this weekend. So many times, previous slays you would have gotten with that explosive ordnance has not gone through, as now Eco pushes through S1, had an overshield, but that's been depleted. A 1v2 gives the map in favor of OpTic, turned it into a 1v3. Everybody beaming onto Eco's forehead. 90 seconds left. Space Station have one, maybe two chances left to push up on Pit.
There's so much respect in these two teams, right? Like, there's no like over aggression. There's no like, we have one cap. Let's sit back in our base, get the slays necessary. It's beautiful out of OpTic. Beautiful.
And I feel like that's always the way that OpTic approach this map. Like they are very meticulous when it comes to the chess game. You know, clearing out your quarter, then slowly start to move into your opponent's base. Like they play Empyrean defensively almost, which is really weird compared to like teams like SSG or like Hero or even Shopify, who are always on the offense.
42 seconds is all that's left. That zone 21, 12, and 14. 15 assists on a Lucid. It's just nuts. Like, it's crazy to see that. Look at the other side in terms of assists. Not even close.
Wow. My God, doubling up on the assist. Quick math. It might even be triple up with everybody in the single digits. Barely even getting off the breadstick. 2 players for SSG with just 3 assists. And with 3 down for SSG, 15 seconds left. OpTic Gaming will take game 3.
Legend's there.
Unless Legend can 1v4, which
yeah, he's dead.
He's not going to be able to.
I mean, he's pretty good.
And he's pretty good. He makes you think maybe he can.
That's what, yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, that's why I was like, Legend's there. You know, it's like, he can do stuff. There it is, wow. Okay, 2 more and that's it. OpTic will win, finally break the curse and win an event. That's crazy. I mean, 3 events in a row we're talking. Like, that is, yeah.
While we get into this next game, I want to ask, does anybody need any water or anything? Because I'm going to get up and...
Yeah, give me some water, please.
You'd like some water here?
Water's fine.
How about you, Tim?
Unless they have an energy drink. Cool. Water's good.
Energy drink?
Yeah, remember you told me there was energy drinks everywhere? They're not anywhere.
Oh, I offered you to...
Yeah, I just didn't. It's all good. It's all good.
You know, I heard that pinching somebody is the equivalent of chugging an entire can.
I got 2 pinches.
That's 2 cans right there.
Oh, okay. I'm good now.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, I
energized.
didn't know he was into pinching like that. Whoa. That's crazy.
That was my getting energized noise,
get up
guys.
real fast. You can, I don't know if we can show that on camera. So.
Oh, all right, yeah. I'm wearing jeans. We're good.
Maybe on Kick, not on Twitch.
Yeah,
someone get Frozone up in here.
Yeah. Jeez, man.
2-1 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming here in a grand finals. We keep talking about the curse. Second place. For most teams, they're celebrating second place, but you know OpTic were put together to win championships. And you know when we talk about championships, you already know Nighty, he's gonna be joining us. He know a thing or two.
Yo, what's up, guys? How y'all doing? First time on the couch. What were we talking about?
We're talking about championship. We're talking about OpTic potentially breaking the curse with a 2-1 series lead in the grand finals.
Dude, OpTic deserves this win, man. They have been going through it, and Penguin is sick as a dog.
Dead Zone.
Penguin.
Formerly known.
No, I don't like Dead Zone.
No?
You can't.
No.
You don't decide.
Dead Zone.
See, this is why it's your first time on the couch.
Dead Zane. He's dead. He's dead.
Isn't it Dark? Dark Zone?
Yeah.
Dark Zone?
Yeah, I can see it.
I heard that you personally made them change the team name, Tony. I heard you come
Wow,
down.
Tony, what the heck?
Sorry, Nightaquil.
It didn't feel like an apology.
Yeah, that didn't. That's
What's wrong with Dead inside?
Dark is better.
Ooh. I said Dark
That is
Side
very
was
violent. Look, we're here about a first-person shooter game that clearly has. We're not here. Dead is way too violent.
Yeah, there's no death here. We don't do
absolutely
death
not. Yeah.
in this house.
Yeah, we respawn
It's
here.
like Pokemon. You just
Yeah, we respawn here, right?
Only respawns.
Respawns. Yeah. 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 5? What's the preferred respawn for you guys?
Mine's 1. 10 seconds CTF, Octagon, baby.
But as many times as I die, give me the shortest respawn
Hey,
time.
5 seconds. 5 seconds, put me in the doubles playlist, you know what I'm saying? Give me 5 seconds.
I wish I had 20 seconds so I can think about what I did wrong.
You just want to play Valorant.
No, I do not.
Yeah, it's like 2 minutes.
I want no respawn. Bring Breakout back. I'm saying 1 round, 1 kill matters. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Bro, what are you doing?
Reach across the aisle. I'm ready. I'm with you.
Tag him in, dude. Tag him in.
Okay, there you go.
Okay,
Wait,
wow.
speaking of tagging. We need it back. Single life game type, dude. I'm ready for it. We never gave it a true chance. I would have loved that game.
Let's remake Bomb for Halo.
Single life
and do it
game
with
type,
single
but
life.
your shields don't recharge? How does that work? Like,
You have like 3 times the shields. Hey, we're cooking. Keep it in check.
We are cooking things.
3 down for SSG, making 4 right off the rip. The game just started, and OpTic coming in hot, and now might get an overshield because of it.
Well, joining us on the couch, got the champion, the man of the people.
What's going on?
Welcome to the couch.
Thanks for having me out.
I have one question for you, Walsh. How much Halo 2 have you played this week?
Not enough.
Not enough, to be honest. I mean, I just played, actually, when I first got here on, was it Wednesday, did I go over and play for a little bit? I think I went and played for about 3 or 4 hours on Wednesday. Then what you guys hosted on, was that Thursday night?
Yep.
And then that's it.
I heard Side's been nonstop.
Yeah.
It's been
Also, how do I turn up the volume on this guy? Is there a way to?
Oh, they'll get you in the back.
Okay,
you
sweet.
took over Mikowski's headset. He's very peculiar about his game sound. But already, what are you thinking so far? Seeing this OpTic Gaming squad, Space Station, what's your predictions?
I mean, to be honest, I got pulled off and had to do some content and some other things, and so I've been missing most of the games, unfortunately. So that's I'm glad to actually finally be out here and watching the matches.
Well, let me give you a TLDR.
Yes.
Lucid might be the best sniper player in the world right now. I don't think we've seen him miss a shot with the weapon. It should have been a guaranteed flat catcher for Space Station to tie the game. He goes up, double shot, boom, boom, heady. They go down to the respawn screen. Lucid's been unbelievable. I mean, right now, I think this is the best Lucid and OpTic Gaming have looked.
And then who got game 1? Because I saw, that was one thing I caught before I had to head out, but it was, it ended up with a tie on Recharge King of the Hill.
Yeah.
Who won the replay?
Space Station.
SSG did.
Yeah.
Okay, so SSG started off 1-0.
What'd you think about that? There was 40 seconds left on the clock. They're like, we're going to play for a tie?
It's madness. I guess it feels like when you're seeing these top teams now play this mode, it feels like it's just gotten to these weird stalemates where I don't fully understand why they don't have more of an opportunity to step in the hill.
Yeah.
But clearly it must be a numbers game where they're saying, all right, as soon as a person steps in the hill, they're going to die, and all of a sudden they have a 3-on-2 or a 4-on-2, and then they just go roll over.
I think more often than not, we saw like 2-1 victories on King of the Hill.
Yeah.
It's an interesting combination. Would you like some water, Walsh?
Sure.
There you go.
Thank you.
What's crazy right now is that
room
OpTic are 150-0 right now. So SSG, known to be a damn good stronghold scene, but man, OpTic, they stepping up when it matters most. They finally want to break the curse.
This map is, we see 154-0, and then soon we're gonna see 154-154, and then this map is crazy back and forth all the time. I'm sure we're gonna see it here, but yeah, OpTic, you're absolutely right. OpTic have been playing phenomenal, so I wouldn't be surprised if they close this out quick.
Also, Dead Zone. Dead Zone specifically, it felt like, you know, he's been called out, feels like some past events where it's like, oh, look at his KD on this one game or like this pivotal game, and that doesn't tell the full story whatsoever, but it feels like anytime I have been looking at his stats, not that's the full picture, he's been popping off.
Oh, yeah. And he was sick, too, apparently.
Yeah,
He had the flu, too, which is crazy.
Yeah, people have been joking about, like, where's his Jordan flu game? It's like, he's been having the series. Like, he's been playing fantastic.
He's been having a whole tournament ever since Friday. Like, he's looked unbelievable for the team. He led the Slays just a game before, and well, this is their run. This is what they've been waiting for. OpTic Gaming, they need to make it happen. One thing about this map, though, what I feel like happens is one team gets a big old run. The other team comes in, it's like, okay, this is our chance. We're going to get a big run. And then it's like the last 50 points, it's like, okay, who's going to get it done? It really is like a first to 50 to me.
Yeah, it's quite odd. Like, I don't know what the fix is there on this as well. It just,
Yeah.
It feels like either you need some more coverage over at like bunker or carbine side for some of those teams spawning, or the map just needs to be like 25% bigger or something like that, so people can't get to like both sides as quick. But it feels like, you know, this person over here in tower, whether they spawn in bunker, they have the perfect position, or if they just need to like sprint over real quick to long haul, they can all of a sudden pressure carbine and they can still shoot out the outside catwalk. So I don't know what it is, but clearly it's a bit too snowbally for the team that's in control.
I agree. 4 dead for OpTic already. It seems like SSG are making a run back here just a bit.
They got that 4 down at the perfect time as well. It was about to be a triple capture for OpTic. Instead, Space Station completely changing the situation for their team. And well, here we go. It's been a run and it continues to go. OpTic Gaming are just struggling to get their feet underneath them.
And I can't tell what the play is to get out of here. I've seen sometimes where they'll like try to push somebody out right away over towards like Engine 1 or Nest when they're spawning over a bunker, but I just still don't see any consistent method. It's like, all right, hopefully they get somebody out that gets a sneaky angle, but you can't really sneak out too far. They know the only way you have is the bridge up towards top center, or sorry, the ramp up towards top tower, or you go out towards Engine.
You somehow got to get him out.
You always have like no height advantage everywhere you go.
Exactly.
You somehow have to get them out of Whitehall. If a team has B and C control and they're in your Whitehall, they're going to punish you every single time.
Or we just throw madness out here. Throw a portal in the back of bunker left, go out to like, go out to Carbine or something like that.
We got to go back to the roots.
Woodham's got, he's got a split gate.
That's the next equipment that we need in the game. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some portals going over here. Overshield's coming on. You got to head out, Tony. You have that. Hey, let's go. And Mikowski's coming in. A quick swap out. Have a good day, Tony. Welcome back to the couch, Mikowski. And well, Space Station. We thought they were going to be down and out. Suddenly, they're right back into it, and unfortunately,
oh my God, they're
up to reset the game. I don't think they want the game to reset. They're ready to go.
They are not happy for a reset there, but also I didn't see when that lag out happened. It very well could have led to OpTic getting control again, but we don't know. And this is the time that I'm thankful that I am not the TO, because I'm just like, these are difficult spots to make judgments in. You have to at some point decide exactly when that person lagged out. You can't take other things into context. You can't be like, well, they had 2 snipers and overshield.
And of all the game modes, Strongholds is the most difficult to reset from. It's not like a King of the Hill or a CTF where it's
even King of the Hill, one thing I've been arguing before is like, some teams are better on other hills, and you have to play that very first hill off the start, and all of a sudden you're like, man, like, they either have the better side off the start, or they just know how to play that hill better, and that can be tough.
That's what happens with SSG and OpTic. It was that battery hill. Yeah, it was SSG's, and then, or I'm sorry, OpTic's, and then SSG came and got the next 2. So.
Yeah. I feel like when we set the score, now that we can set the score, at least for King of the Hill, it should set the hill to whatever the score was. That's still not even a perfect solution because you have
unequal spawns on that one. But yeah, I don't know what the maybe it's like maybe the compromise there is that hill spawns in like 25 or 30 or like 30 seconds later.
I like that.
And so it gives people a chance to like, you know, it's not just right off the break, but they get a chance to fight for different positions and weapons, and then that hill pops up or something.
Hey, I mean, if where's the commish? We could try to get this going right now. I never even thought about that, but it'd be brilliant because you want to get both teams the equal opportunity to fight for possession of spawns, and then once they're able to do it, put it up. Let's get it going.
Yeah,
I think that'd be perfect.
And
we do the same thing with like
variables.
overshield. Yeah, because they do the same thing with like overshield camouflage. Like they put the timer on it.
Yeah.
How's your weekend been so far, Dave?
Weekend's been great. I mean, it's been the wildest tournament as far as like matches and upsets go. I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of Fridays or pool plays, or especially the open bracket teams that jump into pool play and then just get slapped. And it's like quite the opposite here. You know what I mean? Like you get Alpha Esports coming out of open bracket and solidifying their spot into Worlds and into you know, winning that match in pool play, or win those 2 matches, I'd say, in pool play. You have a squad like Space Station who went from almost getting knocked out 9 through 12 versus Cloud9 in elimination bracket round 1.
2 kills.
We almost lost the 1st seed and the 3rd seed in elimination bracket round 1. We almost lost Pure and Space Station. But like the amount of just upsets that we've seen here, Complexity versus OpTic, yeah, it's been incredibly interesting And like as a spectator or a commentator, it's incredible. Like I would hate that if I'm a player. I'm just like, oh man, like you want that consistency, you want to know what's going to happen.
Right.
But as a spectator or observer, it's just like, it's brilliant to watch.
Yeah, when we were talking to Barcode and Jimbo, they were saying this is the tightest the competition has ever been, in their opinion. And I was wondering if you felt it was the same way back in Halo 2, Halo 3, when the years went on. Did you feel like the competition in those bottom ranks got better, or did you feel like the top really separated itself?
It depended on different eras. I felt like towards the very end of something like Halo 2, definitely got separated quite a bit. It was just like, you know, it was kind of like us, Straight and Carbon at the very, very top, and then you had like a 5K or someone that could like challenge some of those squads. But yeah, it feels different here in kind of year 3 for Infinite, where you're starting to see just, you know, these teams are even like 9 through 12 that can like quite literally challenge and beat the #1 or #2 seeds at this event. So I don't know what to make of that. Like, sometimes as you get closer to the final event of the year, you start to see some teams really get those better picks as they get the final rosters going into Worlds.
Right.
But this is a rare circumstance where we're starting to see all these teams. It's like, man, do we really have like 8 or 12 competitive teams that can really take off games off like the top 3 or top 4? Usually it's very top weighted. Usually you're like, oh man, seeds 4, 5, and 6 got way better or established themselves way better. But no, you have ITB, you have Alpha, you have Complexity, all these teams that really started to rise and shine at the final event.
Yeah, and because of that topsy-turviness in Salt Lake City, this might set up a world championship where you have multiple pools of death, because Sentinels will be a 3 seed and Pure will be a 3 seed, and these are teams that have been contending for top 4.
So. I was talking to Mind Freak, and they're like, yeah, we're looking at our pool. It's like we have Pure as our 3 seed in our pool, and it's like I think Sentinels is like the who got 8th this. Oh no, it's ITB. So it's like ITB, Pure, and then whoever wins this match. And I'm like, hey boys, it's a long flight. Might get here a little early. You know, get some good practice in if you can.
Yeah, I would love to see like that practice come before Worlds. I know a lot of these teams that are outside of the U.S. kind of struggling to find matches with, you know, certain connections and stuff. And Jimbo was talking about this, like maybe having a boot camp for those, because I truly feel like if you have like a LAN boot camp, because of how different it is than online, I feel like you get the best competition possible. And seeing that like right before Worlds, I know we don't have a lot of time to do something like that, but that'd be really interesting.
DLF told us that they didn't even meet up as a team of 4 on LAN before the tournament, but half the squad got to LAN before the event. They didn't even scrim a week and a half before this tournament, and they felt like that benefited them, just having players on LAN before the tournament, and that really speaks to the difference between online and LAN. Dave, can you expound on that?
Yeah, I would say on LAN, when it comes to individual skill, you start to really know how and where you can press your advantages. Like, yes, your shots register better, but the one thing that people forget is other people's shots register just as good.
Yeah.
And so you start to realize, like, all right, when and where can I get away with this? Like, spots before where you might be able to, like, do another peek shot or round the corner, you're just dead instantly. Yeah. Or sometimes those dances at melee distance are a big difference maker. You've seen many times here, even the best of the best players, like I saw, I believe it was Legend versus Snakebite, got real close and just backed away, and Snakebite threw a melee out, threw out that T-Rex arm, doesn't connect with it.
Yeah.
And I would say some of those individual pieces are very helpful to like just learn and feel that smoothness on LAN. I would say the only downside that ever really happens in LAN is if you're playing against one team too much and they have a specific play style, or you just get used to trying to counter that. And you've seen some teams come out of a LAN, like a 2-team LAN, and they're just like, oh, we got the perfect counter to how this team runs the flag here. And then they go play a team on that same map or mode, and they do something completely different and just wipe the floor with them. They're like, what the heck? We practiced for just one specific play or style that was played against. So
that's a good point. Yeah.
I think that's really, honestly, the only downside of a LAN is if you're only playing against one team and they play a specific style.
That was part of the inspiration for the LAN network.
Yeah, TLN back in the day was like, all right, you play against 6 different teams and you aren't getting accustomed just to one style.
It was so cool. They had a main stage. They streamed it. It was so sick. I remember.
Yeah, I don't think we could get. I think everyone's too old now. They all got responsibilities. They're like, they're like you know, it's like I want to hang out with my significant other. I got kids. I got this. I got that. It's like a true job now. You can't just uproot and go and lay it out. I say my one thing I want to do is I want to get a cabin or some big camp like they do for Smash Brothers and just throw the Halo camp. You know what I'm saying? Go touch grass, we'll play AIDS all day. Just let everyone be in the camp and mingle again.
So I played this arcade game quite a bit called Killer Queen Arcade, and they do a few retreats like that, and they'll do like...
Me, you tonight, bro.
Yeah,
Killer Queen tonight. I'm so
Corners,
down.
they got the spot. One of my friends out here, they have a cab in their garage, and so they
That's
hosted,
sick.
but I'm gonna go land some Halo 2 tonight.
Oh, yeah.
But back to like that retreat mentality, they do that every so often. A couple times a year, they'll like just go get like a couple mansions somewhere, and then just like set up a cab or two in the houses and just hang out, game Killer Queen, go on hikes, do whatever.
That's awesome. That'd be so sick. Here we go into the reset. Look, they set the score. One of the best things about the new update, the Halo Infinite, we know exactly where we're at. 183 for Space Station, 164 for OpTic, but you cannot replicate the position that the teams were in, and this map can quickly change to one team's possession.
Yeah, absolutely, and just these initial kills there with Formal and Lucid falling, going for that initial OS. Now this is just going to turn dire here for OpTic. There's not much you can do about this OS. Long gone are the days that you bait this OS into running and getting back smacked or something like that. These players are too aware.
Yeah.
They're just going to sprint right past, kill your teammate, turn around, trade a melee with you. Like, it just rarely ever happens. And look at this Space Station about to put 2 on the board, 3 hills on the board for a short period of time.
Answering back here. It was 4 dead for OpTic at one point, and it allowed SSG to push down into the hill. Now OpTic are answering back with his C-cap. But the crowd is crazy here. You have to admit, like, this crowd is the highest energy I've seen since Season 1, which is nuts to hear.
I mean, it's also been one of the most special venues we've had kind of thus far.
That's true.
Like, just the amount of booths and interactivity they have for the spectators, I think that's just really special. It's something that should be a staple. You know, yeah, it should be the staple. People, like, organizers should be looking up to this and saying, okay, what can we learn from Space Station, how they did this event? Even if it's something that you're not interacting with, even if you don't care about doing like the trick skateboarding stuff, it's fun to have those options for people and just something to like look at and experience.
I 100% agree. We didn't see many people using that stuff on Friday, Saturday, but Sunday today, there's people everywhere. They're using all the cabs. Like, it's cool to see. I love it.
Speaking of which, Boo Boo called out on Twitter, he was like, who wants some pickleball chow? So one thing I did as well is after the cast, I went back to my room, changed, got some different shoes on.
Oh, you're ready.
I got to take my wins right and get them against Boo Boo.
I love that. I love that.
But I also might just be surprised. Boo Boo might just smoke me in pickleball, and I'll just be hurt.
Bound has another overshield. It feels like it's been 4 minutes of continuous overshield possession for Bound. It's back-to-back, but with how efficiently he's been playing it, it almost feels like that as Space Station are running a trip cap to a potential Game 4 victory.
Yeah, this is just, it's Jover, right? I mean, they're contesting B and C, but cannot get there quick enough.
Wow.
We got ourselves a tie series.
This is crazy. I honestly thought OpTic was just going to run away.
Wow.
But
the crowd.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you had that so many times where the crowd like really, I'm sure, affected.
Absolutely, yeah. I always
felt
felt like every event I went to, I felt like it was like crowd favorite, which is always really special.
You're like, I've always been the Wonder Boy. You know? It's like, never had to play against the crowd. You know, it's like every other team. It's like this is something new. This is why I'm so glad we have Space Station, right? It's like it used to be like pretty one note with OpTic Gaming just because of how powerful that organization is. But with Space Station, they built those grassroots foundations early on. And, you know, it didn't start overnight, but now we get here and, well, their fans are going note for note against the most popular esports team in console esports. Like, this is incredible to see.
And we don't generally get to see a crowd be favoring a team and then one member of the team go to a different team and the crowd favor that team. And that happened with you. Final Boss to Instinct. It was like Final Boss. And then when he was on Instinct, Instinct was the fan favorite. The crowd went crazy. I mean, I remember that very, very clearly. That was great.
I think I always did a good job of investing in the community and spending time with fans and do all that sort of stuff. And so I think like it just adds up over time. I think people are like, wait, how do you get fans and stuff? It's like, I don't know, just little by little, like talk to a random fan at the event or just be a good example. And so I think that was really helpful. Like I said, I always felt like a crowd favorite, and it really propelled, and it does help. Like when those players are saying that, it feels like they're going through like the routine answers, like want to thank the crowd, we want to thank our sponsors. It's like no, but for real, like when there's nothing more frustrating when you're getting like killed and destroyed, and then you hear the crowd roaring, and all of a sudden, like, no, this sucks, no, it feels like everything's crumbling.
Also, what do we need to do to get Walshy on the villain arc? You know what I'm saying? You've always been the fan favorite, but now it's like we got to get you back in. At Vegas, we got to hear the boos. So we got to find some way.
I don't think so. I think I'll be a fan favorite. And like that's the best part too. Is like I seem to get away with murder. It's like I talk shit to other people. I get away with it. People are like, well, she's such a great humble guy when he's telling other people they're trash.
It's like taking candy from a baby.
Even that was wholesome somehow.
It was. It actually was. Oh, goodness.
Who's your favorite villains in Halo's history? You know what I'm saying? Because you've always been having that crowd behind you, but you've had those matchups where you know there's some people on the other side that get under some skins.
Who are the favorite villains in Halo's history? I mean, like, I'm just trying to think who they were just as we go through Halo's history. Like, I guess you got to think like a Gandhi, T-Squared were some kind of like early villains.
Gotta be Zyos, right?
I got into
Zyos was your first arch nemesis, right?
Zyos
it's called
was
teamwork,
Achi. Zyos was good. He had some good chirp backs. He didn't back down. He was like a worthy adversary in like Halo 1, early
Intense
Halo 2.
Too,
Yeah,
like very
like
intense.
respect for that for him.
Yeah.
And then I think like it seemed like it got tame after a while, but I felt like Gandhi, T-Squared, Zyos would be like my OG nostalgic ones.
Toilet paper, I'll never forget that. Toilet paper, remember that? Never forget that.
It got tame when the headphones got introduced because you used to play on the CRTVs, no headphones at all. So if someone was talking smack across the way, you heard every little bit of it. So for me, at least, that was.
And I feel like the game advanced to a part where, like, at some point, like, if you're getting a kill, you can't just be screaming over the other side. Like, if you're still alive, your teammate's like, yo, what are you doing, brother? I just lost a 1v1 because of you.
Hey, bro. That is tools at the LV2 Orlando land. It's 17-15, and he's standing up like the game's over.
Did we win the game or did we not win the game?
Yeah, you did.
That's what matters. I got crap for that before. I remember at one point, like, when I was back in FB and, like, I was doing dual needlers on T-Squared, they're like, we barely were up. We only had kills. Like, that's what won us the game, my friend.
And no one forgot that ever, okay? There's not one person that forgot that moment that was there. So
let's say we won the game. We took a break, and then I went and talked to them after because we lost the series. They're like, "Thank you for talking shit," because they're like, we all locked in after that game. I was like, maybe a little bit too early this time. Maybe a little bit too early.
Oh man. All right, here we go. Game 5 starting off here. It's a Slayer on recharge. OpTic Gaming regaining after the loss to Space Station. But hey, OpTic Gaming had a great start in the previous Interference Stronghold. So we got a little bit of work left to do to take a lead in this series. Up by 2 for now.
And I feel like last time we saw Stellar in this almost exact same position as he was playing against Shopify here on Recharge Slayer, he was totally ineffective here with this shock rifle. Not saying that that's going to be the case here. It just felt like, usually when I see Stellar, I'm like, all right, he has, 6 shots left. He's going to hit 4 headshots here. And so to see him in a spot where he just isn't getting at least 3 or 4 kills of that is just uncommon for the standard that he set for himself.
100% agree. Every time you think of Stellar, you think of the best sniper player in the game. And there we go. It's starting. And that shock, you can put some body damage in, but once again, Dead Zone comes through. 5-0.
It's 5-0, man. Zane, if OpTic wins this tournament, he's the MVP.
Absolutely.
Oh, look, he held that camo into his body, said, hey, I'm going to pop this after I get the kill. And he was a one-on-one in an island. That's so much confidence from Eco to not even try to play for the burn, but to play for a game-winning play.
Also, is it just me, or am I just noticing this more? But like, how many times people are getting these trades with sticky grenades and spike grenades that we weren't seeing before? It just feels like people have like practiced. I remember seeing Renegade one time specifically. I want to say it was in control room here on Recharge. He's not even ready for this person, but as he starts getting the shot in the back, he hits a G slide, goes directly at that person, and just chucks it at him. Like, he missed that one time, but just point being that his initial instinct is slide toward this person, try to stick for the trade versus just getting like a melee trade or something.
Yeah, they're kind of hard to throw in this game. I always have a hard time left-handed nades. Like, it's so weird. The left hand.
Halo 5, it came right out the center. You know, you get used to all that. Like, you play that for so long. And left-handed, it's like it's a whole new world.
I'll say that's one of the biggest changes too, like as I've been playing a little bit of Halo 2 recently, like just the nade physics in each game is so different. Like it's one of the toughest things to get used to. Like besides movement and stuff, like shot-wise, yes, you might have a different style or different like acceleration, different things that you get used to, but for me, it's just more like I either overthrow by like 100 yards as I'm like jumping into a game that I've been playing recently, or I like just throw it like 50 yards short. It's like no in between.
That was my takeaway when I played on Thursday in the Halo 2 Throwback LAN from SSG and Overnight Oats. Thanks to them again for hosting that. I'm like, man, I feel like I'm weak. I got to do some curls. my stickies don't go as far as I remember them, and they really. And that was one of the things I noticed about Strong Side was his nades were so on point. It's like he never skipped a beat.
Same, yeah. I feel like I've been getting a little more warm on that over this last week or two as I've been grinding a few Halo 2 games. But like that was one of the first things I was like, I need to almost like run around a map and just throw some grenades because the physics are so different, the distance they travel is so different.
Yeah. So I would like to go back to the old school nades because modern games, they like to put these little, they're like, hey, we got physics. We can use them. We can make little crevices in the ground. And we can make your nades bounce back at you when you try to put on the floor. I'm like, can we put like a nice clear layer of ice everywhere on the map so that if I throw a nade to bounce it, it doesn't ever bounce back. Or I hate the worst one is when you throw it on the ground, it just sticks there. And you're like, how? Is there a puddle? Like what's going on here?
Warlock was the worst at that. I noticed that when I was going up against Lunchbugs and Elamite trying to finish them off where the frag spawn or the stickies, I forget. And the water around there, it'll eat your grenades up. So you got to make sure you toss it over and skip rock.
That was an intended, like that to me was cool because it was like an intended feature. Like in these, it's like every little tiny random thing
ramp
could
is
throw
safe.
it off.
Yeah, I was calling out so many times where I was like, I empathize with, like, I remember his APG throwing like what I felt like was a perfect nade, and it's like it just skipped off right to the side. I was like, all right, I feel for you. That is not what you intended, but what else are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I got from playing Halo 2 on Thursday is that I want midship back. That's what I got from it. I mean, I really have the Inquisitor or something, but apparently there's like frame drop situation with it right now. So hopefully one day we'll get that back because I love that map to death. I think that should be in every Halo. I know we don't want remakes all the time, but if there's one, it's that one. Definitely.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think I played enough midship in my life. I'm not gonna lie.
Tools, you're H5 kid. You have not played enough midship in your life.
For me, it just depends on how it plays.
Two versions of midship in Halo 5. You know, it's like weird.
Yeah, different titles. The game just plays way too different. Like for example, when I think from Halo 1 to Halo 2, they had it was longest versus elongation. Like elongation just played bad, and Halo 2 just wasn't made for it. And I almost side with Tools on this one. I'm not sure if midship plays well here in Infinite.
Maybe like
a
truth, like a bigger
maybe
one.
I think there has to be something a little different to it because just too many open sight lines there, and these players just their shots, they're just gonna lay down a few shots and just go three people sprinting up pink.
My ideal world for the next Halo is they remake every map that's ever been in competitive. It's there, and then we just rotate. We cycle through every year. It's like, okay, we're gonna pick like 5 that stay.
You don't want anything new?
5. Well, no, I want new, obviously.
Okay.
But I just want to have the option of rotating things in, getting it fresh, and then it's like, as long as it's been in competitive Halo history, then at least someone will know how to play it to start, so you don't have to like relearn a whole new map.
My dream is that like we have a Halo Battle Royale at some point, and that like it's almost all the maps connected, or something like that. You go through like a spot that's like, here's the area that's pit. And then you go from there, the Empyrean area, over to here's the midship area or whatever. And like all of a sudden, like, maybe it's not all directly one-to-one connected, but, different rooms or different buildings are those maps. And like, you're just so used to those spots. And like, imagine you get into a fight with somebody there and you know how to rotate around. Like, wouldn't that be the sickest thing ever?
It would be. It would be really cool. All of LB team behind. I gotta ask you about something. BXR and double shot and quad shot, obviously. We've had this conversation, I don't know if with these guys, but I've had this conversation with many people. What do you think about in the future Halo if they had some sort of like a fighting game type system where those were doable, but it was very difficult to do? Like you had the button combos, the BXB, maybe a double shot, maybe something similar, but it brought that like button combination system back to Halo, but in a very difficult way that they taught you maybe in a tutorial or something, and then maybe slowed down the game as well, because I think with the game's pace right now, and that would be a little too much.
Yeah, I think there's a couple different ways to approach that idea. Like, one, what I've seen from fighting games is they've done stuff where sometimes you have, like, easy combos. Like, they have something where it's like, you can do this combo in an easier fashion, but all the pros go to, like, the manual input way to effectively, you know, execute that. And I don't know. I don't know exactly which title has that, but I've heard that before. So there could be, like, a compromise like that where, like, maybe this doesn't isolate the whole community being like, you have to be able to do this or you can't really compete.
Yeah.
Instead, it still gives a way for it to be welcoming to newcomers. And at the highest level, you have that skill gap. Other ways I've thought of that before is also like in, let's say, a mode like MIDI bomb, like where you're arming a bomb, like maybe there's a way where you're getting flashed up like different button combos, and like the faster you do that, the faster you arm, or the faster that you maybe capture the hill or something like that. I think there could be different ways to like add in like that button combo mechanic into a game and have it not feel like it's janky or busted, you know what I mean? Because I feel like some people look at that and like, oh, well, it's broken that way. And obviously the people that got to the highest level of like a Halo 2 or something appreciate that because like, all right, there's this new skill that I was able to learn and it was fulfilling to execute in game.
Exactly.
But yeah, you just need to find that middle ground of like, how does this translate into the game? Whether that's, like I said, arming a bomb or like maybe it's an extraction, like an extraction, maybe it takes 5 seconds with you not hitting the combo as fast, but maybe it takes you 3 seconds if you're just like, oh, wizard, and you're like up, down, like hitting like the Contra combo or something.
I think one thing that you said really well that a lot of us forget is the casual community. I think that's the most important thing for Halo.
100%, and I think that's something that's been rougher in many recent titles for Halo. I think it's very difficult for a newcomer to get into Halo and make it their game, and you know, they have to go through, imagine if they've ever played any Halo before, like they have to go through countless hours of just getting destroyed in matchmaking, trying to learn the call-outs, trying to learn the maps. There's just so much old endemic knowledge in there, and it's got to be completely overwhelming for a newcomer in there.
That's why my kids don't play it. They play Roblox instead.
It's really what made the classic Halo so special. One of those elements, I think, Dave, was easy to pick up, hard to master. And that element, I think you look across at the best games, whether it's a board game, a sport, gaming, competitive gaming, whatever it might be, that's an element that I think caters to the casuals and grows a very, very healthy competitive community as well.
Yeah, and I think Halo is missing that. I think it's missing the easy to start or easy to get into mindset. And also even just like when you think about the gameplay loop compared to some of the other competitive games, like when I think of an arena game like Halo compared to a battle royale like Apex, I think of worst thing that happens to Apex is you die and then you get to get right into a brand new game. Halo, you could be taking a beating for 12 minutes straight before that game finally ends. They could have 4 out of 5 flags capped in Aquarius, and you're losing for another 3 minutes before that game is over.
That's why I'm obsessed with chess at the moment. Like anytime I get on chess, it's like, hey, play a game, I'm done, I'm right back into the next one. And I wish there was like more of that aspect in Halo. I wish there was a surrender, to be honest. Because sometimes I go with my teammates, I'm like, they're on the mic, they're not having fun. It's like, I'm not having fun. Let's all get out of here. You know, let's all agree to go separate ways.
And that's just like a difficult one to solve because just the nature of like an arena shooter like that, it's, you know, you can't just, it feels at some point for the matchmaking experience, you almost do want to pull that plug and be like, all right, how can we get out of this game quicker or earlier? But same time, like, you see these top teams come back all the time, or you have those moments in matchmaking where you make a sick comeback, and those are very, very awesome moments that are very rare and very fleeting.
Well, it looks like they figured it out. We're back in. Set the score 15-11, but OpTic Gaming might just get a great second chance.
I don't know if I've ever seen 2 go sliding right for camo. You know what I mean? It's almost 2 targets that they have to choose between shooting.
That could have been the coach realizing, hey, they didn't throw nades towards pit last time.
Yeah.
Let's just send 2, get it in, get it out. And well, Formal, he's stayed alive this entire time with camouflage.
They clearly saw something because that was an unorthodox start there from OpTic Gaming, but the unconventional strat gives them the camo, and now just a 4-kill deficit as they're starting to cut into that lead.
I like this rotation from Formal. He's trying to be unpredictable.
Not safe. Camo is never safe in Salt Lake City. This is so aggravating. Every single time Camo gets maybe 1 kill or 0 kills, it just gets shut down.
Camo's getting spotted when players aren't even moving now.
That is insane. I remember seeing one where Descendant was hiding in the corner with Camo on live fire, and he just gets spotted out, and I was like, what happened? Like, I assumed it hadn't been a death screen. I want to almost find out what happened there, but...
Hey, sometimes the teams, they'll just go ping, 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 ping.
Yeah, if you spam ping and you happen to cross the invis player, it will light up as an enemy. So they literally will just spam.
How did I not know that?
So if you're on the other team's POV in observer mode, sometimes you'll just see the kill feed light up with pings, and it's like, oh, well, they're trying to find camouflage right now.
With the way that this has been playing at the highest level, I'm almost in favor of just letting the camo person be full camo the entire time. Even when they're shooting, let them shoot while they're camo, because we're not seeing camos like dominate or
It's
anything
not a
right now.
power-up anymore. It doesn't feel like it.
It feels like you're just a target.
Yeah. I feel like it's okay to radically change how camouflage works, though. It's like, let's make it so it only pops up when you sprint, and you can have
something like that. Yeah, maybe you can shoot. Like, I forget, because even I'm trying to think of how it interacts in Halo 2. Like Halo 2, I think you can still nade without showing up. Is that correct?
I think it's Halo 1 that was like that.
Halo 1's okay, so you do show up a little bit in Halo 2.
Halo 1's camo was goated, though.
Yeah,
Okay.
Halo 1 had insane camo. It was like you could melee, throw grenades, you just only would show up if you shot, basically.
Yeah. I was talking with Eli about that, Dave, the other day, and I said, camo's not a power-up anymore. It's an Ed Hardy straight ripping t-shirt from 2007 with all the rhinestones and glitter. You couldn't miss that. 22-17, now 18, as this one's been back and forth between 4 and 5. Slay advantage for Space Station, but Trippy has the shock rifle, and with 2 shots left in it, let's see if we can put it to use.
4 kills is a lot in Slayer at this level.
Especially how slow this game's going.
Yeah. OpTic have been outstanding in it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, how much time started on the clock here?
So they did adjust the timer for the clock to start at the so they round up to the minute on that it was
starting around like 8 minutes or something like that.
That should affect the timer. You know, it's a little bit weird. Like the camouflage, sometimes you're used to coming up at every
that's a little bogus.
minute. I mean, it shows up on the screen anyway, but it can throw players off, being like, oh, I need to start getting positioned for camo.
At least it's looking like it's on the even minute, which I think is fine for the players.
We might actually be pacing for time here. Look, we're not even at the halfway mark in total for both 2 teams, and we're already less than 5 minutes to go, so keep an eye on that clock.
Yeah, these teams just are both like squads that have that infinite patience. I never had that in Halo. I'm just like, guys, let's get this going. Come on, let's start a fight.
No,
like, I've never been the player that can just like sit back, not really look at anything, and be like, all right, like let's wait this out for 45 seconds for this next power up. I'm like, I just want to create some action. Let's have some fun.
They're just like poking and prodding, trying to find a small advantage that they can use to push. Like right there, Bound actually pushes off the damage, but it actually trades out. Normal gets one.
It was funny to see that mirror, because like you said, it happened on both sides. You saw Stellar push in through the big door, and then, Dead Zone get pushed over at big door, and then Stellar has his own opponent coming into the other way. It's
Both
like,
of them are so smart, like, we got our trap set perfectly, and then, like, yeah, people go rolling in the elevator, people go rolling around over at Long Haul, or...
Whoa!
Switch to Eco, because he's got the shock. Oh, but he goes down right after. Guys, the more and more this game passes on, the more I see it going to time. We're still not even into the 30s yet, and there's only 3:45 left on the clock. That's going to create an interesting dynamic in the final 90 seconds.
Yeah, and OpTic at least have camo shock here, so we know camo's good for 1 kill, and that's about it.
Drop shock while camo? That's a little insane.
I think he wants to go free with his camo, and he doesn't want to potentially give them shock rifle.
He saw him.
I was just going to say, totally
he said,
busted.
I'm camo. It's like, it's literally nothing.
It feels like as soon as you make 1 move with the camo, like you don't really have options to go elsewhere. Like, yes, he could go do the jump up from double box or over at C-plat, but you're spotted once, and it feels like camo either doesn't have the length it needs during the standoff times. Like, I don't know what it is.
That must have felt like algebra to so many people, but the missing equation, right, it was Lucid. He hasn't missed a snipe shot all series long, and well, he hits 3 in that process while camo's going free, so hey, look at this. We're basically tied. Space Station takes a short lead, but that aggressive camo play worked out well for OpTic Gaming.
And handing off the shock to the man that's literally not missing. I mean, it's like it doesn't matter who has camo, just give it to Lucid.
You got to clean this up here. Don't let Bound get away. That's going to be a frustrating moment for OpTic if they don't, but Lucid does in fact clean him up. 2:30 left on the clock. It's 33-31. This one's not reaching 50.
Oh, these teams have made it so slow. There's just no chance, like you said, at this point. You're not going to get 17 kills in 2.5 minutes, so it's going to be the losing team or the team that's behind that's just going to be charging and charging, especially the last 45 seconds. They're not going to force anything right now, but a 4-kill lead starting to get to that spot where you don't want to wait till the last push.
Definitely have to start thinking about making your move earlier.
You want to get to maybe like a 2 kill, you know, if it's within 2 kills or something, then you can wait till like maybe last 30 seconds and be like, all right, we're going to 4v2.
Oh!
Last they want to extend that lead.
Now OpTic forced to overextend because of the situation. Stellar, though, seeing it, clearly pushing in with that shock rifle. Has a weak opponent there in front of him. Dead zone. His forward teammate is now dead. 3 go down again on the stacks, and Space Station looks primed to take game 5.
Pretty sure that was a bound triple kill. And that's also one thing that's so dangerous is you get them in the mindset that they're not going to charge. They're just going to sit back and wait out this time. But then someone like Bound comes rolling around the corner the second that you're weak. And you don't know what to do. You're like, wait, should we be watching our flank and letting them make a mistake? Do we need to be the aggressor? And all of a sudden, the game's over.
What a sprint here from Space Station Gaming. 8-kill lead, OpTic Gaming with 60, 70 seconds left. Lunchbox has got to be telling the boys to go, 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 but that's a disadvantage for OpTic. Space Station's going to play into that and bait these pushes in. They know Formal's coming.
Yeah, it's just over at this point. I mean, Space Station's just too good. Even if you had 5 minutes on the clock, I don't know how Space Station really loses this lead. As they get to like that 45 mark, they know how just to go in for more trades. They're going to be comfortable just getting close and closing the gap and saying, yeah, I don't care if I'm up a shot. I'll still just trade out this kill.
OpTic actually, they would have to get a perfect push
it's
right
a 4-kill game, 1 possession. OpTic has a chance.
They would have to get a perfect push right here. Legends. He's going to get staggered.
3 kills.
This is actually doable.
This is actually trade. What?
So
25 seconds left.
Formal's on a hell of a run right now. I don't think he's died. I think he might be on 5 or 6 in a row. Lucid's ready to push in. We got less than 20 seconds. The time is now.
They're flying in. They know there's plays in the elevator. There's one. It's still a 2-kill gap. Here comes the second. He has to challenge us. Lucid cannot just back down from this. But Bound gets an answering kill. 46-48, and all right.
Oh my God!
That was still dangerously close.
Are you kidding? And it does come down to time, but boy, was it close.
So that all started with Formal. He was not losing a gunfight on the map while we were talking about how they could slowly play the clock. He would just keep getting a pick here, a pick there, a pick there, and then, hey, let's start collapsing, maybe make some magic happen. A couple more seconds on the clock, who knows how that would have ended.
Absolutely insane.
Gave themselves a chance, though. I mean, you got to tip your hat to that.
Yeah,
I mean,
that looked insurmountable.
Space Station went on, what, like an 8-1 run as far as kills go, and they just, like, ballooned their lead out of nowhere. But then OpTic answered back with essentially the same level of run. That was just crazy back and forth.
And I wonder, like, that's where you almost start to wonder where if Space Station weren't just cowering in a corner, just like playing a little bit more normal. Because like at some point they're like, hey, we just can't give up 12 deaths over the course of these next 45 seconds. They're just running for their own lives instead of like holding down a spot, fighting normal.
Right,
but it's hard to know what to do there.
It's rare that, and this is those situations that don't really come up in scrims because nobody plays like this in scrims.
No.
Not even close. Like, they're just running it down, ego challenging constantly.
Hasn't Bound always been Adam for his player tag?
No, he's always like Demon or like...
He changed it to God.
Yeah, it's usually Demon or God. He's always going with some deity. You know, it's like
he's a very humble man, clearly.
Yes. I'll tell you what.
You have to be almost psychotically confident, though, to compete at the highest level. Dave, can you speak to that? Like, because you always had that very nice and approachable persona, but did you ever have to dig in deep and kind of bully people to win all those championships back-to-back times 40 with Final Boss?
I mean, you absolutely have to have that level of confidence. I mean, if you go in challenges, because whether it's a single fight you're going into or whether it's the decisions you're making, you have to be confident that, you know, the path that you're going on is right. The way that we're learning, the way they're approaching things, you have to, like I said, have that confidence or ego to challenge somebody during a match. And I think it's just the nature of any sort of competition, you know, whether it's a sport, whether it's an e-sport, anything. Like, I think if you are to ever be the best, there's no way that you don't have at least a high level of confidence. Like, it's a big confidence builder. It's a big ego booster.
I'll say when I talked to Bound on Thursday, I said, hey, you want to 1v1 Walsh for $100? He's like, he said, I think I could take him. he looked at me very seriously. He's like, yeah, I think I'll win. Let's do this thing. And I was like, okay.
And he had never played. You did say Halo 2, right?
Yeah,
you said Halo 2.
I told him it was Halo 2. He said, I think I got it.
And he has never played Halo 2 in his life. So, I mean, think about that. At least think competitively.
Well, he's also the same guy. I think he also said he'd beat Zyos and Ogre 1 on Halo 1 or something like that. He said me and King Nick on Master Chief Collection against Ogre 1 and Zyos would win. He's like, I think it was his claim. And I was like, damn, that's a heavy claim.
I mean, King Nick is nasty at all the Halos. He competes in literally every Halo game.
He won a big CE tournament this year.
Yeah, I think with Ogre 1 on his team, if I'm not mistaken. So, but yeah, super confident. Yeah, I'm glad that you humbled him a bit, though, in that 1v1, just for the record. Well, he did put up a solid fight, though.
Yeah, no, it was like super close, especially at the beginning. I don't remember last time I played a 1v1. Strongside told me before, he's like, hey, do you remember like Spawn Trap? I was like, I don't remember. He's like, go top a ramp and just shoot him down the knee. Oh yeah, I kind of remember that.
Yeah. I remember Karma doing that to me. Funny story, the first 1v1 I ever played was against Karma, the best 1v1 player, because I just like fought my way out of the pro bracket, and then it was 4 plays 5. I had 4th place points in FFA. He was 5th. I never played it. I was like, oh, you start with Carbines in this? We're on Warlock? Like,
you're also the favorite. You're high seed in that situation.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be the favorite. Yeah, no one's the favorite against Karma in 1v1s, unfortunately. But
you know, my biggest takeaway, and Dave, you can speak to this having played Bound in that match, Bound, despite not having sprint, despite not having curbs to slide off of, he still played at a feverishly fast pace. What was that like for you? Did you notice that? Did you see some of his Halo Infinite fall into Halo 2?
The shots are still good. Surprisingly, the movement's still incredibly good. I remember we had like a shotgun battle, and like he jumped up on ramp and then jumped up again, like jumped back trying to hit shots, and I was like, dang, like I feel like I'm still just like stumbling and tripping over corners and walls here. So for you to like just randomly hop on Halo 2 and like hit this perfectly, like the new kids are built different.
I feel like Bound sees a ledge. He's like, I think I can do something on this thing. Just give me a second here, and he'll go for it. More times than not, he'll hit it. Here we go. Game 6 in our best of 7. And Will Stellar, he's got himself the rifle that makes things happy.
This guy has been an absolute machine with this gun this weekend. I mean, he always is, but I feel like this weekend,
especially this map.
And this map, he's just been hitting the shots, and he's proving our point right now.
Yeah, like them against FaZe, like it was just astounding the fact that Stellar was just going and challenging a lot of these one-on-ones on strongholds, and he just flies up with Sniper just knowing he's going to hit the no-scope. And it just seems like in many other situations are like, I feel like if I do that, I'm like, I'm just delivering a sniper to a player as they're capping my hill, and they're saying thank you at that point.
It's incredible to play that aggressive, because this is probably like the second hardest Halo game to no-scope in. I'd say like Halo 1 would probably be the only one that's a little bit harder. You get no aim assist.
Halo 1
controller.
No-scoping is pretty hard.
Yeah, I can't tell which of the most difficult, because on one part you want to give the FPS a nod to it, where it's like games that are like 30 or less FPS just have that kind of built-in difficulty around it.
Yeah.
Because I think even when people went back and played like MCC Halo 3, like they're no scoping like no other.
Yeah,
and it's completely different. I think playing on like a 360 for that. So I think that has definitely a factor on there. Like the fact that these players are playing on such high FPS and smoothness, and but yeah, they make it look easy. It's not like I'm going out and doing that, saying that it might be harder. Still might be harder than some past 30 FPS games, but yeah, I'm actually just surprised when these top players don't hit them almost at this point. I'm just accustomed like seeing Frosty, Renegade, Stellar, everyone just rounding the corner, going for the no-scope, hitting that body shot, and then finishing off, or even just hitting the headshot.
I think the difference is like people are learning how to play better when the other team has a sniper rifle. They're applying more pressure to the sniper, making his life extremely difficult. They don't want him to be able to have the freedom and comfortability to hit the no-scope. So I think teams are really just playing a lot better against it.
Yeah, they're definitely learning to play better against it, but still, it's just as they get in those mid-range or close-range battles, I expect it more often than not that the no-scope hits.
Yeah.
And that's just a testament to these top player skills.
It's scary when they stand still.
Yes, they stand still, they line it up. It's like my shot's not good enough for you? You gotta learn the headshot? Give me a break.
Camouflage over to Trippy and OpTic Gaming. Strong answers, at least early. And you want to keep this camo alive for the sniper that's coming up in just a few seconds, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case.
Legend. Working his way towards that oddball, but he's got an immediate focus in front of him. That's Lucid. Good shots into both players. Sends them both down to low HP. Repositioning is Lucid, but he gets cleaned up. As Legend takes the high side of Snipe Tower, now eyeing the Snipe possession for himself.
Also finding where that last player is. Know that Formal's up there. Almost gets chowed and dies, but great job by Formal buying that much time. I don't know if that was a second Formal nade or a team nade there. We'll find out.
Down now with the sniper, see what he can do with it. Oh, same thing as his teammate Stellar.
We got to check the Halo data hive because I guarantee you we're going to see more no-scope medals than in any previous LAN in Halo Infinite history. It's been a consistent factor. We're probably about to see another one, but he doesn't land the shot, but does get the trade. 3 go down for Space Station, and now OpTic can set up for this next hold.
You know what's funny? They GA'd the shotguns. Now they're just using the sniper like it's a shotgun. Like, it's really all, that's what they've done.
Here in spirit.
Like, there's still a shotgun in play. It's just in the skin of an S7.
Rare miss from Lucid.
He has been a monster today.
I also can't tell if like the ammo's right on snipes, because on one hand you almost want to, you know, reduce the amount of ammo so someone can't just go on this infinite run, but what ends up happening is whoever first gets sniped, they end up being able to use like the first 4 bullets, and they just close the gap, and then by the time the enemy team gets the snipe, they have like 1 to 3 bullets at max.
Yeah, Snake Bite's notorious for it.
Yeah, he's just like, I'll just waste the whole clip.
I hate this wall. Let me just spray it for a second. 4 shots in, and he likes to reduce it down to at least having 1 clip.
Yeah, and it almost feels counterintuitive, but I'm almost like, at this highest level, does it make sense to have like a 12 bullet or 16 bullet snipe, like force them to have to play it off? I don't know.
I'm so down. I would even like, let's put a minute longer on the timer for Sniper to come up. Give me 16 bullets. Like,
That'd be insane.
Make this thing have to switch hands.
Yeah.
16, I think, is too much.
Yeah, 16 is way too much, but I think David changes. I think David changes with the dynamic of who's in the lead
And it depends on the
giving
teams as well. Like, and we're talking in respect to these 2 top teams
Yes.
playing. Like when you go against other matchups, it's like, all right, like this skews everything completely.
It's like we're in the lead. We don't need more sniper rifle ammo to extend it, but we don't want to give it to the other team to come back with it. I think that's a part of the thought process for sure.
And then there's a Smurf in a plat lobby that's going to get
so that's you, bro.
15 kills with 1 sniper pickup. Like, that's where it's problematic, right?
16 bullets in each on Argyle. 30 and a 32 ammo sniper.
Oh, my gosh.
Here we go, Space Station. They're finally signing this separation. Largely came off that back smack on Camouflage. OpTic Gaming just hasn't really been able to recover since then. And well, tower control's been the play for both sides, but honestly, it's surprised that ball didn't go off the map. They decided to drop it down, and they're going to fight for control instead.
I think that's strategical. I think Space Station wanted to play that out in no man's land, burn a little bit more time off the clock. Less than 90 seconds left, a 30-second lead for Space Station as the fight ensues. Sniper is up.
Wow, perfect grenade from Bounce. Don't know if that was because he knew he was there or just trying to open space for him to push through.
OpTic tossed that off there.
This is what I like about Lucid. He picks up anything and everything. He doesn't let something go on the ground. It always surprises me when I see players walk past a weapon and don't pick it up.
I agree.
Yeah, I was actually more surprised that we don't see that accidentally happen as well. Just like somebody like passing by, like they see it pop up on the screen, and just like, oh crap, I accidentally grabbed Bulldog or something. But
get you something to YY with, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if the GA includes picking it up entirely. Like, is it okay to have
I
a
would
secondary?
guess that they're okay. Like, they would allow a mistake if someone grabbed that, just dropped the weapon, and just never used it.
I think you'd have to drop it right away.
Yeah.
Bound did do that with the Disruptor in the first weekend after the GA was announced, so I think there's some wiggle room.
He was the one that broke it, by the way.
Yeah, because he was the one that brought it up.
After tweeting about it. 78-55 here, 30 seconds left in regulation. You can see Space Station playing for that center field positioning. Eco with another no-scope cross map.
That's dirty, though. Like, they have Sniper up here, and they're just tossing it over near dummies. Like, that's such a good spot for it to be.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Eli was talking about how teams are playing around Sniper now. And he's like, well, if we throw the ball out in the open, there's no playing around this thing. You're going to have to go for it.
Yeah.
Space Station are eyeing a bracket reset in the grand finals, looking to go back to back to back, and they're 1 round closer after taking this one here.
They reset the bracket.
This is dangerous.
Sorry, 1 round away. Yeah, this
dangerous here for OpTic.
It reminds me of Fort Worth, though. Fort Worth, OpTic Gaming had a bad Friday. Space Station got really hot in the grand finals. OpTic Gaming lost the first series and found their footing in the second best of 7.
What about FaZe in the World Championship? They did not find their footing after losing that one. So
very rare to lose 8 in a row, though.
Yeah. Can't let Stellar get the snipe off the start. That's going to mean more down for OpTic Gaming as Stellar's going to spawn snipe Trippy, send it back to the respawn screen. 20 total seconds, and Lucid's only been on the sticks for none of them.
What a spawn there. Was that a dummies or back mud?
Yeah. If you push a little bit too far out tower, that dummy side's open, doesn't matter. And
yeah, I was gonna say I know that spawned before, but I guess like wasn't sure if that's due to the kill that just happened over at back green or a combination of that area being open plus the kill at back green. But yeah, that's I would say fortunate spawns for OpTic, but in the end doesn't matter.
They must have heard him or something, right? Like, how are they so prepared for Formal to be there in that moment? I think it's because the other members of Space Station had pushed so far into A that it's going to move the first spawner over there.
Also, I think teams aren't getting too comfortable nowadays when spawns have changed with bandits a little bit. They're like, hey, don't just assume it's 100% over here. Like, always have your head on a swivel.
Yep.
Especially on streets.
I think the crowd noise actually just made a difference there. The SSG crowd chants went loud. Dead Zone gets caught by a Camo dissipated off bound. So bound was on the other side of the pillar. Camo went away. I don't think he heard it. It just he gets easily shot in the back, and well, it was a good amount of time for Space Station. OpTic finally getting their chance at the scoring, and well, who else that Lucid to have a little bit of the sandbox. And little thing to know, you hold the pistol in your right hand, you can actually throw nades in your left hand while you got it charged up.
Like it, or what was the other one? I think it was Halo 2, right? Where if you shoot the plasma burst, you can throw 2 grenades quick and rapid succession.
Yep, there's a bug where like if you throw it right after you shoot the charge, and people use it in speed runs to throw multiple grenades for grenade bounces now.
Nice. I'm just trying to remember or unlock all my Halo 2 knowledge in case I do the Halo 2 event in Vegas.
Yeah, get together with me, man. I don't know how I remember like
I got
so much
so many parts of my brain.
Hey, free agent right here, by the way.
I do have a team pass. I've already purchased it, so I need to figure out who my team is. I think I might do something with Best Man, but yeah, let's talk.
I think I could learn how to excessive shot in a week. You know, you let me in there.
VXR.
It's funny, so people talk about quad chops and stuff. It's like, in reality, quad chops weren't viable or really used at the highest level. Like
competitive, yeah.
Hey, you haven't seen me play yet, though. You know what I'm saying?
I use it in Pro FFA occasionally. Like if somebody's lifting up on midship, it's kind of like a free quad shot if you're confident with it. And
but even then, I still feel like you might do that if you're desperate for one shot. I feel like it's just like 1-2 double shot. Like in a case like
a lot
that.
easier. Yeah. Oh
no. Not getting that back smack. Wow.
He went through the portal. I thought he was going to get disintegrated for a second.
Formal doesn't lose those often.
Well, Legend doesn't either. That's a problem. Oh,
I still think that counts as a no-scope. On Eco, but yeah.
He's last alive for his team. He gets 2, and it's like stop Space Station in its tracks.
Great play with a repulsor to maintain his life, maintain possession of that snipe. Still has 4 shots left to work with. And now OpTic, after taking 3 down for Space Station, have a chance to reclaim the lead.
That all started with Lucid getting 2 kills while last alive. This should have been ball time for Space Station. Every second is so painful here.
I was just going to say, too, I wasn't sure if he got those frag grenades over at bags, but I was like, if he didn't yet, he needs to like chuck his frag grenades, grab those ones off. I see so many remote detonation deaths over at the bags.
Because that spot is really good to play your life if the frags aren't there. But yeah, you're right. It's kind of a trap if they are.
Hey, you start playing your life out there, you just gonna start throwing them in the midair. So you gotta take them off the pad before they can shoot them.
At least zone control top center or something with some nades first.
Normal getting B spawns here for OpTic, and they're going to take the low ground, the tunnel system, to get quickly back onto that oddball at the dummy door. Now rotating maybe to the top A side of bags, it looks like. Yes, there's one. Oh, but you got to watch the flake as Formal takes down Eco. Legend, though, continuing to score more ball time. They're now in the lead.
Ball out of bounds. Ball.
He slays back and forth, 2 apiece. It's going to come down to this tower battle. And it feels like Space Station are going to lose this tower battle as Formal's cleaning up the crew, but nope. Stellar's going to get a pick. Gonna grab that sniper. Was there any ammo left in it? I don't think so.
Did you see bounce strafe?
Yeah, bounce strafe was insane there. It didn't do anything. It didn't make a miss, but it certainly made it feel hard. And Stellar's been alive, but his team just hasn't been able to get control of the map. OpTic Gaming get 3 down at the right moment. Camouflage up for grabs, and I wouldn't be surprised if Space Station aren't even able to stop Cam right away. I was hoping OpTic would maybe hold this camouflage for a little bit and try to just maximize a little bit more value out of it.
Feels like they're also not getting the time value they want right now. Feels like pressure's already on here against OpTic. Dead zone forced to drop that ball and just throwing grenades at Kedor. Now grabbing it, but you gotta wonder if it's a mistake now to grab it since there's a couple players that can push on over for bags.
Essentially a 3v1 with Dead Zone holding onto the oddball as now he does drop it, but the second too late, you could make that case like Dave did as Formal goes down. Dead Zone does start to work that oddball out to a reset rotation hybrid out into center field, and with 70 seconds left, 10-second lead here for OpTic Gaming. This one's gonna come down to the final seconds once again.
Yeah, I don't know how Dead Zone's lived that long, especially once Formal got killed. Looks like Dead Zone was on a killing spree as that kill got traded out. He got a Killjoy medal against Dead Zone.
Well, this is the chance for them to take lead. Oh, well, Formal, he's back. He's got Sniper in the hands, and better hide your heads.
1 minute remaining.
Oh, he's challenging this, Formal, but he knows his teammates have the support and the attention on them. That's why he made his push, but he still goes down. That player for SSG on the wall. She now loosened with the snipe in his hand. Still plenty of shots left to work with. QT going to be no matter as 3 go down for OpTic, and it looks like SSG are going to win this reset, but OpTic did play the oddball, so this is going to make it a little bit more tricky for them.
Yeah, solid play. At first I thought it was a premature play there by Lucid, but too many players there from Space Station pressuring over at back green, and it is a tie game. Nobody's going to be volunteering to grab that first. They're going to look to get any sort of slate before grabbing it. However, looks like Space Station grabs it. 2 melee kills over in the tunnel, and this is where the battle's going to go down. Bound trying to break through. This is the last one alive. Somehow gets one, gets a second body shot. But that's going to be the crucial seconds going on the board. Now, when do OpTic decide to drop and slay?
With 1 second advantage, that's all they want. 10 seconds left in regulation.
That's too early.
Dead Zone has to fight off this push, but Legend's too strong. He takes down his former teammate, repulses the grenade away, and takes down Formal. And SSG are going to send this to a grand finals too.
Oh my God. Unbelievably clutch in those end oddball games. I feel like there's so many times I've just seen SSG win those close oddball games where it's just second or two, they get the lead, they drop the ball in a spot that seems like not even that safe. Sometimes in rat tunnel, sometimes over in the garage.
Look at the series layout. So Space Station won the first, OpTic answered back with the next 2, and then 3 in a row for Space Station to force the reset. What an insane series. Can't wait to see the matchup for the next one. By the way, Walsh, while we still have you, a friend of mine texted me, said, ask Walsh where he got his jacket. It's so nice.
I got a secret location. No, I got to double check again. I think it's called Threads, and lately for some of my casting clothes, I've just been renting them.
Really?
Like I was like rent like some gear, wear them once, and then
it makes sense because then you don't fall victim of like wearing the same stuff. Yeah, that's smart.
So I think this was like threads.com or something like that. So.
Hey, Walsh, well, we're taking a lot of your time. Anything you want to say before you head out of here?
No, I'm just excited to grind some Halo 2 later tonight after this tournament's done. Gonna go play some of that over at SwiftKill's place. And
we'll be there.
Thank you as always for having me on the broadcast.
Hey, teach me how to double shot while I'm there, please.
Yeah, I got you.
I'll figure it out.
GG's, Dave.
We're gonna take a quick
man.
break, get some new people up on the couch, let everyone rotate through. So thank y'all. We got the reset coming up right after this.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And if you thought you would watch some LVT today and we wouldn't play Who's That Halo Pro, you were wrong, because that's exactly what we're going to be doing, what these guys are going to be doing today for this statue. It's a special edition statue. 3 for 3, thank you so much for providing it also. They just wanted to give something back to the community. This is a interchangeable helmet and weapon statue, Spartan Con Mage. Good luck. All right, guys. This is Gary.
Hi.
This is Mike.
Hi.
And Baton.
What's up?
All right, so they already know how to play Who's That Halo Pro, and I'm guessing you guys too, so try to play with us if you want. All right, we're gonna show the Spartan, I guess they are Spartans. We're gonna show the pro players on the screen. Are you guys ready to play? Oh, wait. Before we begin, I need to know who you think will win the grand finals.
SSG, baby.
SSG?
Obviously, for sure.
And you?
I want SSG to win, for sure.
All right. So SSG is the preferred one. All right, well, we'll find out in just a little bit. All right, you guys ready to play?
Yes, let's do it.
All right, let's get started. Let's play some Who's That Halo Pro? All right, we're going to start with you, Mike.
All right.
Who do you think this is?
That's every Halo Pro. Let's go Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Boo Boo Doo Boo. Let's find out if it's Boo Boo. Let's go ahead and clear that up.
Oh,
it's Lucid.
Oh, I need the finger.
Right. I was going to say Bound because of the hair.
I was thinking Lucid or Renegade.
Lucid or Renegade. You were going to get it right. All right, let's go with you now. You ready?
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Sure.
Ooh, what do we see here?
I have no idea.
All right, Mike. What do you think you see?
Jesus. I'm going to say Lucid because I'm just going to throw that out. I have no idea who it is. I have no idea who it is.
It was Stellar with the hair down.
That was so dialed this up to 10.
That was a hard one.
That
I was expecting a side profile.
Yeah,
exactly.
It looked like he was wearing a cape.
Yeah. All right, let's go with you, Baton. You ready?
Yes.
All right. Ooh, okay.
Renegade.
Last chance, that's it?
Renegade.
All right, he's doubling
Not a
down on
bad choice.
Renegade.
It's
Legend.
I thought his hair sticking out. It looked like
you
Renegade.
guys thought you knew what these guys look like, huh? Until now. It's not as easy as it looks.
It's way harder.
Absolutely
The
not.
first one guesses right? All right, let's do it.
The first one that guesses it. Yeah?
We'll see.
Ready? Okay. Let's go with you.
All right, let's do it.
Ooh.
Oh, I think I know this.
Is that Frosty?
I know who this is.
I'm going to go Frosty.
All right, let's see if it's Frosty.
It's Tico.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Oh, okay.
I knew it.
Maybe we should give you a try for the next one.
All right, well, yeah.
Ooh.
That's Bound.
Yeah, that's easy.
It's
That's
Bound.
Bound.
Yeah.
You can tell because of his hair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a blurry Bound, but you got it right.
Look at you.
Yeah.
There you go. Well, you guessed it. You were the first one to guess it right, so you are the winner of the statue.
Am I the winner?
You
Really?
are. You are the winner. Congrats.
Thank you, guys.
Go, Gary.
That's awesome.
All right, here you go. Congrats on winning the Spartan Con Mage statue. Woo! Woohoo! Congrats!
I
Good
think
job,
I was just
guys.
going to go pee, and I sat down on this couch.
All right, now you guys have to play Who's That Halo Pro with us online, yeah? So you
All
guys
right.
get to practice
Yeah.
for the next giveaways, right? Right, guys?
All right.
All right.
Cool.
Congrats. All right,
Thank you
guys.
so
Thanks for
much.
having us, LBG.
Thank you so much for playing.
Thank you.
and
That
we're
was
going to go
awesome.
ahead and go on a quick break while we get ready for this grand final reset. See you guys soon.
some of those games where interference, for example, SSG started to fly and it really threw OpTic onto their back heels. It was so difficult for OpTic to come off spawn and understand where players are coming from. When SSG create that level of chaos, the game is pretty much over. So I'm looking to see how to OpTic stop some of that pressure, slow it down to at least get back on your feet and have a standing chance.
Well, you see the fist bumps coming in. It means one thing, folks. Space Station Gaming versus OpTic Gaming Grand Finals reset on Set and Brav.
Well, here we go then, SLC. Let's lock in for our second best of 7. Space Station Gaming from the elimination bracket win a nail-biter final round of Oddball to send us back to the beginning of a fresh new series. But will we have a fresh winner? Will OpTic Gaming be able to get over the line, or will it be a second place finish again? So many stories, so many questions to have answered, and we start off here on Aquarius Capture the Flag.
A real test of endurance here this evening. Of course, already one series under their belt, and now we dive deep into our second series. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your first grand final reset of the 2024 season. It's Space Station versus OpTic, everything to play for.
Difficult to highlight a player that's been outstanding because everybody on the main stage has had their moments, but this man, you saw in some of the stats, and he's going to be the player that usually is the one for OpTic who can drag them through tight moments with something just a little bit special. Overshield is going to go their way off the rip here, so OpTic have early advantage, and they also, smartly, I would say, move over towards the gen side to make sure that green gun isn't off the stand as well.
Nice routes, nice prioritization, and checking up corners coming in for Lucid here as he makes his way towards the back of the base. He knew there'd be pressure, but he is ready for the task. That's 3 dead. Stellar last player alive here. The gen run begins for OpTic Gaming.
Stellar picks up another kill, though. That's going to make it a little bit more of a kind of stutter step run, you would imagine. However, Trippy, in that feed, finds 1. Overextension may be coming in here, and you can see that Lucid is just going to double back here. He knows that this isn't going to be a clear run home.
Pauses for just a second, as you say, has to fight from the connector. Very nice angle. The grenade, somehow he stays alive, and the run will continue.
2 dead on the side of SSG. Maybe the timing window has started to open. Lucid's going to slide this one home, and OpTic retaliate from the disappointment of the previous game that we were watching. They will strike first here. It's 1-0, and that is a massive moment mentally for OpTic Gaming.
And so beautifully executed by Lucid. How about the fact that he goes to the connector, he pauses for a second, he helps with the top mid battle.
Hello, everybody, we're here. And guess what, guys? Tony is A-okay. He's sitting right next to me right now.
Within just 1 minute 30,
you know what? It's okay.
Flag, they lead
Tony's okay. We also have 90 sitting here, and Louis as well. We're watching the grand final. See, Tony's okay. He's okay.
Yes. I am doing great. I'm doing fine.
Okay.
And I will not be suing. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I am.
That was gonna be.
How old did you turn today, Tony? 21.
I almost got taken out.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's your birthday. Happy birthday, guys. Let's get some happy birthday wishes to happen, Tony.
You look like you're 45 with about 3 children and a mortgage.
Well, I'm 48 with 4 children.
Wow, okay.
Wow, bracket reset, guys. What a grand finals we're seeing so far. And what a bounce back coming up from OpTic Gaming. Back-to-back Cavs here. They're mad.
No kidding. I mean, I wonder what happened in between the series, right? What do you do? I mean, I've never been a pro. I've always just been in the back, you know, pressing some buttons. But, like, how do you get out of the funk after losing a best of 7? I mean, I feel like that's got to be tough. And, you know, if you want to put your best forward coming right out, I mean, a 2-0 start's got to be one of the best ways to do it.
Yeah.
You don't really talk about it. That's really the key. It's like you just go forward like a quarterback mentality, and you say, okay, we got this map, and we just get on the same page, because that's really what it came down to. Those last seconds where OpTic really fucked up, and you've got to make sure that you're not letting that happen, because Space Station's always going to jump up on your fuck-ups.
I'm sure the break they took helped them get their heads back in the game and make sure they had the strat to begin this next game. And it looks like OpTic Gaming, Space Station Gaming is hoping to win this first game.
I feel like we're in for
tie?
an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah.
You know, like it's about to go like that. I mean, the first series already was, right? And
yeah.
This crowd is electric. I don't know that. I feel like this is the first time that I've ever heard a crowd that was like more of an opposing team than an OpTic.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I don't watch too many esports events. The only one that I watch are Halo. And as of late, SSG's been like on the rise.
one thing I always think about is like the battle of attrition. Like in a best of 5 series, you know, you can only go 5 games. Best of 7, though, we've already seen so many games so far, and then potentially another 7 games. Like, this is where you really are tested as far as, you know, how well did you eat today? How much energy do you have?
Exactly.
Did you have enough water? All the crazy stuff. But I feel like that really matters because it's a marathon, clearly not a sprint here in the grand finals.
It has been a marathon for Space Station Gaming, coming all the way through the entire elimination bracket, and now kind of heartbreaking to see another game reset. But I think they've got what it takes. I think if there's any team to be able to do this, it's Space Station Gaming, and I'm sure OpTic knows it, so they're not going to let them do it. They're going to do their best not to.
That's my #1 reason why I think that SSG has such a big advantage, because they're coming in with momentum. And meanwhile, OpTic has Zane, who's sick. So that's a really big deal when you're talking about attrition. I mean, he's going to lose his energy fast. They needed to win that first series. They're not going to be able to win this second series. SSG has got this.
Fatigue. It's going to be a real issue, I feel like, especially coming off of the sickness, right? Like, you can feel better, right? But you're not fully recovered for a couple days. You got to, like, eat right for a couple days. You got to, like, get back into your regular routine. From some of the stories that we're hearing from people just around the venue, around the area here in Salt Lake City, they've been seeing Zane not in the best position, right? And so
I just talked to him. He looked terrible.
You talked to him, man.
Yeah, because I was trying to get him on the couch, and you know, I walked up to him. He was hunched over. He was like barely like awake. Like I guarantee he took like some, you know, like energy drink or something just to be able to get back on stage. And I don't see this. I don't see this going well for him.
I will say that we had a chat with Lunchbox just a little bit earlier, and I did ask him about Dead Zone and how he was performing. And at least while he was here on the couch, he didn't seem very concerned about Dead Zone and the way he's feeling. So that could, you know, that gives me a little bit of confidence that maybe Dead Zone wasn't looking the best visually, but he's still performing the way that he might need to be able to give OpTic the win they need.
And that's one of the things that was really crazy to me when you look at the makeup of this OpTic Gaming roster. You know, your firepower really comes from Formal and Lucid. Those would be your consistent slayers, and lots of times Trip would be that tertiary slayer. You know, Dead Zone was more of that objective savant and that dirty work player. So to see the way that he's been able to step up in the slays department, and it's not, I'm not talking about just like one game or even one series. This entire tournament, I feel like Dead Zone has stepped it up. So to know how ill he's been and how sick he's been on the sticks, it's actually crazy to think about.
I think in Halo, a big thing that you can tell with a lot of players is that you benefit when you play a little bit back. When you have a really good team behind you, you're baiting more, you're switching out more, you're putting more of your priority on your tools. Like, what is at your disposal? Because you no longer know that you have the energy to take on all of the fights, all of the battles.
I was just thinking about, I took a moment and I went in front of main stage just to take, you know, the entire event. And it was me and Eli, we were just watching the event, and we both took notice at Dead Zone's stats, and he was, I forget which exact game it was, but he was like 4, 4, and 0 deaths. His next game, he was 6 and 0 deaths. Yeah. Was it 8 or 0 deaths? He just was not dying, and he was bringing slays into for OpTic. So, yeah, I think he's doing his best to be able to do what he needs to be done so that the other team, his other teammates don't have to, like, carry him through.
I mean, we call him Dead Zone, but all of his real friends call him a Live Zone. He just stays alive. Man, no, it's not here in Salt Lake City, I promise you that.
I think you mean Dark Zone. Dark Zone.
Oh.
Dark Zone. I was about to ask about that, actually.
But literally, Dead Zane. Like, he just looks dead right now. Like, I mean,
he doesn't look dead in the game, though, I would say, because he was not dying.
Tony said this just a moment ago, and I feel like it actually it fits well. You said he's sick on the sticks, right? Yeah, he's playing good today.
I like it.
Like, he might have been sick, man, but the sticks they're flying.
One thing, I mean, one player that's been consistent as well is obviously Formal. Like,
always.
Formal, like every single event he freaking brings it. And it's crazy because he's a once-in-a-lifetime talent. You know, we see him play Apex, we see him play Valorant, obviously Call of Duty. And no matter what he picks up, he is a god on the sticks. And just comes into Halo, comes to a tournament, and it's so crazy to watch Formal in action, and his consistency, his reticle placements, just not missing. Also being an active communicator, not waiting until he dies to call out. when you think of players that have that full package, I feel you got to think of Form 1, of course, the hat, you know?
Yeah, the way he's been playing. What about Trippy? We have not talked about Trippy's performance in the beginning of what we saw today in the Grand Finals reset. Or not reset, before the reset.
When I think of Trippy, I think of, it's funny because I've been talking about Formal's consistency and even Denzel's consistency here in this tournament. And, obviously we call him Big Game Trip for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
When the big games matter, he'll definitely step up. But I think one thing for me that's been missing, at least as far as statistically, is that consistency out of Trippy. Like, he has some big games, but we also see him have some games where he doesn't look as good and maybe loses a pivotal battle that really can cost his team a play, which at this level of competition, sometimes that costs you an entire game. So there was one grand finals that they lost, and I apologize. It might have been London, it might have been Atlanta, but Trippy said, that's on me. I want to step up, and I love that accountability out of him, and I expect to see him come in at least this event and in this grand final reset and come back to that big game trip, that trip the drip.
It always has been on him. Since first season, he's been that guy. If he steps up, they win the tournament. They win the Worlds. I mean, that was exactly what happened. He was in all the finals. He was winning all the 2v2 tournaments. He was on top with Lucid. Lucid and Trippy were the best players in that first year. And with this new roster, I think it's the exact same thing. Once Trippy steps up and he is that driving force for them, and he's doing the most damage, and he's just causing the most chaos, and he's making those big plays, they win the tournament.
So the question is, do you think he's making those plays right now? Or at least at the beginning of this grand finals, we went into a reset just now.
I saw too much of Eco. We were on Eco's screen for almost the entire time. I saw way too much of Lucid, so I didn't get too much of Trippy. Most of the time I saw him like it was, just running in there, dying. I mean, I couldn't really see what his plays were, but hopefully we see more of them in this series so I can make a better call.
Yeah.
That's a great point, too. You're saying you're seeing a lot of Eco. One thing we know about Eco is if you're seeing him on screen, he's making plays. And so, obviously, SSG able to take that first grand finals. We're into another best of 7. I'm just glancing up at the stage. I see the coaches are chatting with the players, right? And so I just have to, I have to wonder, how is OpTic going to handle this adversity, right? We already talked about the fatigue setting in for some of the players. Where is the difference going to be? And to me, I feel like I'm looking at SSG and the two players that have, to me, unlimited energy, and that's Bound and Legend. They just fly at all times, and it's really on the rest of the team, if they can be in the position to back them up or to continue to follow up on the damage that they're doing out on the field if they're not cleaning up their kills, whether they are or not, right? You're playing against the best in the world at this point here in the grand finals, and so it's you can't always expect these two players to be super aggressive and then make all the plays, right? It's going to have to be followed up upon, and so it's is Eco going to be in those right positions? And that's what they're good at. So far, SSG looking like they're on point.
I think that's their winning formula, though, is Legend and Bound just going
Chaos.
in the whole time.
Yeah.
It's just gas pedal, gas pedal, gas pedal. The winning play in that live fire oddball game was Legend coming off of his spawn immediately and just killing everybody. And that won them the game. Legend's just so fast, and he hits every slide. He is just incredible. So I think that's their winning formula. If Legend just keeps holding forward, they're going to win.
I feel like that could be the winning formula, but it also could be the losing formula as well. When we talk about the OpTic that wins championships, how many times do we talk about the OpTic that will bait you and trap you in? They'll play a little ratty. They have no problem doing that in order to get that damage advantage, that slay advantage, and that's where the efficiency comes in. They get any kind of advantage, they'll take advantage of that. So when I think of OpTic game, I think of them at their best. It's when they're luring the enemy team into maybe a false sense of security, trapping them, getting the slays, and then immediately converting that into map control. So I agree with you. Legend and Bound, when that Bound combination is coming at you, it's a wrecking ball. It's crazy, but if you can predict and influence where it's coming from, you can prepare for that and maybe set something up.
What you just said literally just brings me back to that, if you guys can recall, that the Pit CTF game where they did not let SSG get through, and that it all started with Lucid's double snipe that just completely just stopped the whole game for Space Station Gaming, and they weren't able to get that flag in, and OpTic took the win there. Can they do it again? Can they stop the force of Space Station Gaming here on this reset? Do they have the stamina to be able to do so? Those are the questions that they're going to have to answer once we are able to get back in the game.
Should we do predictions?
Yeah.
What's your prediction?
Why do you start with me? I need some time to think about it.
You're
I've
on
been
the
shifting.
rightmost side.
The thing is, yeah, that's true.
Left
that's
or
true.
right? Left or right?
I've been usually I start first. I feel like I've been shifting around. Like I felt at first I was on Space Station Gaming, but now I personally kind of want OpTic to win it because I want to stop the OpTic second place curse, and it's time for them to be able to do so.
Yes.
But I also want Space Station Gaming to win here on their main, on their home crowd. So I'm just a neutral here. Tony, just take it. I can't.
I'll be honest, I really like the way OpTic started off that capture the flag Aquarius. They came out with a lot of heat too, back-to-back caps against SSG, obviously a very good capture the flag team. But for me, I'm all about the storyline. So I'm going to say that OpTic end up losing this to SSG. SSG win in their own house. The crowd's going to go wild. And then OpTic will have an opportunity to break the second place curse at Worlds, the biggest tournament when it matters most. Going all year second place and being that hungry for a win, then you go into Worlds. So, like I said, I like the way OpTic looked, but just for the storyline, I think that could be really fun.
That would be the most epic ending of the year, period. I think so. But me, I'm going to go, I'll agree with you, but SSG 4-0. SSG 4-0.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sheesh.
That's very specific.
Yeah.
That is very specific. 4-0. That's
It's happening.
I don't think it's going to be a 4-0, but I will say that my winner, I think it's based on foundation, and I think that's all about, this major SSG has put as an org their heart and soul into this event, all the way down to the open bracket, having LVT with the feature stage and all that good stuff, right? I think all this matters. The camaraderie here, you can feel it, you can see it on the stage, you can see it in the stands, you can hear it through your ears, man. I think SSG will take this, but I do think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I never forget what Stellar said when for Salt Lake City last year when they asked him what propelled you to be able to get this win, and he said the crowd, the home crowd, and you can hear them right now as we start the game. Space Station Gaming versus OpTic. Grand final reset. We're finally here, guys.
And this crowd is electric. This is one of the best crowds for Halo ever.
Let's have a good, guys. It was back-to-back caps to start things off for OpTic Gaming. Eventually, SSG did sneak in a flag cap before that reset happened as far as in the game. So it is a 2-1 game lead in favor of SSG. And they were getting some early slays, and things got scary already here for OpTic Gaming.
Looks like Space Station Gaming's looking to tie this up, guys.
Yeah, immediately Space Station putting the pressure on.
Look at Eco doing moves.
Yeah, he's right here. Right, he's holding it down on the opposite side of the base. Legend, pretty much a clear path all the way to the podium. And now I want to see where Eco is at
He's
this
still
time.
there.
Yeah, he's there, right? Like, he's holding it down, and it looks like everybody is looking at the opposite side. Like, oh, he finally died.
Finally.
That's crazy, though. You noticed that, too. Eco had so much trust in Legend running that flag. He stayed in their util side, and you almost saw back-to-back polls coming out of Eco and SSG. That's a lot of confidence you have in Legend running that flag.
Yeah, you pull all of that attention to you, and that makes it almost impossible for them to stop that flag. So that was a great job by Eco. He always makes some of the best plays in the finals. This year, I don't think I've ever seen him play better, even back in the Halo 5 days when he won Worlds. Like, Eco is, I don't know, he's severely disrespected when a lot of people talk about him. Like, he's one of the absolute best. It's him and Snakebite for me. Those two they're the overall gods of this game, and it's just insane watching them play. Eco has been making play after play that just is going to win them this tournament.
Well, this may have been a reset, but now advantage erased. It's pretty much 0-0, 5 minutes on the clock. You're gonna need 3 flags to win this game. I'm looking right now. I'm seeing OpTic being aggressive. It looks like they're gonna get that overshield. SSG down 2 as well. So it's really on form. What do you do with this overshield in this situation?
You better take advantage of it. I mean, overshield with it coming up every 2 minutes or so on the map itself, and it being 5 minutes on the clock. Like, you want to get value out of this overshield, and although Formal does a bit of damage there, gets the perfect shots. There's no more overshield to work with, but SSG end up going 3 down. Now a double out of Formal, could be a triple. There it is, 4 down. Go SSG.
That's right, and Dark Zone moving the flag through the bottom mid. That's the fastest option for the flag cap. It looks like this has no contest.
OpTic needed that formal right there. I mean, let's be honest, that overshield got shredded, but he still was able to convert it to a triple kill. And look at the presence that OpTic still had in this utility side. That's another 3 down for SSG. Formal is a slaying machine right now.
And right on cue, the OpTic chants come in. Let's go, OpTic. 4 down for SSG. Formal moving the flag through the fridge, and he's got help to keep the pressure off of him.
Yeah, Trippy and Lucid are going to push really hard right here. They don't even need somebody to come back right now. I don't think there's going to be anybody in position. There you go. Lucid gets 2, and then Legend probably is going to be no shields. Dead Zone's going to be able to clean that up, and there you go. Easy peasy for OpTic. They're looking amazing. I'm wrong as hell.
This started off as a 2-1 lead in favor of OpTic. SSG struck first and tying things up, but then OpTic woke up and they've now doubled the score line of Space Station Gaming. 4 minutes on the clock, and OpTic are looking like they want to break that curse.
Oh my God.
He's not real.
That man, he put out the ruler. He like made the angle, man.
That was a protractor.
There you go. That's
Really?
the word I was looking for. Thank you, Tony.
It could not have been any closer to the edge. Like, it was going off if it was any closer. That's crazy.
Well, the last time OpTic got an overshield, they were able to convert that to a flag cap. Right now, Stellar overshielded in the base of OpTic Gaming, being a nuisance. If they can find the slaves, it could be one and bring them with that point. Did Trippy?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that
We
was
were
a
talking
slide.
about Trippy, and he showed up.
Yes, that's what it's going to take, and he is playing exceptionally well. Look at that, Trippy. He is killing it. That's the exact same thing he did for the last pull, is that he just comes in, bulldozes, and stays alive, and tries to get that space for OpTic.
Yeah, Legend with a beautiful double kill. He pulls the flag, but Trippy coming through to relieve that pressure. Now it looks like OpTic moving through their util. Legend unaware of the back smack, Dead Zone coming through, and now it's Lucid and Dead Zone working together to relieve this pressure here, still in the util.
And that's exactly what I was talking about before. When OpTic win championships, it's because they influence where you're pushing. They bait you in, and they're not afraid to play a bit ratty. They don't need bulldogs in order to hide in a corner. They will catch you off guard, and they will take advantage of that. And hey, that's you can call it whatever type of game type you want. I call it winning.
Now, I think one of the fifth enemy right now, the clock, right? You're down by 2 flags as SSG just to tie the game. This isn't looking too hot right now, but 3 dead for OpTic Gaming. Eco gonna go down as well, but still 3 dead for just a moment on OpTic's side. It's all about what Bound, Legend, and Stellar do in this position.
Yeah, they can't let off at all right here. There's plenty of time for SSG to get back into this one. 2 minutes is more than enough. Stellar needs to get some damage here and needs to stay alive if he can. Doesn't look like it's going to be able to happen, though. Dead Zone is coming to life. This is exactly what you needed to see from him.
Multiple go down here for Space Station Gaming. OpTic's defense looking so tough, and it's going to be even tougher for SSG to cap a flag if they continue to slay like this. Dead Zone putting damage onto everybody on the map. You see back-to-back kills in favor of SSG, but can they pull a flag? 3 down go OpTic, maybe they can.
Okay. Stellar moving the flag through into his base. He's going to have to sit on this flag for just a moment, get that return. There it goes. He's looks like this pretty much going in, no problem right here. It's pretty interesting. They're putting enough pressure on the map that these flags are pretty much going in uncontested.
3 down go OpTic.
Dude, LeBound just got 5 kills by themselves. They're the only ones getting kills. Finally, someone else. LeBound just got up in there, spawn killed him, and now this is what's happening. This is crazy.
This is getting tied again.
LeBound!
Let's go. Pedal to the floor. They had a minute to do it. They scored 2 flags. Now 1 minute on the clock. Who will score the next flag?
Am I the only? They keep tying. They keep tying.
It just shows you how evenly matched both of these teams are when they are playing at their apex, when they are playing to win right now. It's OpTic versus SSG, and man, Grand Finals reset, tied up at 4-piece, and we could get an overtime, but as right now, Eco's already going to at least start the process of starting the pie chart. Excuse me.
Oh, great damage by Eco, but not going to be able to make anything happen. Good job taking out Eco right there. He could have been a huge thorn in their side, and now that's really going to set up OpTic here to get some more space on the map. Looks like Lucid gets the overshield. All right, he got away with it.
Last overshield of regulation.
15 seconds left. Oh no.
Good damage going down here. It's 2v2 situation. Next play going to be so important. Eco understanding what's on the line. Playing up high here toward the util side. Queen members in front of him, but navigates it well with the well-placed grenade, but never gets a chance to touch that flag.
Another tie. We started the first grand finals with a tie. They had to start the game again, and now we have another one here. This is crazy.
5 minutes on the clock. Next, Cap wins. Looks like Bounce got his eyes on that thrust. Formal going to P3. Trippy gets the thrust. Bounce going to have to get out of dodge for a moment. It looks like he's putting pressure onto Formal. And it looks like Formal does go down. Bounce still alive. Stellar, in the meantime, with the overshield, putting the pressure on into Fridge. And we hear the chants continue to ring out, but OpTic, they push that chant down with some pressure.
In overtime, lots of times a great starting strat can win you the game. And overshield can be the difference maker here as Stellar goes down to one shot, but still able to cross the mid-map into the util. He goes, it's just one more cap, but nobody's in sight. Stellar pushes it in. SSG taking game number 1 of your grand finals reset.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go. Legend and Bound putting the pedal to the metal, and it pays off this time, but possibly 6 more games. How many more times can that gamble work out?
4-0, baby. It's gonna happen. It's happening.
You're winning so much.
That means they're gonna have their way, man.
You said you were wrong earlier, but you might be right. Listen to the crowd's energy. We know they are feeling these guys right now. There is absolutely no way. If they are losing energy, they're gaining it from the crowd. They're not going to let them go. They're not going to let them go down like this.
That really is a factor, and it's such a big deal in sports. You always hear about, like, what, the 12th man? Like, that's really the biggest hype you can possibly have. I know I've only had it like a couple times at MLG events. We'd have a big crowd behind my team, and they'd be saying like, nighty night, and they'd be like, the main TMA, the main attraction, you know? Like, and it really did affect my play, because I went nuts. It really was an energy level.
Way.
Yeah, I went insane. Like, I killed everybody on the map. I had the sniper, I was hitting all the headshots, and we won. And it was just like it's a real thing. I don't know, I can't really put it into words. I hyper-focused, and I knew that I had the support of people around me. And I guess that's like a psychological thing, but it really did make me play a lot better. So I think Stellar's 100%. Like, once that crowd is in your corner, nothing can stop you.
Now we're moving on to a Slayer, guys, on Streets. Who do you think might have the edge on this one?
I think that, obviously, well, in my opinion, right, this favors OpTic Gaming, but what's in my head right now is how is OpTic dealing with that sudden, like, it's almost like SSG just pulled the rug out from underneath them. They had a 2-flag lead going into the last 2 minutes of that game, and out of nowhere, SSG just come out on fire. LeBound do their thing. How can OpTic handle that adversity in this moment?
Yeah, I feel it's a really great point, because I feel like sometimes losing a game 3-1 or 4-1 can be easier than you losing 5-4. Like, you getting so close, you're right there, and then having the rug kind of swept under you. Like, that's really tough to deal with mentally. So, and like you said, it's really going to matter how are they going to be able to bounce back from that? Is it going to be a situation where, hey, look, we almost had them, 1 or 2 plays go our way, and we get it, or does that sit in the back of your mind, like, wow, we gave it our all. We failed.
This has already happened like 4 times this tournament between these two teams. OpTic has gotten the shit into the stick when they've got the momentum and are winning the game. It's kind of been bullshit. I mean, that's just the way, you know, the cookie crumbles when you're dealing with anything, any sport, period. You're going to have the refs not in your favor, or there's a bad call. It just happens. You have to deal with it, and it's really tough, and you just got to keep going. But OpTic has been on that side with the crashes like 4 times now. That's tough to deal with. That starts to really weigh on your mental, and you start to just think about it all the time, like, what the hell? We should have already probably won this series, because OpTic had a game 1 that went in the favor of SSG last series, so they could have already won this tournament.
I wonder if the pressure of being, having that so-called second place curse starts to now become more of a reality again. Could that potentially affect the mental even more?
I think that the odds are stacked against OpTic Gaming right now. And more than ever, I feel like in this moment, the mental is being tested on OpTic.
Yeah.
You're going through the fatigue or whatever it may be. You're dealing with the constant second place rumors and all that good stuff. And then, of course, you just lost the first grand finals, right? Now we're going into the grand final reset. You just had the rug pulled out from underneath you. it's going to be tough to bounce back. But, yo, you've got Lucid, Formal, like leading the charge in the situation. I guarantee you right now, you know, Lucid he's being that leader. He's, you know, he's probably talking, right, at this point in time, right? They're probably talking strat. He's probably, you know, looking ahead. You know, don't let your teammates dwell on what just happened. If anything, you know, there's got to be a leader on the team. I think Lucid is that guy, and they're going on the streets. I think, if anything, they should be confident going into this, and you have to be if you want to, like, stop this momentum that SSG has.
We talked a lot about the crowd, and I feel like the crowd could sometimes be a bit of a double-edged sword here. Like, I feel like, for example, game number 1, you know, you're in flow state, you're winning, that crowd's electric on your side. Yeah, everything's going great, but I feel like if you're not in flow state, maybe a couple things haven't gone your way, and then that crowd starts to turn towards OpTic Gaming, because we know their fans travel in numbers. I promise. When OpTic are the lead, they're getting loud as well. So I feel like yes, like when things are going your way, or if you're in flow state, that crowd is like electric. But sometimes maybe it could be a bit of pressure, especially if it's going the other way. So maybe a bit of a double-edged sword right there. Maybe if OpTic can come off hot and get the crowd back on their side, get their fans louder, well, they're going to be the ones feeding off of that noise, as opposed to SSG's fans who might get a little quieter.
Yeah, the adversity is insane right here. This is really an uphill battle for OpTic. Like you said, the second place is going to be building in their minds. This is it. Like, this is the true test right here, because they already came so close, and with all the crashes and everything, and Zane being sick, this is such a good storyline for them to win this tournament. And that's just like, you've just got to do it. When you get put into a situation like this, there are no excuses. There's only winning.
This is also not the first time that they could potentially be losing a grand final reset. If we recall the OpTic versus FaZe, they were the ones who first do it to OpTic specifically. So it has happened before, and that's another thing that they know what it feels like to lose in the grand finals reset, and they're the only ones that have ever felt that in Halo Infinite.
I feel like if I'm OpTic Gaming, like, yes, I feel like us on the analyst desk, like, I know, like, you know, I try to create, like, you know, storylines and whatnot. So I look a lot into, like, you know, whether it's match game modes, combinations, and even recent history. But I feel like if I'm OpTic Gaming, like, I know that if I'm playing at my best, I can win. So I feel like you kind of, like, as a competitor, need to be able to cut out that noise mentally and be, okay, let's focus on what we need to do in order to win. I'm not worried about, like, oh, well, this happened here to the bracket reset against FaZe, or SSG, the ones who knocked us down. We know what we have to do to win. How do we get there? As simple as that. If I'm a competitor, that's how I would approach it personally.
So how do you think OpTic should approach this specific Street Slayer that's coming up ahead of them? What do they need to do to stop Space Station Gaming from taking it?
Well, luckily right now, OpTic are one of the best Street Slayer teams, and even without the Bulldog and the Disruptor, still the same thing.
Right.
So I feel like it's hey, look, what have we been doing well in order to be successful on there? That's map control, slowing the game down, and be able to control every lane. And then from there, now I'm thinking, okay, what does SSG do well? Well, they do well breaking out of their spawn. So once we identify where that push is coming from, we need to be able to be quick to divert our attention and be able to block off that line of sight. When OpTic know where the enemy team is pushing from and they create a choke point, you're done for. That 3 down now turns to another 3 down, turns to a 7 or 8 kill run. So I feel like that's what you need to worry about. What you need to do in order to win, what the enemy does well in order to combat that, and that's it. Every bit of other noise, like, that matters to, like, you know, me when I'm on the desk creating narratives and whatnot. But right here, grand finals, you cut that noise out.
Well, let's see if they are able to cut the noise out. I'm sure they will as they get ready for the Slayer Street starting just now, Tony. Let's see if they're able to do what you just said, guys.
I think OpTic has been preparing for this moment. They have been practicing Slayer. You know, there could be many reasons why. Maybe the change of the spawns, right? That, like, things have been changed, but I feel like the work they have put in has shown results. They beat Shopify and 2 Slayers earlier in the winter finals, and now it's their chance to prove once again they made the right choice by going against the grain and practice these Slayers.
I'm gonna start on board with Stellar, and in case you guys, we talked about it already a couple of times here, we're not going to see that Bulldog come into play. If I'm playing right matchmaking, I'm picking it up right away. But You know, GA, I thought it stood for General Admission. Apparently it stands for Gentleman's Agreement. They've agreed not to use it.
More barking.
I'm just saying, bro. Yeah, it's game 2 of the Grand Final. Stella, come pick up that Bulldog. I won't tell nobody.
It's just for my wine, Tony. It's just for my wine. What are you talking about?
I love that. That play that SSG just ran, it reminds me of a play that in football we used to call the quick tackle trap. It looked like Bound distracting in mid. Meanwhile, Stellar comes from the side. He's got the Shroud, steps in, Bound steps out of the middle lane. Shroud comes down, Stellar comes out with camo.
Yeah, that's really what it has been. It's still the same winning formula. You get Bound and Legend in there, they create some good bait, OpTic falls for it, and then they just lead in with Stellar with camo, but never mind, OpTic take that down. Tony, hey, the winning formula for OpTic is really coming into effect right now.
It's like, you know, what do you do to neutralize the camouflage? You know Stella's trying to sneak in. You rat Subway, and you watch every single door. Like, yes, camouflage is important, but if you're able to anticipate where it's coming from, you can spot it out and just trap them. So it's, like I said, OpTic Gaming are not afraid to slow the game down. They're not afraid to bait you in, even when they're losing by quite a bit. That's a great neutralization of the camouflage. You still got to deal with Bounders right now. 5-0.
Oh my God, perfect shots out of Bound with the Stalker. They are starting this one out hot. Bound does not go down. No trade for Lucid. Stalker still in hand. That is insane. Bound has had so many of those plays. I've seen it time and time again. It just keeps happening.
Bound is a scary player when he's using his movement to get aggressive on you. He might be one of the best players in the world when he's using his movement to stay alive. And when he's playing like this, yo, watch out. Bound might be unstoppable, and that is not good for OpTic Gaming.
8-1, dude. God, this man is mad. I'm loving it. If SSG win this tournament, I don't see them losing Worlds. They're insane right now.
I feel like this crowd is enticing Bound to make plays, more plays than he already would be trying to make. Right now it's working in their favor, but against teams like OpTic Gaming, like, you know, mistakes will really cost you. So I really want to keep my eye on Bound. Is he going to overheat in this situation, or is he going to just continue to dominate?
L-Town, please go to Bound. Oh, never mind. Of course, caster curse.
I will say the kill lead for SSG is closing.
Yeah. Lead's starting to slip a little bit, and of course, Big Game Trip, he's the one who pulled that double kill.
I mean, Bound can't carry harder than what he's carrying. Come on, guys. Somebody step it up. This is insane.
It's only a 4-point game, and that's because both camos went in favor of SSG. So OpTic doing everything they can to stay in this, stay within striking distance. And it looks like we're building up to a play right here.
If Bound stays on par, he's going to get 25. This is insane.
Oh, no.
Only 1 assist, though. I don't like that.
Who needs assists? You don't need assists. They don't matter.
7 kill lead once again here for Space Station Gaming. And now it's OpTic stuck in the Subway side once again, but Space Station Gaming would probably play the patient game this time. There's no reason for them to try to infiltrate without that camouflage. They're going to have to force OpTic out, and now it's a 3-1 split. 3 players over toward the strong side here for OpTic Gaming. They need to win this engagement, and right now Legend the first one to take down Lucid. A double kill to take down Trippy as well, and a bit of a jiggle peek action for OpTic Gaming going 3 down. Bound and SSG dominated once again.
Bound's like, finally, guys, thanks. I need some help.
That's quite unfortunate. Finally, a power-up goes in favor of OpTic Gaming, and it goes pretty much as bad as it possibly could at the moment. The lead has continued to balloon. So SSG in this layer so far looking good, but it's still early. We're like in the second quarter at this time.
11-3 out of Bound here. About to have to navigate a 1v2 over towards the Neon side, but now it's straight to ATM. He knows that OpTic are usually slow to pounce. OpTic, they don't fall for bait. Even that early damage won't influence them to push up. Bound taking the center lane. Might be able to take advantage of this. Both perimeters are being watched, but nobody's watching that center side. Now it's Bound with a bit of a flank right into the defense of OpTic Gaming. Somebody has to be watching that center lane at all times.
Bound's the tip of the spear, and it just works. Every single time, it just works. And they're doing a really good job at maintaining the pace as well. Like, oh, look at all this space that they have. OpTic, needed that push. That is massive out of Lucid. He had no help. He gets through there. Trippy pushes through. double out of him, last alive, and there you go. Successful push out of OpTic. And that's exactly what they're going to need to do if they're going to beat SSG, is just counteract that aggression and be better.
That was impressive by OpTic. It just looked like the tide was like creeping in. They're blue players on the screen right now, and it was just like slowly but surely, it was like a tidal wave just pushing over all the way through. So now it looks like Space Station Gaming spawned over on the PD side. So now Lucid,
oh my God,
a bit of a bad spot. He's going to go down to the Stalker Rifle Legend with this, and this is going to be a dangerous weapon in this man's hand.
It's a really good opportunity here for Space Station Gaming. OpTic desperately needs to make sure that SSG don't get away with the camouflage. Meanwhile, SSG, they had positioning, and right now, bouncing around, staying alive, avoiding all of that damage, a camouflage that right now OpTic have no idea what it is.
Bouncing around.
Oh, God! Jesus Christ!
All right.
Bound just made an incredible play to stay alive, jumping over the nade, and he gets the ninja. That was ridiculous.
Did you say 4-0, 90?
Wow.
Did you say 4-0?
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Might just be.
I think so. That is insane. Bound, you're a god. 14 and 6. We still have 14 kills to go in this game. What the? Bound's still getting kills, man.
Bound has been unbound. He was
Unleashed right now.
unleashed.
Oh, man. That was great.
Double-digit lead here, and you never want to count OpTic Gaming out of it, but if this continue to go this way, we could be serving up steak, and right now, SSG are cooking way too long. They might just burn something.
We gotta stay on his screen. This is insane. He's taking on multiple fights. He's getting shot by that whole other team. He is SSG right now. This is crazy.
All right,
SSG down.
Hitting the 40 mark first, of course. Pretty hefty lead in favor of SSG as well. Bound looks like he's going to slow things down for just a moment. Someone's going to give him an honorary shroud screen, so he's like, okay, what's going on with this? He's taking a peek. Nevertheless, he's going to make his way up. Lucid, he catches him weak, puts some good shots, and chooses to back down for a moment, but it's a good collapse by OpTic Gaming to find Bound, collapse on him, and get that kill.
Oh my God, the Bound is real right now. Jesus!
And the triple.
The overkill was right there. He didn't get the call, he didn't hear it, but man, that was insane.
Yeah, that was a bit of a heavyweight punch. It's like Bound was just jabbing at him. It's working right, and then out of nowhere, Legend comes and he's the power hit. Boom. They're only 6 points away at taking game 2.
I don't know what boxing matches you're watching where you can like 2v1 somebody. Sounds kind of exciting.
Boom, there you go.
As of right now, Bound and Legend combining for 29 kills and 12 assists.
Oh my.
I mean, they participated in what, 41, 42 out of the team's 45 kills. That is crazy to think about.
Bound can do no wrong right now. Look at this. He gets to jump on Formal with camo. He's hunting him down. He's going to fly. Lucid is able to bait it out and help him, but Eco finishes it off. Bound is insane.
Just 4 more kills. Not a stake for OpTic Gaming here. At least they got out of that stake tackle range, but close but no cigar. Not going to matter too much here, as right now SSG are being patient. They know there was no need for them to make any mistakes. Let the game come to them as it's back-to-back kills, and Eco finishes his. One more to deal with, and there it is. SSG going up 2-0.
If I'm Bound, I'm standing up right now. I'm hyping up that crowd. There's smoke right now, so I can't tell what's going on, but man, it's game 2. Look, okay, so Space Station, they say we're getting up.
We're chilling.
They're controlling the pace of this series at this point in time.
That's right.
That was incredible. How do you stop Bound? OpTic needs to find a way to do so. How do you stop Bound, guys? Is there a way to do this?
Well, yeah, that's a great question. I like what I'm seeing out of SSG. So, like, obviously they're dominating at this point in time, and man, it's impressive to see that they're putting it on OpTic at this point in time. And then, of course, like I'm saying, they're controlling the pace of this series. They get up immediately to take this break.
I'm sorry
and so
to
they're
say,
not even giving OpTic the choice.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, but Octave has taken Tony once again. So while we figure out where Tony went, Eli has joined us on the couch. What did you think of that last match?
SSG is just kind of rolling right now. I don't know. It feels like OpTic don't have an answer. I mean, it's very difficult when 4 of the best individually skilled players in the world are playing their best, and Bound is just schmooving on them. Like, he's just doing crazy stuff.
What is
Schmoovin'.
Schmoovin'? Okay.
Schmoovin'. Like, that kind of half ninja, whatever you want to call it, was insane at the bottom of B stairs.
Yeah.
Like, how do you get away with that? Come on, man.
He was Mario stomping, bro.
Pretty much.
Just treat them like Goombas? That's wild.
Boink, boink.
Do you think he visualizes them as Goombas?
I think so. I think he's having literally that easy of a time going through that
I don't know.
street.
Do these young whippersnappers even know about Mario and Goombas? Like, I don't even know.
We should ask him, do you play Mario Bound?
You know, I think in that moment, the nade might have helped because he bounced over the nade and it might have pushed him a little extra and gave him a little bit of oomph. And he had the camo, so the player probably didn't see him in time and be able to turn. And he went through the body and got the ninja. I mean, that was just perfect play.
It was crazy.
It was
So what
good.
you're saying is it's a good thing that we added grenade
impulse.
Grenade impulse? Is that what it's called?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've never heard of that, but sure.
Yeah.
Grenade impulse back into the game.
I have a question for someone with more experience on the main stage.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's probably any of you three.
Of course.
SSG get up immediately, right? They go to the restroom, I assume. If you're OpTic, do you choose to like stay, or do you like go to a different corner in the arena, or y'all go to the same restroom? Like, how does this work in this situation?
So
I guess it depends on the venue, right?
Yeah, it does depend on the venue. Most of the time, there's just one bathroom
I believe
backstage.
at this venue there's one backstage.
So I have seen some awkward interactions where like they both go to the bathroom, but like usually one team will like wait outside while the other one goes to the bathroom, and then after they leave, then they'll go in. But then you could think about like, what if they BM them and like purposefully stay in there and like make them wait longer?
That's what I'm saying. SSG is controlling the pace of the series. They literally got up.
Control the pace of the bathroom break too. I mean,
literally,
it's the meta, you know.
Yep.
Wow, mind games.
I think that OpTic do need to take a break though. They need to shift the energy. They had a couple good games in the first series. You know, games 2 and 3. They looked really strong. But then like Bound and Legend just ascended to LeBound, you know, and they're just playing that crazy style. And it's like, we were talking about Stellar all day yesterday. Eco's popping off too. Like literally all 4 of these guys are playing an unbeatable style right now. And OpTic are extremely talented, but it doesn't feel like they're all hitting their peak right now.
No, not at all.
Bound definitely is with that 8-0, like 8-kill lead with 0 deaths at the beginning. That's heartbreaking must have been for OpTic to be able to see. I mean, I know they have ways of mitigating that, but they weren't able to do it.
Yeah, and I don't want to make excuses, but I know Dead Zone's not feeling well. And it's like, that's probably a factor. Bad timing, to be straight up. Yep.
I will say he was still doing,
He's still
at
doing
least
very well.
stat-wise, he was on the board.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He was on the board, so we'll have to ask later.
For sure.
OpTic's day is what, 5.5 hours into it, right?
Yeah.
Because they were the second match.
Yeah.
They did win, so they got another break. And then you go through a best of 7. So yeah, I do think fatigue is going to become a thing, but I feel like there's going to be some sort of culmination of all of this in Dead Zone. Like, the pressure's on right now, and I want to say that I believe in Dead Zone in this moment.
Yeah.
I think that it's a best of 7 for a reason, right? We're only 2 games deep into this. It might be a 2-0, but there's still plenty of road to go. And no matter even what happens in this game here at this time, like, the series isn't over, right? So he still has time to correct whatever may be going on if he's going through something, right? I mean, I haven't been watching the stats too much, so I'm not too sure where he stands in the moment, but I think that OpTic have a chance here to bounce back, and they got the first power up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Recharge Strongholds a strong map and game mode for Space Station gaming?
It's honestly a strong mode for both of these teams. I don't know what the heads-up score would be in this game type for each other. I'm assuming Space Station has won maybe slightly more, but I think it's totally possible for OpTic to have a very strong series against Space Station in this game mode. I think this is certainly one that they could do it.
Hey, OpTic in the lead.
Oh my God. How did that happen? Bound lost that fight, and I have no idea. It looked like a pretty good trade. That's looking up for Trippy there. Start winning those fights against Bound. Just shut him down right off the rip. Let's see if we can get a shock in the hands of Trippy, because he's one of the most impressive shock players in the game. So if they take over with that, I mean, that's going to be huge for them, but they're not even going for it. They're electing to push up and get more space on the map. And that's really what I've been saying. Like, if you're going to be SSG, make sure that you're being proactive with your plays, getting more space, getting up in their face, and making it happen.
Did you guys notice that while OpTic had the lead, Space Station Gaming was cheering for their team? Like, the crowd is not fighting down at all.
They're trying to be the fifth man.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, sometimes you need that. Somebody needs to will you back in to make you believe, you know? And I think there's a reason Space Station won at this city last year at their home event.
Right.
But I wanted to talk about Trippy a little bit. I feel like when OpTic were winning tournaments, Trippy was usually that dude that was like popping off in the last games.
Always.
And oftentimes on this map, like I feel like he was stepping up in big ways, but maybe the way that APG played on this team made him feel more comfortable and like able to make more plays like that. Maybe now he's feeling like he has to be the APG quote unquote for this roster now. I don't know. It's just, it's interesting to see. It doesn't feel like he's quite as comfortable as he has been on this roster.
OpTic for a moment controlling the sandbox, but it looks like it's not going to amount to much other than a couple more seconds on the clock. Looks like SSG are having their way with map positioning and the hills in the moment. Legend going to secure the B. He does go down after securing, so it's going to be converted once again by OpTic.
Excellent play-by-play there from Mr. Louis V. Titan himself.
Oh! Let's go!
Huge triple kill.
Okay, Formal.
Does Formal ever play bad? Like, I can't remember ever seeing this man play poorly.
I think in one of the tournaments in the first year, I think when he first got, on OpTic, it was Kansas City, yes.
They got like top 6, I think.
He was playing way too aggro. Like, he was just flying out, doing silly stuff. And I think he did that one other tournament. So those two tournaments, he kind of lost focus, but then he like tightened it up, and he's been playing good ever since. Like, and you're right, like he really is. I think in Halo's history, he's one of the most consistent players when it comes to grand finals. Like, he's always showing up, he's always kicking ass. Like, he really has some of the best ice of any shooter ever.
I agree. OpTic looking good in this game so far, up 112 to 35. Trippy gets taken down. It's actually 3 dead for OpTic, so maybe this is the opening Space Station needed to start to roll. This game type in general kind of solved in a lot of ways. These teams are so good at spawn killing now. Just kind of forcing spawns, and let's see if SSG can put OpTic in the blender and come back here with this trip cap.
Spawns up at gold, Bound picking up the camo, not able to pop it just yet. Trippy with a nice nade, gonna take Bound out. Looks like Bound does burn this, but it's Legend that steps up, gets the double kill, with the distraction by Bound, of course. In the meantime, SSG's put a couple points on the board.
That
looks
camo
like they're
still
gonna continue to score.
No, it looked like it was burned. Looked like Bound jumped in and used it. And then, I believe, yeah, Formal's hitting shots right now. He's killing it with the... Okay, yeah, this is great. This is perfect. Formal having this, setting up. Look, 10 kills out of him. He's stepping up exactly when he needs to.
What a shot.
Excellent work out of him. That player's not going to be able to hide, and he knows exactly what's going down.
Okay.
Formal, let's go, baby.
Stellar knows better than a peek right there.
That's exactly what I saw. Stellar's
Oh,
like,
shit.
That was still
You were
down.
right.
I knew it.
That was a glitch. Yeah, because the body went camoed.
Yeah.
I think it was, yeah, just observer glitch. I thought I had saw it still on the ground there.
Oh, that's going to be massive for SSG.
The grapple as well. He's getting aggressive with it. It looks like it's going to pay off. He gets the beat down onto the dead zone. He's going to stay alive and make the stairs for just a moment.
Massive.
Going to make his way into A. Or white.
Man, give
Nice
Dead Zone
little
a
cleanup.
break. I felt bad at the I was like, no, don't. He's sick.
Someone finding a camo on the ground at an awkward moment like that is kind of like, it's a curveball the other team's not expecting. Like, they probably already mentally said, oh, camo's burned.
I don't even think he found it on the ground. I think he hit it right there in the
Right?
middle.
Yeah, right.
So I'm gonna save that for later. It's like your snacks that you don't want your brother to see. You guys just stash it away. I'm gonna save these for later.
Save that question for later.
That's exactly what he did off spawn, too. He's sneaky and went right to his hiding spot. Nobody saw him.
Didn't even tell his teammates.
Nope.
I want that for myself.
Nope.
Yeah, I wouldn't even put it past that, to be honest with you. He did have the grapple, though, so maybe it was coordinated.
Could have been. Nuke came hard up, by the way.
Space Station is looking to tie that score, guys. They're just 10 points away.
This is going to go down to the wire, I think. It's going to just keep going back and forth. These teams are so fast off their spawn to get into a zone and contest it right away.
OpTic with their chance at a camo now. See if Dead Zone can make this last the full duration. But some good damage, and he's got to win this fight. He gets help. Perfect job out of OpTic right now. If Dead Zone can stay alive, this would be massive. He does, and he gets the help. Lucid stays alive and gets the kill. He's still doing work.
What is Lucid doing? He's just taking on half the map by himself. Doesn't need any assistance.
It's heroics out of Lucid.
Seriously.
Stepping up to save Dead Zone from dying with camo and making the play to stay alive and put the pressure on.
Is he still alive? Okay, no, he did get taken out now. But just being alive on the map for that long just did not allow Space Station any kind of comfort to get control of B. Okay. Strong push from SSG, but a strong defensive effort from Trippy so far. But Stellar's got the shock, and that is bad news bears for anyone on the other team.
Here we go, Stellar with the shock. He's got teammates on gold side as well, so they know that they're spawning at C. And it's going to be all about securing some good angles and staying alive here today.
Goes for the sticky trade. He gets a trade from the melee instead, somehow. I think another member of OpTic must have shot him at least once. Crazy shots out of Eco. That was disgusting.
SSG staying in this really well. Obviously, they're approaching the lead. It looks like OpTic choosing to play slightly defensive. They finally decide to push out. They get caught red-handed. It's Eco making them pay.
The cross shots were insane there.
And the score is tied and above and beyond.
Yeah, and right now it looks like OpTic's distraction on the wrong side of the map because Bound and Legend on the other side. Bound and Legend should have cleaned that up pretty easily.
Formal kind of the last guy. Dead Zone pushing into gold, trying to get some space on this side before his teammates come off spawn. Gets the kill on Eco and stays alive on the stairs, but Stellar knows he's there. Dead Zone does not know that Stellar's here. Does a lot of damage before being taken down, but what a well-placed grenade from Dead Zone.
Gotta stay alive.
He's just dancing in the batteries.
Can't do it. Oh, Trippy steps in, finishes the hill. Bound though, looking to flip that. We're looking at a potential triple cap here. It could be the dagger here at Space Station Gaming, possibly knocking on the door of a 3-0.
Wow. My God.
There's.
Well, it's as good as a 7, so.
Yeah.
Win the end after the 3-0, but to take that lead is almost a guaranteed victory, right? Just gotta win
when
one more.
OpTic feels like they have won.
Got some momentum back. Yeah, I mean, this is certainly not over yet, but I mean,
Jesus.
How many clutch plays are we seeing in every interaction? And it's like 80-20 clutch plays on the side of Space Station.
Yeah.
It looks like Bound is rubbing off on Ego. You see that strafe out of Ego just there? And he gets the trade.
Ego's playing some of his best Halo that I've seen this weekend.
Oh yeah, for sure. It seems like every play that he's making has so much impact, like massive amounts of impact.
So calculated.
Oh my God, Hail Mary.
Perfect grenade.
Eco, hello?
Well.
Right on time?
It was an aggressive play by Dead Zone to go bottom right, but that leaves a hole open at batteries. And Eco's just going to step in and capture B.
You're right, man. His POV is starting to look very Bound-esque.
The sniper in the hands of Stellar, he hits it. Oh, that's game. Oh my God.
Wow.
They are feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Holy.
Hits it again. Easy peasy.
GG's, you better start the CPR. OpTic's not dead yet, but they're looking close to it.
No, yeah, they're so done.
This kind of feels like the World Championship when FaZe was kind of running over OpTic, doesn't it?
It really does.
I mean, not quite that level of hopeless, because I feel like FaZe were just like that was. Yeah. They hit some different dimension.
Unbeatable in that moment.
Wow.
Like OpTic are putting up good fights, but Space Station just always close it. Have you noticed that? The flag game, the Aqua flag game.
Yeah.
They were down at 2-4, and then Space Station just get 3 straight. Like OpTic this time had a huge lead, and then Space Station get control. They just never relinquish it when they do get into control.
They just don't let them have one.
No.
We're getting closer to your prediction. just
We are.
one game away.
What was your prediction? You said 4-0.
4-0.
And I want to say this, Eli, like you said, that they're not quite with the intensity of the FaZe 4-0 at Worlds, but if SSG finishes game 4 dominantly, I think it's arguable that it was just as dominant.
No, yeah, I think you're exactly right. I just think that like the individual score line like per game has at least been close. Like look at this. I mean 5-4.
Wow.
The Slayer is kind of a blowout. 37's pretty strong.
That was a bound effect.
Yeah.
On that one for sure.
But I mean 250 to 186, respectable. It's just like.
I mean, it was so tight the whole game, you know?
Until it wasn't.
Back and forth, and then Stellar. I guess he really took off. He was doing damage, but it was Eco, really. Eco's that guy. Like, he's just got the ice, and he knows what plays to make, where to put himself to put the most damage in. Like, he was keeping OpTic in white effectively by himself by just sitting in the middle of the map and putting damage on them when they were distracted by top A or down by needles. Every time they popped out, Eco had like 3 or 4 shots in him. He was only putting damage in. He wasn't getting kills. He wasn't making any plays. But he was just that turret that wasn't allowing OpTic to move.
He just denied access. He did it in the live fire game too.
Yep.
At the very end, the oddball's like out in dummies. He's top tower with a sniper, just decimating anyone that tries to go to the ball. And then predicted the next set of spawns, rotates out to the dummies just so he could shoot the pillar door.
Yep.
And my brain's crazy, but I thought of Gandalf in Lord of the Rings saying, "You shall not pass." Like he's literally the brick wall, just not allowing anyone to go where they want to go.
So what you're saying is they built their own wall?
Yes, they did. They got
there's
the
a green wall and there's a yellow brick road.
That's what the name of one of their online teams was.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I remember, but if I remember correctly, it was a mixed team.
It was a mixed team. I think it was with Boo Boo and Falcated, like Stellar.
Yeah, it was with it was Y,
Stellar
yellow brick
Bounds,
road.
Boo Boo Falcated, something like
Who
that.
Who was the Y? I don't know. I remember I just looked at the names and I was like, oh, they took it because of the beginning letters of their names.
Was it?
Something like that.
Yellow brick road.
Or was it the colors of the teams? It was.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. They're so clever. They did remember Sin Station?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we read it as Sensation for the whole day.
Sensation.
Illiterate because it's Sentinels and Space Station.
Solitude, King of the Hill. There's a sniper here. There's Camel again. What do you think might happen? OpTic cannot make any mistakes.
Got to play perfect Halo, literally. I mean, they have to make this happen. There's no other shot. There's no other chance. I can't see him doing it. I have no hope, so don't talk to me about it.
I'm curious, though. You played a decent amount of Halo 5, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, was this a game type in Halo 5, Plaza, King of the Hill? Or was it just Stronghold? Okay.
Yeah.
Is the Hill
Oh,
rotation?
no, I'm sorry. It was Stronghold.
Just Stronghold.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this map, Space Station, feels super cozy on it. Like, these guys.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
But at the same time, OpTic should as well. The only player in the lobby that didn't really play Halo 5 is Formal. Because he was playing COD at the time.
True, yeah.
So, like, but everyone on Space Station, they were grinding this.
Yeah.
Eco with the thrust, gonna get that kill and dip. It's gonna equal more time on the board for SSG. Meanwhile, Bound on the prowl. He's got Dead Zone in his sights.
That was funny.
Dead Zone goes down. Lucid wants a piece of that as well.
He finds a kill in that 360. He was about to curb slide into that. That was if he made that a triple, that would have put out.
He's insane.
Guys, Space Station Gaming is just one game away from winning a grand final reset and making a historical run through the lower bracket to even winning the grand finals reset. This is insane plays and gaming from Space Station Gaming.
Eli, do you think that they're winning Worlds?
I mean, as I sit here and watch them completely obliterate everyone, yes. I mean, I am currently confirmationally biased towards that, but it's just like, I don't know.
OpTic has 3 weeks to figure it out if they want this Worlds.
And so does everybody else. I mean, there's a lot of teams that are good, but man, the big three have proven that they're the big three for a reason, and they're the only big three because they're still the only ones that are consistently there. Yeah. Still the only three to win tournaments as well. So it's like, if it's going to be OpTic, Space Station, or FaZe, it feels like Space Station's got all the momentum in the world right now. FaZe got to figure it out too. Let's be real.
And they're probably one of those teams that, Will.
I think so too. OpTic seems like they've been trying to figure it out and still haven't solved the equation just yet. Or is it just because Space Station's that talented?
Or is it because Zane was sick? If Zane wasn't sick, maybe they won the tournament.
Maybe this is different, but
yeah,
I don't think it's really impacting his gameplay all that much.
He's just kept himself on the board the entire time.
Yeah.
I wish we could get some dead zone POVs on our end to see how he's playing.
Observer's bias.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Bound with the second camo, almost deja vu, making another play bottom mid. He's still alive. He's calling out the spawns. This is not good for OpTic Gaming.
Dude, they're all trapped.
Camo expires.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Where are they going to go?
He's just doing a great job of keeping them all weak. I mean, they are really, and then he isolates that player, and now he's going to make this player weak. There you go. That is perfect play out of Bound to close this one out. Stellar is not going to have much pressure now because Bound pulled all of that pressure towards him. And look at Stellar grabbing that extra space. That was beautiful.
He might have been able to stay, but I guess he wanted to hold off the press. I mean, that's a brilliant play, to be honest. It's actually
overheat by Bound.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Certainly warm.
Oh,
jeez. Nah, he's just that dude. He's just that dude.
That was lightning right there, man. Bound takes the head of the enemy. Now Eco stepping in, unbeknownst to Formal.
Perfect timing.
Eco going in. It's going to secure the hill. If not for Lucid, Lucid goes down as well. It's a 2-0 lead for Space Station. They just need 2 more, and this is over.
Eco 10 and 6. Eco is playing. He's just in God mode, man. Like, I see Twitch chatters be like, LOL, drop Eco. Because he's going like 5 and 10 in an online tournament that he probably doesn't care about.
Yep.
These guys aren't going to drop him because this is how he plays on LAN. When he gets to LAN, this guy's incredible.
Yeah, Chad doesn't know shit.
Hey, shout out Chad.
I'm going to look at chat right now.
Shout out Chad.
Let's see. Chat, I see you.
Y'all know who you are.
Oh my god. This is just the easiest game of the entire tournament that I've seen so far. Space Station have been in complete control. Even when they're grabbing Camo, Legend spots him out. No chance. Space Station is in complete control. This is domination. I have not seen a game this easy all weekend. This is nuts.
What does OpTic have to do to potentially turn this around?
I don't know if they can.
It's not happening.
I'm being completely honest.
It's not happening.
They have not looked even remotely close to capping a single objective point this game.
Feels like they're spiraling. There's not much teamwork going on here. Meanwhile, Legend and Bound are literally just bait and switch and making this happen.
Just doing whatever they want, to be frank. There's no resistance. Dead Zone does push Legend back.
No follow through. That's nice at least. Except
double push.
Except that.
Oh, that looks so sick.
Now it's Eco Stellar stepping up
That
as
looks
the duo.
like bullying. I'm so sorry about that. Not just being a lone man and these two just push up. He just got bullied.
That was
Yeah,
awesome.
the comms were like, let's just go kill this guy.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
Like, straight up. Man. Okay.
Oh, this is promising. This looks promising.
This is a solid looking setup, but how quickly does Space Station find a kill off spawn? Because they have been Bound just like that's the angle. That's where he's supposed to die, but he just goes so fast. He does ultimately go down.
Oh, he gets the trade though. That's massive. That's Bound being the tip of the spear. That's the exact play that needs to always happen, and it hasn't been stopped by OpTic. Bound always makes it happen.
OpTic fans in shambles right now. This is not looking good.
Oh my god.
Not like this. Ego's the one gonna be the one to get away with the camo. He's gonna step up his soda. He's got an easy bounce back to the win. Lucid catches a glimpse of the camo.
We all miss this melee sometimes, right?
He turns, he tries to pop him. Not gonna connect, but second attempt works. Yo,
how is he finding kills?
I think he wants more. He's in hotel. He's gonna stay alive for a moment here.
Oh, he's coming for him.
How many times has he done that this tournament where he's like one shot, 180, like finds the headshot instantly?
He's locked in, man.
What sensitivity does this man play on?
He wants that world championship so bad. This is just his road to get there. Another tournament win, and then he's just in playing the best I've ever seen him.
Yeah,
it's insane to say because he's played incredible so long.
He's definitely kind of hit a new ceiling.
Yep. where he's comfortable. You know, it's like, I think that really was it, because he was in the grand finals in the first year of the World Championship, you know, and he wasn't in last year, so he's kind of pissed about that. And so he's been winning all the tournaments this year, and now he's going to win the big one. And it's just incredible.
Is it just Legend, man? Is Legend just?
Yes.
It kind of feels like
absolutely.
They're just a different team, and Legend is living with Bound too. I think they inspire one another to be better as well.
Double on Legend. Eco counts the hill. It's 3-0. Less than a minute left on the clock. It's looking damn near impossible for OpTic Gaming to come back in this game, but it's not quite over yet. 55 seconds on the official clock. Eco,
I know we're trying to keep it interesting.
Perfect shots does go down.
I know we're trying to keep it interesting and but it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
I'm gonna just say
You're a realist.
I'm a realist.
You're a realist.
I keep it real.
You keep it real.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys.
I wonder if there's like some form of blockage for Dead Zone too. Like, I know he's sick, so I don't really want to harp on it too much, but you know, this is his team. You know, he left, or did he get dropped? He got. No, he left.
I think he got dropped.
Yeah. So Legend. I mean, there's something there, and Space Station are a better team because of it.
Yeah, we thought FaZe was a superstar roster. SSG is here and making a statement.
I wonder what that must feel like, though, going up against your previous team and seeing them win these majors, and you're on the other side on second place.
Doesn't feel good.
Pain.
I don't like what I see out of OpTic.
Tell you what, though, that consistent second place money can ease some of that pain, though.
Oh man, feels good to.
Wow, congratulations, Space Station. Is that back to back to back? Or just back to back?
Back to back?
Just
back to back.
Salt Lake City up off their chairs, standing up, living in the moment. Look at these folks.
Look at that home
That's
crowd.
a hell of a crowd. That's insane.
Elamite leading the way.
Beautiful.
Ooh.
5 in a row.
Oh no, he tried.
He was stretching.
He
I think he was stretching. He was stretching.
He's getting something.
You got to stretch that one out after that.
Yeah.
If silver lining, just for a moment, I know they're about to raise the trophy. OpTic get that reverse sweep, pretty much collapse, choke, whatever you want to call it, out the way.
Yikes.
Can they come back at Worlds?
Can they do this?
When
What
was
is
the last
that they're
time?
holding?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Looks like a giant piece of bread.
SSG flag?
Looks like a pool noodle.
A giant Olive Garden breadstick.
Come on.
It's a scroll.
Whip it out.
It's like a scroll.
Do the thing.
Do it.
Hold it up.
What's it say? Come on. It looks like
It's
a
a
letter.
flag.
Kyle's like, I don't know what to do.
Maybe
with
they're
this.
forgetting about it.
No, he's patiently waiting. Elamite knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
He's telling Stellar what to do now.
The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, they're
Oh, look at it. Look at it. They're still got the strategy going. The game's over, bro.
Gamers,
Game's
bro.
not
It's like,
over
all right,
for
we're gonna. You know what they just whispered? He said, we're gonna do that Fortnite
They're
dance
gonna
in
hang
practice.
the banister in the arena. That's what's going on here.
Imagine they all just start flossing.
Oh my god. I think Stellar's too cool for
Let's
that.
listen in.
Where we weren't able to get the job done in the finals reset, so after not into this, definitely is, okay? And you won last year in this crowd, but talk to me, how's it playing in front of this crowd right here? The most incredible crowd, being in the hometown as well. Overnight here, the families, the friends, everybody, just amazing. Absolutely amazing. It was an amazing tournament indeed. Let me move on over here. I want to stand between Eco and Stellar. Eco, I talked to you last night, and you said we shouldn't be here, and you were going to get the job done today, and you got the job done in front of this crowd. How does this one feel? Because you won a lot of them, but how does this one rank up to the others?
Gotta feel good.
I mean, I don't really know what I did. I'm just, being a good teammate, just letting these guys excel. But this one means everything. We knew yesterday that we were coming out of it's over to everyone we're doing.
He didn't let you get to Salt Lake City. Let me move on over to somebody who radiates like no other. The snipe god himself. Make some noise for Stellar. Stellar, you was playing out of your mind, and there's something special about Salt Lake City. What is it, and how does this win feel, man?
The vibes out here are just unlike anything else. But yeah, this one feels amazing.
You can't see Stella.
How proud are you of your teammates up here? Especially the next to you on your right. Best players in the game. Are they good, fella?
Legend has no shoes on?
Yes, you're correct. He did. Do you think he had one of those slip-on shoes and he forgot to put them back on?
No, I think he's just comfy.
He's just comfy.
It's like he's at his house right now. He's just chilling. Look how comfortable he looks. Every single tournament win, he looks more and more like even his gameplay. Like this is where he needs to be. I think they will win Worlds. Seriously, this is nuts.
I don't know. Toes for free is crazy. That's all I'm saying.
even socks covered.
Even socks.
There's a pay barrier there. You gotta pay to remove the socks.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's
right.
So chill. I love it.
You teaming with Legend, bringing them out to
they
the
need to
stage.
turn that thing right side up.
Nobody's tall enough.
Nah.
If I know SSG, there's a plan.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, I love the energy out of that.
They're not tired at all.
No.
Bound finally figured his haircut out.
That's all he needed.
It looks solid. I like it. It's still weird, but it's a better weird.
Looking like a cartoon character, low-key. I respect it.
I love that kid, man. He's so humble and just chill. And just meanwhile, the best player in the game.
Legend?
Yeah.
Do you think they lost and went down to round 1 eliminations just to prove a point?
Ooh, wow.
For the script, for the story.
The first team to do that, at least in Halo Infinite.
No.
Make history.
There were 2 kills from being eliminated.
Yeah, they were. They were.
And round 1. 2 kills from top 12.
Against who?
Cloud9 in game 5.
Yep.
Losers round 1.
That's unreal.
This is the second time. I'm just thinking that this happens to OpTic Gaming. It's got to be so heartbreaking to be so close and then.
This is their 5th second place.
Look at Legend. He's like, man, coming to America was the best decision I ever made.
Hell yeah.
Big facts.
Let's go.
Oh, man.
But their winner's side, this is the second time, no?
Well, this is the
Grand final reset? Losing
Yeah.
the grand final reset? I mean, losing?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Like they were on the good side this time.
Yeah.
Oh,
they got 'em
my
both.
God. The ultimate flex. I've never seen this before.
There's
Wow.
3 trophies.
Yeah.
So the 4th one is
trophies.
Worlds.
Yep.
And they leave Legend without the trophy in the hand.
Because
He's going to hold
gotta
up
be
the
the
world.
most eager to hold one.
He's going to hold up the world trophy. They're going to do all 4.
Base
He
Station
just got his
Gaming
fist up.
thinks of everything, don't they?
This is great. Oh, this is awesome. I love it.
Let's go with the smallest space station fan.
Super happy for
There
Space
you
Station.
go.
Yeah, me too. So now, I want it to be like 2009, where like just some random team, like Cloud9.
I believe the hype.
Yeah, something crazy happens and they just catch fire.
I was thinking about that too, like a Shopify wins
Yes.
at Worlds. Like,
Yes. They just get it together, it clicks, and they go off. And, Cloud and Demon D went off. You know
Yeah.
how they just were unstoppable. Something happens with, like mental or, cycle, and they just become the best players in the world on that day, and they beat everybody.
I can't stop staring at him. I cannot stop staring.
Toes for free, baby.
I
You
don't know.
love to see it, man.
It feels a lot less likely in this era
Yeah.
for that to happen, just because like these guys are so experienced now. Like,
Yep.
I guess you could argue the teams that were winning at that time were also experienced, and it still happened. But the meta is so solved right now. And
Yeah.
what Believe the Hype did was they figured out strategies that would counter all the people they played against, and like there was no way to study them or for any of their opponents to know it was coming. But like, if these guys start doing something crazy in scrims, like everyone's gonna see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Man, that Space Station Gaming crowd was incredible. Even when they were on the losing that game, they were like you said, the 5th player there, helping them not give up and not let OpTic get that like take that game away. And I didn't hear anything from the Green Wall, who was so loud that first grand finals game series. They were so loud and they went quiet on that reset. They just didn't have their back just as much as Space Station side did.
That's a good point. Space Station was just a bit louder.
Yeah, Green Wall really failed him. Oh, there it is.
Wow.
That was crazy.
It's as if the players mirrored that same emotion.
The energy.
They put up a fight in Series 1.
They did.
It was close. Series 2, 90 on point, 4-0.
Yeah, should have bet money on it.
I really should have.
Mistakes were made.
That's exactly what happened at the World Championship, right? With FaZe, OpTic won 2 in their first series, and and then FaZe just won the rest.
That's exactly what happened. Wow. I wonder if there's a pattern there.
Something, man. I just feel like Bound making plays like that.
Yeah,
right
like
there.
that one. Like, what can you do to that? You get a guy from, you're shooting him in the back, and then all of a sudden, oh, you're dead.
You know what you do? You call Bound and be like, yo, GA the shock rifle.
GA shock rifle.
Get it out of there.
Look at the SSG fam.
Happy owner.
Let's
Happy
go.
owner. There's Adley.
Oh, Nico or the other one?
Who are the kids?
I believe that's A for Adley. She's like famous.
Yeah,
that one or the other one?
Is it like one of the owner's kids?
That's his family right there.
That's
okay.
awesome. They're getting
One
a
for
hold of
each of the
two.
kids.
Let's
Look at
go.
that.
Yeah, she like generates like all of the revenue apparently for this.
Oh, actually, no, you're right.
You say she paid for this video?
She pays for everything.
From
She
like
pays for the
it's a
venue.
really popular like kids YouTube channel,
Yeah.
and they use the YouTube revenue to fund SSG, which is insane.
Yeah, everybody I talk to is like, oh, I can't wait to get an autograph from her. Because like my daughter watches her or some shit.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Look at Bound. He's
That
like,
thing's
no
heavy.
kids, please.
That's so cool. I'm so happy for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah.
This is the third trophy they were looking for. Clearly, they're starting to build a collection of trophies, and they're aiming their sights for Worlds. And I don't know. I think their odds are stacked in favor of them.
Well, when you think
a good case.
When you think about the roster, that roster is the winningest roster now.
Yeah.
Like Cloud9, when they were with them, they were winning with Renegade. And now it's like with Legend, they're just keeping it going. Like, it's insane what they were able to do in this game. Like, they're so consistent. Stellar being as great as he is, but now Bound and Legend stepping up and looking even better than him. And then Eco just staying, on point just with the clutch play after clutch play.
IGLing the whole time as well.
They're not beatable.
Yeah.
I think the banner, it was a nod to Worlds, right? Because they hang the banners at Worlds, right? They're putting that
Like
in
at
the
the
enemy's
entrance.
head. They got Worlds on their mind.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
As they should.
They're
It's
ready
only
to
what,
go.
3
The
weeks away.
strategies just keep on going,
It
even
is
beyond the
very
trophy.
close.
Games outside of games.
There it is.
October 4th through the 6th.
That's my birthday.
Yeah, who's going to Worlds? Who's going to Worlds? All right, let's see who's the chat's going to Worlds. LVT's going to Worlds.
We'll be there.
It's gonna be here before you guys know it. So
Yeah, it was 3 weeks away.
4
Is
weeks.
that 3 weeks already?
I think it's 4 weeks.
4 weeks away. Wow, guys. Well, I will be there.
Yeah, me
nice.
too. Holy
Yeah.
crap.
Let's
That's
go.
crazy.
Let's
We're all
go.
gonna be there.
I'll be there.
Are you gonna be
You
there?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. That'd be pretty cool if you could make it, I think.
Yeah. Well, guys, is there anything else you guys would like to say?
Shout out
lot?
to Frozone.
Yeah.
Shout out to Frozo.
Yeah, fuck you.
Whoever that guy
He's
was.
frozen. Let's look at chat for a second. I did see some subbies in the chat just a moment ago. I think they came from Pure Delight. Thank you so much for the gift subs, guys. Huge thank you to everybody that has been supporting us and watching us throughout the weekend. You guys are incredible. For those of you who have showed up here at our side station, the stage, and said hi to everybody, thank you guys as well. You guys are the reason why we're sitting here in these red couches covering the open bracket, covering the FFA series, and now going to Worlds. So huge thanks to you guys for everything. It makes us be able to do the things that we love, right, guys?
Absolutely. I mean, without you guys, we would not literally be sitting on this couch right now. So thank you to everybody that watches this. I mean, I was able to completely change career paths because of LVT. Like, I'm gonna be straight up. Just you guys giving me a chance to commentate, trusting and believing me to come out and do this. Like, it's really been a huge thing for me. And without you guys,
That's
I don't
awesome,
know where
man.
I'd be.
I love that, dude.
Family.
Family.
That's
right.
Yeah.
It's been great to have you, man. Seriously, like,
boom.
You've done such a good job for Halo, especially with your teachings and stuff, just building everybody up. I mean, it's just been amazing to have you here. Because, I mean, I always watched you play back in the Halo 2 days, and just to have your expertise on the panel has been everything. Like, it's really big. We needed it.
I appreciate that, you saying that.
Yeah, man.
I try my best.
This was my first time here with you guys in person, so
helpful.
I loved it. I'm so glad it went well. I think
No, it did. You killed it.
Yeah.
You killed it.
I loved every single minute of it, and I'm just so glad that I got to do what we did online in person. And it was, guess what? It felt even better to be able to be here with you guys and do the work and cover awesome Halo and even meet people that we get to see in the chat. So thank you guys.
So fun. And it's been so helpful to have you here, just to like take some weight off of like our shoulders to. Because like it's hard to like bring it in and then also cast and then like I don't know. You just kind of fill the gap and make our lives a lot easier. So thank you.
Yeah, and it felt great being able to do so. I don't know if the rest of the LVT wants to say hi bye.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And if I could
Come
just put a special request.
Say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah.
Mac.
Goodbye, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the show. This was phenomenal.
Tools?
It was fun.
Where's Tools?
What a
Tools
great series. What a great reset out of Space Station. What do you have to say, Mac?
I love you guys.
There you go.
Love you, man.
We're all a big family here, and
I
we're
see
here
a
because
hand.
of you guys.
I see the hand in the back. Who's that, Isaac?
Where's Isaac?
There's a hand. There's a hand in the back.
Isaac's shy. Isaac's shy.
Where is he?
He's right there, right behind you.
Isaac, where's...
He's a shy man.
Come on, get out of
He's
here.
a shy man. There it is.
There it is, the big family at LVT. We love you guys, man. Thank you for
Tools,
what you do
come on,
for
let's
us.
Tools,
Let's
get
get
your
it.
ass out here, bro. Come on, let's go. Yes, let's go.
There's the family. Let's go. Yes.
Seriously, from the bottom of my heart, as founder of LVT, I feel like I have found a family in all of you, all of the viewers that continue to tune in, that continue to support LVT, HCS, competitors, cooperating with us in every single thing that we ask them to do. There's too many people to thank, but I'm gonna do my absolute best here to, speak and do, what's right here. I thoroughly, the bottom of my heart, appreciate everybody that tunes into LVT. I know that today might not have been as clean as normal or whatever it may be, right? But we're here. We put our hearts, we put our souls into what we're doing, and I think that it shows. And I think that everybody that tunes in can tell we believe in Halo. We want to see Halo succeed. I want to thank Space Station Gaming for enabling us to come out. We have an open bracket featured station here. This was literally their idea, right? It wasn't necessarily something that I requested, but it was something that I was all for. Of course, we're trying to put Halo back where it should be. And it's people like Space Station Gaming and HCS that believe in us. They see the trajectory, and they want to also see us grow as well. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to everybody here that is in the chat, that is here in person. We had a crowd here at our feature station too, but there's people that chose to watch in our feature station than in the main. And I'm not saying that in any sort of way, but that's just a testament to, I think, the work that all of you put in. So thank you so much to everybody from the bottom of my heart as the founder of LVT. So we'll pass it back to Eliek.
Wow, how can I even... I think you literally just said everything that everybody... Yeah, how can I top that? No, you know what? Thank you for bringing us here, for bringing us together. And because of you, we have an amazing team. We have a family to bring Halo to new heights. And this is one of the best opportunities I could have ever gotten. And I'm pretty sure everybody here feels that way. And chat is asking to not make them cry.
Aww.
To not make them crying.
Don't cry, chat.
I'm getting a little teary-eyed here.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much to you guys, to Louis, to the entire family of LVT, and I think I heard something over there from Tools too. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I don't even want to say goodbye, but we have to say goodbye because next up, you will see us at Worlds in just 3 weeks away, and hopefully we'll get to see you guys too.
Let's go. Let's go.
See you there.
See you guys there. Bye, everybody.
Oh, gosh, that was cool.